Hit your gavel.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're just about ready to go. So if we can bring the room to order, we'll get started. So I have 5 minutes after 4 p.m., July 1st, 2025. This is the Eagle Mountain City Council work session. Council member Donna Burnham is joining us online for the time being. We expect her in after a bit. And with that, we will dive right into our discussion items. The first thing we have up is public safety update with Chief Eric Knudsen. You're up, sir.
Well, hopefully we get this to work.
We're going to start with a real positive attitude about it.
Is there anything else I need to do, or is it going to change over? All right. Mayor, council members, thank you. Mr. Reeves, I appreciate all of you and the invite. Hopefully we can have a entertaining 1 hour and you get to ask a lot of questions, and hopefully I can answer them the best I can. But before we get into question and answer, I'm hoping I can take just a little bit and talk about the Sheriff's Office and how it relates to Eagle Mountain City and the Police Department here. And so let me start off with the first slide. I put up a slide for you, and I want you to see the first words. And I think the theme and what I want to keep pressing, and since I've gotten here, this is asked for the sheriff as well, not just me, but it's really to let you, the council members, the mayor, and the citizens of Eagle Mountain know we are your police department. And we are a full-time assigned to Eagle Mountain Police Department, where you have a chief deputy, which is me, and you have a lieutenant assigned out here full-time. You have sergeants and deputies and some administrative staff as well. We're assigned here. We love the city. We have some long-term members that work at the Sheriff's Office that have been assigned to Eagle Mountain, including Lieutenant Eccles, who's here tonight to hopefully answer some questions and to fill in some blanks on some answers that I may not know. But he's been here for about 17 years, and so he's been a definite staple for Eagle Mountain City. He's watched the city grow, and again, I'm new out here. But hopefully I can give some information and give some input and, again, answer some of your questions. But on this, I left a paragraph on here. I changed it just a little bit, but this is on Eagle Mountain's Utah County Sheriff's Office website. And what we do is Eagle Mountain's law enforcement is managed by Utah County Sheriff's Office. Our deputies work hard to keep Eagle Mountain safe. Our goal is to help maintain or improve quality of life. I really want to stress that as part of the theme as well. We talk about quality of life here at Eagle Mountain and what we're doing to either maintain it or improve it. And as I get through the PowerPoint, we're going to go over some stats. I've got a number of slides. We may not get to those slides depending on what the questions are, but they cover several different aspects. We cover some statistics. We cover about, in the email, there was a request to talk about park safety, talk about traffic safety, neighborhood traffic, and things like that. And we can certainly get to that as well. We have some opinions, but on some of those issues, I'll probably call on the city and traffic engineer and also Brad and some of the others to talk about, how we can work together in a collaborative effort. But so let's talk about our structure. I've got an org chart here. This is how the Eagle Mountain is currently set up. You have a chief deputy, you have an office specialist, Taria, you have a lieutenant, and then you have 5 sergeants. If you look over the first sergeant, Sergeant Max Morgan, he's here as well. He can probably also fill in some gaps. Below that is who they supervise. If you look at Sergeant Max Morgan, his span of control is getting a little bit long, or wide, but he's got 4 SROs, 2 ACOs, and 2 traffic units. If you look to the far right of that slide at the bottom, as of today, now these positions haven't been filled. We were given 2 more additional officers, deputies, starting July 1. We still have to hire and we have to train these 2 individuals, but that will bring our number up to 35. Prior to that, yesterday, we were officially 33 sworn law enforcement officers in Eagle Mountain City. We have 2 full-time civilian positions, and then we have 3 part-time coordinators that we use for various things. So this is the layout. This is our org chart officially. I wanted to throw this slide in here because I wanted to kind of tell you from the sheriff's office standpoint, we want to do our best, and we want to get evaluated and critiqued by the people that we have interaction with. We contracted with Know Your Force as a third-party entity to come in and help track us and how we're doing. We implemented this a year ago. Know Your Force has a little tiny QR code. We hand this QR code out on almost every one of our interactions with the public. When this first came out, I think one of the questions was, you're going to give somebody a ticket, and then you're going to give them a QR code and ask them to evaluate how they did on the ticket. Surprisingly, it turns out quite well. And even those who perhaps have received a citation, if the interaction is still positive, if the deputy has done a good job on that traffic stop and communicated well, even though they received a citation, I think most people can respect the fact that the officer or deputy did a good job and was professional while doing it. They can give some input. We'll evaluate that input. I, as a supervisor, can look at that Know Your Force anytime I want. I can pull up some information. Sometimes we find some comical stuff on there about some of the deputies, but all in all, I think we get some positive feedback, and we can start to identify some people that may need some coaching. So, stats. I know this kind of is where we get down to what's been happening in Eagle Mountain City. Asked to pull the stats based on calendar year. Since we're in the middle of a year, I know we're on our budget starts July 1. But I wanted to talk about the year because we're only halfway through 2025. I wanted to talk about full years, which is 2023 and 2024, and just look at the stats across the board. And I'll help explain them to you. So up in the top, you have years 2023 and 2024. The first thing you see is CAD calls. That's overall calls. That's any time a deputy has an interaction with anybody for any reason, it gets a stat there. It gets an interaction. They create an incident on the CAD. That doesn't mean a case number, it just means an incident. He had an interaction, traffic stop, or a call for service. 2023 was 20,758. 2024 was 21,479. So you see a slight increase. Then next to that, you have officer generated. Anytime they're doing a traffic stop, or if they're having an interaction, if they go to a park and they run into some kids and they want to talk to them, they'll create an incident. They'll call dispatch and let them know that they're out with somebody. And then, of course, you have the number, the 12,252 in 2023, and then the 12,787 in 2024. And these are public generated. Anytime somebody calls the sheriff's office or calls 911, they generate a case number. They dispatch a deputy to respond to that scene. That is a public generated number. Now, if you go over there, you can see cases that were actually created, arrests that were actually made, traffic stops that were made, and citations that were issued. You do see quite a bit of an increase there on citations issued and traffic stops made. Last year's budget, if you look down there to on the previous slide, it talked about on our org chart. It took us a little bit to get those guys hired and brought online, but we do have 2 full-time traffic units. On a side note, some of you may have seen a motor unit out there. Our traffic units are also both certified as motor officers in the state of Utah, so they can ride a motorcycle. We have one that's just being loaned to us right now by the sheriff's office. It is not part of Eagle Mountain's fleet, but we are using it for traffic enforcement for our traffic unit. Eventually, I think I'll come to the table here and just say, is this a viable option for us? Is this something we want to invest in, a motor unit? They are very effective traffic units and can certainly do a good job as far as traffic enforcement. They're also a very great PR tool as well. And so,
is it okay if I ask a question real quick? Well, on this note, as we go along, I don't want to get too sidetracked. Wait to the end if you want. But my question is, and I'm going to eat crow for saying this, but it's just because it's what I know. I hate even asking. I would suspect no, but do you think we have need for DOT certified with increased truck traffic and things like that? Is there any reason? Usually highway takes care of that, and obviously out on the pits, they're there often. But internally, do we need it? Is that a need that you suspect we could have? Have you seen any truck accidents?
You know what, I don't know that I can really answer the question other than mainly because I'm not familiar with it. I don't know of any local agency, county, or city that has a DOT representative.
Lehigh has 3.
Who does?
Saratoga has Lehigh.
An actual DOT guy?
Certified trained DOT that work trucks.
Okay.
I think Saratoga has at least 2. And you want to ask me how I know? Don't ever, our attorney gets nervous when I tell him about my interactions with,
No TMI.
yeah.
You know, to be honest, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know if it's something we need or not. I'm not familiar
I mean,
that
do you
we
see,
haven't.
are we missing anything? Because I know we haven't had truck traffic, but I'm saying in the future, do you think that do we need to keep an eye on that?
Certainly, we certainly can keep an eye on it. I don't know if I can answer intelligently whether that's the right answer or not, but certainly we can, absolutely. Good question. Anyways, as we continue on with the numbers, if you look down there, again, calls for service, they're broken down into officer generated versus public generated, and we put a chart on there just so you can see the increase over the last couple of years. I can tell you on the 2025 currently from January 1 to right now, those numbers are increasing. They're on track to increase again with the next calendar year. So these numbers continue to go up. Same thing with officer numbers as well. The more officers you have, the more active they get, the more proactive they get as well. So you're going to continue to see citations go up and things like that. So,
Chief, can I
Yes.
just ask a quick question
Yeah.
here? So the response times at the bottom, one of the things I want to talk about, that's a pretty long response time. How do we improve that?
you know, that's a great answer. So I have some slides at the end, but I think we can dive into some of that question. That's a big issue. So when we talk about workload for individual officers, call load and how many calls they take in a shift, you know, where are we at? There's a slide later I talk about it. We're right on average with a city of our size, more rural than other cities. We're right on track for call loads, I think, with the officers right now. The difficulty you run into is geographical area of Eagle Mountain City. Ideally, as we look at this, and we've recently worked together with, I think, our finance department, so we got some office space where they're at, a cubicle space there. So in hopes that we'll get a couple of our patrol deputies to station themselves up on the north end of the city, essentially breaking the city into two parts from a response time. From a law enforcement standpoint, how quickly can we respond? You've got a Walmart that's going to go open up there pretty soon. That may create a little bit of an increase for some of our officers to respond to some calls there. So we want to put them up there, but it's a cubicle. It's not something they're going to live in full time as far as their job, but it can keep them up in the north end. So you've noticed that. It's one area I wanted to get to at the bottom of this slide and later on in here, but there's an increase, and it's a significant increase. And when you look at the type of crimes we're relating it to, when we go and run this stat, you have to take out all the numbers that deal with traffic stops, because you still get a response time attached to a traffic stop, but it's zero. And so that kind of skews the results. So we take all that out and we say, look, on every one of these priority 1 and priority 2 calls, which we list right there, burglary, theft, assault, domestic violence, these are calls we have to go to and go to quickly. And we want to get there, and a lot of times we're going those responding code 3. And so we want to lower that. There's lots of factors. There's some opinions I can interject in there.
Let's hear them. That's why you're here. Tell us what's your opinion.
Well, I think when you break up the city geographically, you got to put people on both ends of the city. If you have 4 people on duty and 2 people are tied up on a call, which is very common, you're going to have 1 person on the south and 1 person on the north end. And to respond to a priority call with 1 person, we discourage it as much as possible. The last thing we want to do is create an unsafe environment for our deputies when they respond to a call. So will it come down to manpower issue? That's part of the equation. Is that an opinion I have? Absolutely. Do I think we need to increase manpower? Ultimately, yes. I probably skipped to the end of my slideshow, but not that I'm dropping a bomb on you, but I think there's a need for it. Yeah. Gosh, I apologize for that. I should have silenced my phone. But it's also placement of the deputies. You know, where do we have them? If we put them up in the north end, right now we have a temporary place that I just mentioned, having a cubicle space. But really, if you want them to stay up there the majority of their shift, you're going to have to create a little bit more, perhaps in a substation. Now, substations can be pretty small, but they can be effective if you put them in an office building, a door, a room, a bathroom, a place where they can relax a little bit, do their reports in privacy. This place they're looking at going into right now is a phenomenal place, and it's a good temporary place, but they can't hold all the business there. They can't conduct interviews. They can't pull in a victim of a crime and interview them in a cubicle so everybody gets to hear. Nobody wants to hear a victim of a crime, or they don't want to know that somebody else is listening to their statement, especially if they're dealing with a sex offense of some sort. It can be difficult for them, and so we don't want to traumatize them more by putting them in that environment. It'd be better to have an environment they can go to that's a little more secure.
You're kind of familiar with what our situation is up north with office space and that kind of thing. To me, it doesn't seem like any of that's appropriate for what you're talking about. Are we talking about like a mobile kind of a trailer situation like we started off with down here? Or what kind of suggestions are you talking about?
I'm not a fan of trailers. I think it's uncomfortable for the
Right.
deputies to be in. I think something a little more permanent. I don't know if you can contract with any other businesses up in that area. Am I saying build another public safety building? No, by no means no. But I certainly think, is there a place that can be a better fit? I think the place we're looking at right now with the cubicle, it's a good place for them to get into, to do a report, to get it out of the elements, to use a restroom or something like that, to maybe sit down and eat some food and rest and relax for a little bit. I think it meets that need. But is it ideal? No. And do we need a building or an office space that we can get into and maybe rent space from another building of some sort that gives a little more privacy? I think that's needed.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. So anyways, you can look at the slide. Any more questions about this slide? You know, response time's a tricky question. Sometimes you might have a hot call down here on the south end, and it might pull 3-4 officers down, or deputies down to this end, and get another call on the north end, and that's becoming more frequent.
I do have maybe a follow-up question. Are we utilizing our relationships with Saratoga Springs to help with some of that backup?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we both work together well, and oftentimes they'll come into our city, and oftentimes we go into their city. It's a real good relationship we have with their officers in Saratoga, and we work well together, and yeah, that happens quite often.
Hey, I know you and I spoke for quite a while here a little bit ago, and I just wanted to ask another question on that response time, the increase. Is there a factor of some of our outlying areas into this, or is that strictly within the city boundaries?
That's all city boundary. These are all city
Any
calls.
calls at 5 Mile and things like that have been extracted?
Yeah, not on this one. Yeah, you don't have any of that on here. This is all within city, and you'll see a slider in a minute. It's gonna talk about the actual number. Those are the numbers we search on there. We're not searching out one-off liars, because that pulls in all Utah County stats.
Just out of curiosity, how many highway patrol officers are servicing SR 73 that are helping with some of these things?
I do not know.
We don't know.
Typically, we handle, if there's an accident on SR 73, typically we will take that because it's within the city limits, and most cities do that. When you go outside of city limits, Highway Patrol will come in and respond to state roads and state roads alone. So if you have SR 73 or some of the other state roads, they'll come out there. But if they're in a city limits, typically the agency where the highway or freeway or state road is located, that agency will handle that call,
So
including traffic
technically,
accidents.
there's really not anybody patrolling from Tuella County up to?
Yeah, there's a lot of troopers out there, but how many are assigned, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that I don't know,
Can
sorry.
I ask a quick question too? You mentioned having 2 that are maybe working on a call, and then there's someone in the north area and someone in the south area. Is there an ideal number that we should be working ourselves up to, so there's like 2 in the south and 2 in the north? Or is that just a part of like the incremental increases of deputies each year? What would be your ideal?
You know, that's a good question. So right now, the exact number you have is you basically have 16 officers and 4 sergeants. So on a full team, you're gonna have 4 deputies and 1 sergeant. They work 12-hour shifts and they overlap. And so they try to overlap their deputies, so there is overlapping at certain times of the day, typically our busiest times. So in swing shift hours, you might have some overlapping deputies coming on at 6 or 4 o'clock at night, and then you have some deputies going home at 6 or 8 o'clock at night as well. And so there is a little bit of an overlap, but we only have 2 teams in each. We have a day shift and a night shift. I think ideally, when you talk about numbers in a city this size, you would start to look at 3 shifts. You'd start to look at a day swings graves, and you'd start to look at overlapping. I came from an agency before I worked at the sheriff's office that worked 4 10-hour shifts. They had overlapping, so they overlapped at the busiest times. Do I think that works? I think it was pretty effective. You had overlapping on those swing shift hours from 9 until 1 o'clock in the morning, but in that particular city, it had a little more of a downtown district where it was a little more lively, so you needed that. But I think there can be some overtime on our busiest times, and when you look at statistically when things happen, you're looking at the swing shift hours, and you're also looking at the morning commutes, and then of course you have busy hours seasonally. So when winter time, when the accidents start happening, in the morning commute and the afternoon commute is when your traffic accidents are happening, and that's typically when you want to have more manpower out there.
So just to be really clear, we just created 2 additional spots, but it's feeling like we need more than that. Is that something that we can discuss today and find out? Like, because if we're not providing you with enough manpower through our contract with the sheriff's department, then I think the people sitting up here want to make sure that we are. So,
It's a great discussion point. I think we'll get to that for sure. Towards
Okay.
the end of my slide, I start to get more into numbers, and we'll talk about call load. Do I think it's a priority that we increase right now by 20 or 30 people? No, I don't. But do I think we need manpower? I think absolutely we do. But I think there can be a plan in place that we do this incrementally, but it has to be reasonable based on the growth of the city. Like, take for instance, this last year we went from 64,000 to 75, and the increase of 2 manpower, realistically, depending on what stat we want to look at, and we'll talk about it later, because it gets in the weeds a little bit, and it gets into an opinion of how many officers you should have per 1,000 people. And so we'll get to that. But yeah, to answer your question real quick, is I think we need more, but we'll get some reasoning behind it in a minute. Okay. Again, some of your other stats, these are more online of just some of your priority 1 calls and priority 2 calls. You can see there's a couple areas where they did go down. You have your vehicle thefts that have gone down, which is good. Your theft and burglaries, but then you look over at your assaults and DVs, your sexual assault and your sexual offenses and things like that. There's still an increase there. These can fluctuate. Sometimes you might have a year where you have a lot of vehicle thefts. Some years you don't have any or very few. So, but all in all, overall, the number-wise, the numbers are increasing, and per capita, the numbers continue to increase as well. This is more of these just general stat information. So I just wanted to bring this out and talk about how safe is Eagle Mountain. And from a law enforcement perspective, you know, I don't want to paint a picture that we are in dire need for a bunch of cops. Do I think we need them? Absolutely. But Eagle Mountain is a great place. Eagle Mountain's a safe city. And here's some stats. These are pulled offline on multiple sources. The FBI tracks a lot of this stuff on their uniform crime reporting, and they give them the part 1 and part 2 crimes. They want to tell you how dangerous is the city based on these crimes here. But overall crime rate, if you just talk about crimes that happen, 4 per 1,000 residents here, that means you have a 1 in 250 chance of just simply being a victim of any type of crime. When you start to add in violent crime, you have about a 1 in 1,186 chance, significantly below the national and Utah average. Property crime, 3.16 per 1,000, 1 in 300, or 1 in 316 chances, again below average. The most important is at the end, this is one source that I found online, a fairly popular source that talks about Eagle Mountain is safer than 79% of Utah towns and among the safest and similarly sized cities in the U.S. It's a good city, and we're safe, and it's a very great place to live. And from what I hear, I don't live in the city, but from what I hear, it's a wonderful place to live. And I know our deputies that do live out here speak highly of it and are happy to be out here. So. In summary, just to talk about that again, Eagle Mountain City being a wonderful place, low on violent and property crime rates, ranking safest tier regionally and nationally. Strong community programs and well-resourced sheriff's office help bolster the safety, and that's a little plug for the sheriff's office, because I do think the men and women that are working for the sheriff's office assigned out to Eagle Mountain are vested in this city and are doing the best job they can, and I think that shows on the type of work that they do. So,
Chief, would you mind, on that second bullet, would you just maybe tell us some of the community programs that the Sheriff's Department is working?
So this is a strong community in Hall. This isn't the Sheriff's Office strong community. Okay. That's just as generally why it's a safe city, and it's the strong community programs that Eagle Mountain itself has.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, and then the last, again, this is kind of an interesting quote here, or interesting statement, and a lot of times cities with high crime rates will talk about violent crimes. Eagle Mountain, though, if you took it into a priority list, I don't know that violent crime is what the people around this community are extremely concerned about. I think these are the items here that you see most likely they're concerned about. The traffic-related stress from the fast growth. You have a lot of areas in here that are difficult to get into and get out of, and that's a big concern. And then you do have property crimes and vandalism that people are concerned about, and I think these are some of your issues here with Eagle Mountain, and things that I think we can hopefully help with in a collaborative effort with everyone that's involved with the city. So before I get into the park safety, this is what was asked in the email that we talk a little bit about. We have some ideas. We reached out to the deputies and asked the deputies, kind of what they thought as well. So there are some ideas on here, not just my ideas, some of their ideas, and some of these involve collaborative effort. But I hope as we go through each one of the things you guys listed in the email requesting to talk about, we can discuss those things and how we can maybe improve in some of those areas. But like I said, there's a couple slides in here that give some opinions from the deputies on what they would like to see, or at least some ideas. So this was their ideas. If you look at some of these, you know, the first one up there, installing fencing around the park to control access. You know, is it realistic? I don't know. Is it costly? Very. There's some parks around the county that I've seen that have been gated off completely. Yes, we know it's expensive. Is it going to stop a lot of problems? Absolutely. But I don't know if it's the most cost-effective way of doing things. Cameras we've talked about. I know Zach and Brad have kind of mentioned some of the cameras and putting them obscene. Do I think that's a viable option? I absolutely do. Designated patrol. So again, and I'm going to touch on this from the standpoint of, do we need more manpower? We have adequate manpower to serve the citizens of Eagle Mountain, responding on calls and also being proactive. But is there enough proactive time to do more designated, targeted patrols in certain areas? If they're available, they can. If they're not available, obviously they can't. And so is there room for us to grow as a department there and provide some proactive measures with the increased number of deputies? So we have designated patrol, CPTED, most of you probably heard that, is crime prevention through environmental design. Is there something that we can do with, or Brad can do, or his team can do to perhaps, you know, make it a safer place to be? I know there was a park in one of my previous agencies. What they did on pine trees, they simply trimmed up the bottom of the pine trees so people weren't hiding in those areas. You know, is there more effective lighting and things like that? And so different ideas. We do not profess to be the experts here, but we can certainly give opinions on how, you know, these things can maybe be helped. And
So let me ask this question. So when we're talking about the parks, I would love for us to have the discussion where we have our parks department, have our sheriff's department, even have citizen input where we're blind on these parks and individual parks. So if we're talking about Smith Ranch Park, or we're talking about Corey B. Ride Park, or Walden Park, it would be good to know where we're failing in those regards, things that need to be fixed, better lighting, better, you know, how we're trimming our bushes and trees, et cetera, so that it doesn't create these blind spots for bad actors to exist. Even the way that, you know, maybe access to it is one of the things we should talk about. So maybe as a follow-up from this meeting, is we should start looking at some of those places, because I think we've heard enough from the citizens to say we need a solution. And I think that group of people with the city council is probably the right people. Bring our parks department together, bring our sheriff's department together, bring our city council together, and citizens that live in those areas. Maybe we do a park meeting or something to that effect, where we can kind of walk through and talk about some of those things, because if we don't, then it really does feel like we're just not listening to them, and frankly, I just don't want to feel like that anymore. But I think it's great that we're identifying these things, but I want to know what our next step is to help fix some of those problems, and we need your help. The reality is you guys are the experts on safety measures. Our parks department can help us with design types things, and we want you to help us to be smarter and making better decisions. And if we have to divert money there to be able to deal with those things, safety is a huge concern for me. I still have young enough kids that want to go to the park, including teenagers. And I want to know that when they go there, I'm not going to be worried about some of the things that have been reported, so.
I absolutely love that idea, and the fact of the matter is, it's the deputies that are out there right now. They're the ones who are providing some of this feedback. They're the ones who see this every day. They're going to have the best input, and I think they would absolutely love to be part of any committee that's going to help make decisions on how we improve safety in those parks, and I know they'd love to be part of that. So.
I personally will offer myself up if you want to set some time aside and we want to go do a park meeting and invite the residents that live in that park area. I will make myself available to get the word out to people. Let's bring them in and let's get some feedback about what they're seeing and how we can improve some of those things, because those are meaningful things for quality of life. And that's the most important thing for me here. I want people to love living here. I want them to feel like they can recreate safely here. And I live here. You know, frankly, I want it to be something that I enjoy going to. So maybe we just need to have a chat, and I'm sure it won't take much to get our park staff to meet us over there. Even if it's in the middle of the day, I'll take the day off. But let's set something up where we can do that, because I think people are willing to come and tell us, here's what you're not seeing. And honestly, it's probably going to be the moms, because they're over there with the kids, taking them over there, and they're the ones who are dealing with, you know, some of the bad behavior of our teenagers that are being teenagers. So
I think you're absolutely right. We'll
I
jump-
really like the idea of kind of doing like a listening tour in the regional parks. That's exactly what I think we should be doing. I also am aware that there's been a lot of concerns raised about the motorized vehicles that are in the power corridor or on trails. We need to have a meeting about that too. And I don't think it necessarily has to be on a trail, but maybe we could make that a topic of discussion with our listening tour, because that's been a huge problem throughout the entire city, not just in some specific areas. So that's something we need to discuss as well.
Okay, we'll jump on board that. We can spearhead that if need be and make these meetings happen.
You mentioned some things to me when we talked about this at the rodeo, and I think we'll probably get into it before your slide, so I want to give you a chance to do that, but you have some suggestions with that. I think before our meeting's over with, I'd love to hear them.
Okay.
And if we aren't supporting in the way that we can to make that a feasible thing, tell us how.
Absolutely, we'll get into that. That's down a little bit further on some of the slides, so. See, the other suggestions they talk about, and these are deputies being creative, and they know that we got a K-9 program. The K-9 guys are always looking for a place to train. Why not send them to a park that's being problematic? They can run those dogs around there, and the dogs are just amazing. And I think the public loves them, and I think it's a great PR tool for Eagle Mountain, for the sheriff's office, and get some exposure at these parks.
Let's get the teens to dress up in the suit and let those dogs tackle.
All right.
I think that'd be fun. I might even volunteer for that, just to try it once.
Have you seen it happen? If you've seen it happen, then okay, you'll get in a suit. We'll pull you out there.
Give me the suit and I'll come.
Okay, we'll get that on video. We'll talk to Tyler about posting that. I think he'll like that. So vandalism. I have a couple stats here. Is it going up? It is, like a lot of crimes. We have that. We have it in some areas. Now, I apologize. I have a map on here. The map didn't quite turn out how I wanted it to, but what it does do is it gives searchable features for us on our searching tool, and it identifies neighborhoods by numbers. And we've written down some of the more popular neighborhoods where some of the vandalism. You'll recognize the map and know kind of where the areas are at, and some areas where we need to focus on some of this vandalism. But you can see the increase from 2023 to 2024, and I think you're going to see an increase in 2025 as well. This is the map, and for us, for our purposes of our Spillman computer system, we have a number to it. Eagle Mountain is the EM part of it, then it breaks it into area, and then we, let's see, we kind of pinpointed it for 2023 and 2024. You know what the map is, and so you start to see these general areas. I've written them down there. So you have EM32, let me go back and forth. And so if you look up a little bit higher, kind of up in the ranches area there, it's covered with a dot, but you have the EM32 area. So you're gonna have Pony Express and ranches area. I'm guessing you have a couple, we have one major big park right there as well, and just some, I know that we've had some broken windows and some other stuff and some businesses there as well, so. Anyways, that's our criminal mischief thing and some of the areas we know we need to focus on. Now let's talk about traffic enforcement. And this is, I know, a big issue. And
Sorry, I want to ask one question.
Yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
The last one. Are we determining that these are local issues? Are we having people coming from outside of the city coming in that are causing the vandalism?
typically not from outside the city.
So it's
These
within.
are local. And when you see population increases in certain areas like that, and when you get into areas where you have multi-dwelling apartments and things like that, and it's not uncommon to see a little bit extra vandalism that takes place. I know there's a business owner that's called us a couple times. He's had a couple windows of his business smashed out, and he's got video, and we've tried to extra patrol that area and try to watch out for it, but it's so difficult to catch him in the act. But yeah, in some of these business areas, you also see down there below city center also, you'll see some of that vandalism there as well. So, but it typically within the city.
Thanks.
Traffic enforcement, and at some point, maybe we'll get David Salazar to kind of comment. I'm just going to throw out some ideas for you and thoughts for you. So when we talk about traffic enforcement, one of the questions that was brought up in the email is traffic calming devices. But before I get to that, we can talk about targeted enforcement. I'll call it a Band-Aid on an issue. We can do traffic enforcement anywhere in the city, and we can target it hard, and we can write a lot of citations. Then we can leave and come back a few months later and do the same thing. Does it work temporarily? Yes. Is it the most effective? No. And I think what we do is we figure out ways that we can improve a certain area to have a permanent solution. some of the long-term solutions, and there's different ideas. I've seen a lot of these put into play to slow people down. Speed humps is one of them. I've heard the council talk about speed bumps oftentimes, but not mention speed humps and know the difference. And I think you probably know the difference. One is more just a calming device, not just to slam your suspension up. And one is you can go over at a normal speed at 25 and not have any problems. But when you get into 35 and 45 miles an hour, now you start to have a problem going over these humps. And so there's different ideas. There's rumble strips, raised crosswalks, and narrowing techniques. You're starting to see more of that where they start to bring the sidewalk a little bit more narrow. It gives a psychological effect to the driver that thinks they need to slow down in order to get through this area. Again, these are just my thoughts. I think David, and I don't know if you guys want to hear from him as well, but I'm absolutely sure as a traffic engineer, he's going to have a lot of great ideas, and it's his area of expertise, not ours. So, anyways, the other thing is more signage as well, and I know we have some signage, but high visibility markings and signage always helps. And so, any questions about the traffic enforcement part of it?
I mean, I tend to agree that putting a police officer there is not the most economical way of doing that, and it's, like you said, when they're not there, then it resumes what it was before. But just for clarity, speed bumps, speed humps, are the speed bumps the short ones and the speed humps are the big ones?
Speed humps are the long ones that you can go over at a good speed. A speed bump is like you have in a parking lot, and no matter what speed, it bangs your tires up.
What about dips in the road?
What's that?
What about dips in the road? Do those act as a traffic calming measure?
We've seen them. We've seen them all around the county. I've seen them several places. They are traffic calming. They're a little bit more difficult, and I think they're a little hard on the suspension, but this might be something David can comment on. He probably knows a little bit more with speed dips.
I'm gonna tell you, I think that we need to really become better educated about what devices are available to us, what the pros and cons of those are, and where the areas are in the city that we need to be contemplating doing. So I think we have a pretty good idea of at least some. But I'm certain there are others that the sheriff's department could help us understand, perhaps that we don't understand, where there is a significant increase in speed. I'm amazed at some of the speeds I've heard clocked in some of the residential areas in our city. So I'll leave it there.
So some of the concerns with the speed humps are drainage, standing water. When you have issues like that, it does affect the road profile. Water can be standing, freeze, that could be an issue. So we probably would not recommend that as a traffic calming device. So we would lean more toward the humps, raised pedestrian crosswalks where they make sense. Adding striping to kind of narrow the field of vision. Signage in some of the medians. We've talked about like Ira Hudges. Zach and I have been talking about maybe putting like a pedestrian sign in the middle where the crossing is, just kind of narrow that feel of the road. We've also talked about concrete islands where it makes sense. I don't want to say roundabouts because that's a bad word, but if it makes sense, but things of that nature. So we'd like to do some more studies on it as well and kind of get back to the council and review some more on that and kind of develop some parameters and official recommendations, what we'd like to do.
I'm going to tell you, I'm a big fan of the speed tables, the raised crosswalks. I think they're very effective. In fact, purposely came down Aspen Hills Boulevard in Saratoga Springs where they have a speed table because I love watching people who don't know what's there come flying down there and launch their cars. And immediately, like, they get out and they're looking, and I'm like, I think that teaches a pretty good lesson of you're going to destroy your vehicle by being stupid. And there's some places, yeah, I think they should absolutely be on that road in a neighborhood to stop the unnecessary speeds that are happening there. I was going to ask you about the painting. So you're talking keeping the asphalt still the same width that it is, and we're just going to do some sort of painting, striping that's going to make it feel narrower, essentially?
Yeah, because there are some roads that aren't striped now, they're a little more rural, but adding that striping in just kind of narrows people's field of vision and they feel more constricted.
Okay.
And people naturally slow down. Street parking helps as well. There's things of that nature, so.
So do you think that there's some of these things that we can kind of test out in the areas where we know we got some problems and see which things work? Start with, I think we've heard, down in the, what was it, Oker Mountain Trails? It's had
Overland Trails.
Oh, excuse me, Overland Trails. It's had some issues there. I know that there's a couple of roads in, Silver Lake subdivision that have some of those same problems. I've heard about them in Cedar Pass Ranch. I've heard about them, Meadow Ranch, Spring Run. Copy about some of those.
Heatherwood's on the green,
Yeah, Vernon.
Scenic Mountain.
Yep, Scenic
is-
Mountain,
Yeah,
yeah.
and Porter's Crossing.
Do you, so I'm just gonna direct this back to Chief Knutson. You've been getting calls, I'm assuming, about where some of these roads are. I'm assuming residents are calling and saying, this has to stop, so you have at least some view of where some of these roads are that could be helpful to that conversation.
We absolutely, we have a, matter of fact, we have, there's a few on here. This is what the deputies have listed. These are some of the concerns they've had. Now, this isn't just the road, but these are some of their obstacles for traffic enforcement as well. But you know, you have people call, and what we typically do, I don't want to steer this right back to manpower, but it'll eventually come right back to manpower, is what resources do we have to put on this with more time to work with David, to work with people, to work with the community to resolve this for a long-term purpose. And so as we do this, we put more deputies into it. We say, okay, what can we do now? When the people call right now, we just do the temporary fix. We send out deputies out there.
Yeah.
I can send my motor unit out there. I can send my traffic guys out there, and they'll write tickets. That's what they're paid to do, and they're effective at it, and it helps for a short time. But again, it's not a long-term fix. So yeah, we do get the complaints, and we try to target those areas periodically, especially with the construction that's going right down here on Eagle Mountain Boulevard and Pony Express. When people are diverting through the neighborhoods, you know, we've hit that hard, and we've written a lot of citations back in those neighborhoods. We've gotten less calls because of it. You know, I think we've curbed it a little bit, but and in that case, targeted enforcement is going to work, because once they open the roadway, I think we're going to see that drop in some of those neighborhoods. But again, is it, you know, some areas it's not a long-term solution. So,
Is the way to, I guess, ratify our assumptions about some of these, is there equipment that the sheriff's department uses, or are we talking about just the cables that our traffic engineers would lay out that kind of tells you the number of cars that are going there? Does it also measure speed, how fast they're going through, you know, once they go over the two cables?
Yep, so that's what we've been using. We've been collecting speed studies for multiple areas. Zach's been getting areas for example, Ira Hudges. We just did a recent speed study. We're looking to Scenic Mountain next. So getting that data is going to be critical, and then we can start looking at what makes most sense for this neighborhood to kind of test our, you know, calming devices.
Okay, awesome.
I think one of the areas that's really of particular concern to me is that Lake Mountain Road that you've identified where it's dirt and dusty. And even though we were out there grading it with some consistency, it becomes washboardy. And you get people trucking across there in their Jeeps and their UTVs and their dirt bikes and everything else. And it doesn't take much to kick up a dust storm to slide off that road and end up in somebody's front yard or hurt somebody or hurt the individual who's driving. So I know that's a point of particular concern for those residents in that area who've been there long term, because it is just a cut through, it's a cutoff road for those who are on the south end of the city who are trying to get down into those residential developments. So it's an area I think we need to focus some energy and have some discussion about what could we do to help reduce some of those speeds in that area.
we'll keep plugging away. This was brought up real quick, and I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time on this. I've had some discussions, to be quite honest with you. I didn't know a whole lot about safe routes. I know what it is now. And part of the discussion I've had with my team is to really talk about what involvement have we had with your elementary schools and your middle schools. I put a quote in there, and this comes from their website itself, Safe Routes. You know, it's to get the kids to go to and from school safely while motivating children to experience the benefits of walking or biking to school. What a great idea. I looked at some of the maps. I've talked to Sergeant Morgan. He's driven a lot of the areas. He's comfortable with the maps and what they say. But the question was, you know, are we and the traffic engineer meeting with school officials yearly to talk about the right thing? We haven't done it in the past, but I think our SROs need to get involved. They will get involved. And this may be a collaborative effort with our traffic engineers and with the school district to help decide, is that really the right method? Because I know, you know, we've got a new school opening up north of 73, and, you know, last thing we want is the kids to jump across 73 unless they have a safe way to do it.
So this one I wondered if I mean, I'm glad to hear that. I think that's awesome. That absolutely is going to improve things. But I think that there's also maybe some areas that we can evaluate whether a crossing guard is sufficient, or if we need to have more like traffic control for some of these, especially the elementaries that we're dealing like 1,200 kids that are emptying out, and then you have impatient drivers that are ignoring that and still going through. And I can tell you, I've seen that Silver Lake Elementary, Brookhaven Elementary, Hidden Hollow Elementary, Pony Express, where they go down Smith Ranch Road. I've seen it at Black Ridge. And I think we need your help in determining whether what we're doing is sufficient. It doesn't feel like it's providing enough of a safe route for the kids, but also enabling the traffic to move. So for me, what got me thinking about this is I think that there's some other places I want to have that discussion too, about the help of the Sheriff's Department in doing traffic flow after events, especially the rodeo this year and the demolition derby. I came back from both of those and I'm like, it would be much safer and much faster if we had some traffic control that was happening here that would enable us to empty traffic as quickly as we could. So, but I've been thinking about that. I think that can be applicable also with some of these schools because of the nature of where they are. Golden Eagle is a perfect example. There's a lot of traffic that goes down that road because of the two schools at that same time and people trying to go to work in the morning specifically. So as you're looking at doing that, I'd love to get some feedback on how you feel like we can address that, and maybe that's our crosswalk needs to be moved to more of a traffic control and they're trained in doing that or whatever that needs to be, but I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
I appreciate that, and I think that's definitely going to be a one-off meeting. That's going to take probably a couple hours to navigate through. But we will get people involved. We'll sit down with you, sit down with city engineer, and talk about how we can deal with that. Because there's a lot of other things. You've got the parade as well. And are we doing enough to get people in and out of those areas? And do we have the manpower enough to set up guys on intersections? And I saw that firsthand leaving the rodeo, that do we have enough people out there covering intersections to get that flow of traffic out of there quickly? So yeah, we'll get to that definitely.
And I also think sometimes with the, at the beginning of the year, like, so Principal Bekhar for the middle school here, he directs traffic every year for a week, and he's amazing. You should hire him. I mean, he's, he's absolutely amazing. He really knows how to get it moving. But he doesn't do it the whole time, because once parents get, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do, this is the flow, then it settles down and it's much better. So, I mean, that may be something we may have to look at with the new middle school, is just some temporary help to get people used to the flow and how we want them to travel. Yeah.
I've talked to him on the phone a couple times. I don't know him. I haven't met him in person, but I know that Sergeant Morgan, I know that Lieutenant Eccles have a real good relationship with him, and we can make that meeting happen very easily. And I know they communicate with him often, so we'll work on that for sure.
One year we had like a back-to-school safety fair, and all the principals from all the schools came. We were at Frontier, and then Butters and Dutson did like a bike rodeo, and there was like UFA was there, Communities That Care, and all the PTAs were invited. And I think that that might be something that could help that conversation and get parents more on the page of safe routes to school. It's probably a little bit of a undertaking for this school year, but I think that that's a useful tool, and bringing the right people into the right space and raising awareness of the things that we're talking about. So.
I've been trying to recruit Dutson to come back here, so we're working on that. But yeah, we will absolutely do that, so thank you. Okay, so let's talk about, this is kind of what was brought up earlier, and I'm probably getting close to out of time, but we talk about manpower, and this is one of these debatable things. I think we could debate with everybody that's here, council members, the mayor, Ben, and the others that are here that really understand the numbers much better than I do. But I want to put it out there and just kind of talk about where we're at as a city, where we're going as a city, and what can we do. First of all, this slide is really representing the goals that I have and the goals that my team has here with the Sheriff's Office in Eagle Mountain City. I feel passionate about community-oriented policing. I think it's important. It's a proactive team, and it deals with all the things that you guys are addressing right now. This is a team that can go out and deal with long-term solutions for traffic issues, for park issues, and things like that. This is a team of people that I've been part of. I started the first program with a few others at the city I used to work for years ago, and it was very successful. It's successful to this point. I think it's something Eagle Mountain City needs to look at. I think they need to get involved with, and it's a very productive program, community-oriented policing. So having said that, we talk about a strategic plan, at least in my mind, is how do we increase our manpower? Realistically, if you went off the idea of 1 per 1,500, now right now we're sitting at 1 per 2,142 residents.
Can you speak to what that's been historically? Has that been going up? Is that trend line going up, or is it coming down? Because it feels to me like it's going up.
It is going up, but let me back up and kind of give you the history of Eagle Mountain, which you guys know better than I do. It started out, we started to get manpower out here. We were meeting, you know, a pretty good standard. We were close, just less than 1 per thousand, but then the city started to boom, and it continues to boom. And when you start to mention manpower, like if we say 1 per thousand, this is an average around Utah County. Some of the bigger cities, if you go to Salt Lake City, it's going to be a lot higher, but they have a lot of daytime traffic. They have a lot of other things that they're dealing with. So you're talking more 3 per thousand. We're not at that position. Let's compare Orem City. Orem City, a lot of daytime traffic, a lot of industry. They're busy. They're sitting at 1 per thousand. They're about 90-something officers for about a 90,000 person city, population city. And so I look at that as kind of saying an average. Do I think we ought to be there? No, I don't think Eagle Mountain's in that place yet. Do we need to be better? I think so. So we look at our contract city Vineyards, which is a very small city. Their goal is about that 1 per 1,500. They're not quite there yet as well. In my opinion, I think that's a good goal. Vineyard City. That's another contract city for us. Now, if we look at it and say, you know, well, what are we going to use them for? You know, how busy are our guys? What's the call volume? And I'll get into that in a little bit. But when we say average, what should it be? Do I think it should be 1 per 1,500? I think ultimately you should be, based on how the city's growing in the industry and business that you're bringing here and the more daytime traffic you're getting. Are you there yet? No. And so could that number be, as I talk with Mr. Gray, Councilmember Gray, is it 1 per 1,750? And what does that look like? Do I think it's reasonable? Absolutely. How do we get there? So if we just, to make the math easy for me, 1 per 1,500 at a 75,000 population city, that's 50 people. We have 35, and we're going to have 35 once we hire the 2 more. So we're about 15 out. And if you look at the cost per deputy, that's expensive. And so if you went to the citizens of Eagle Mountain and said, hey, we're just going to bring on 50 more people, that's a sticker shock. They're not prepared for that, nor do we really need to go there right now. Do we need to have a plan in place to go there? I think so. And so, but do I think we need to rectify some issues? I think we need to increase some things to deal with some of the problems we're dealing with right now, which are some of your community safety issues, your community outreach programs that we can provide through a community-oriented type policing program. And so this just gives you a number. A goal would to create a plan. How do we do that? You know, do we spread that out? Do we look at doing, you know, 5, 6, 6? Do we look at doing 4, you know, 5 and 6, depending on the growth? And if we continue to see this, I think the city's going to have to come up in its number before it becomes shocking for the residents to have to pay for law enforcement. And right now, again, per 1,000, we're at about 0.4 something, a little high, 0.46, 0.47. Should we be, again, 0.1, or should we be at 1 per 1,000? The city doesn't need that right now. But do we need some more proactive community outreach programs that are going to help people? Our deputies are doing okay right now with the numbers they have. They're healthy. They're meeting the numbers, which I'm going to show you here in just a minute. But are we able to effectively get out and provide the service that the sheriff expects us to provide for Eagle Mountain City, that the mayor and the council members, that you expect for the citizens, and more importantly, that the citizens expect? And if the citizens expect that, and if they prioritize law enforcement, we want to meet that need. If they value, you know, their community, if they value quality of life, I think they're going to want to see a little more presence, visibility in their neighborhoods. And right now, we're just struggling in that area simply because we don't have the manpower to go into every neighborhood as much. So.
One thing that I'd really like for us to keep an eye on in the next 6 months, probably even a year, but 6 months for sure, is that call volume, because we have a major commercial area that's coming online in August, and typically retail ends up increasing your call volume, and I want to make sure that we're being responsive. And if we need to pivot mid-year and create some additional FTEs so that we have additional deputies, I want us to be doing that. Is there a way that, like, every month we could just have a quick touch base, or you can be in contact with Mr. Reeves, or what's the best way for us to keep an eye on that call volume and what's happening with the new retail that's coming online?
So right now, we provide a monthly, now you get it a month late, but we provide a monthly stat of everything you're getting. You have up-to-date information. In April, you got gets sent out to the city manager, assistant city manager, and others. It talks about what are the call load, what are the numbers that you're getting. We can simply point out if it increases, if we see a significant increase based on a large business opening up, you know, yeah, we want to point that out. We want to show you that this is what's happening. But I think, again, with the stats that they do get, you're seeing an increase, but the population's growing. So you're going to have that. So, yeah, we can get that to you anytime you want. I mean, you want the number, you just let me know, we'll get it, so.
Chief?
So
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if it's not my place to say this, but I'm gonna request to the mayor, if there's anything else that we got like 5 minutes, and I wanna let him finish and then have a discussion, because I'm here to take action, not to talk about it, and I wanna leave a little time for us. So I wanna give him a chance to finish so that we can actually say what our goals are.
Very good. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Let me hammer this out. I got 2 slides. And I just want to point out the health of the officers. One of my goals is to make sure our officers, our deputies are healthy. And I'm talking about mentally, physically healthy. This is kind of just a best practices when you look at what officers do around the country and the time spent on things. Calls for service, about 40% of their day should be on calls for service, about 35 on crime prevention, proactive stuff, administrative duties, which happens quite often. And of course, they need some downtime, 10 or 15%. They got to have some mental health downtime. They have to. Some of the stuff they're dealing with out there, they get exposed to a lot of things. They just need to decompress, and they need that time for that. So, again, this comes into play of when we talk about call volume and how many they're taking. Right now, when it talks just calls for service, you look at the bottom there, we're right in line with that on a 12-hour shift. We're about 37%. That's our call load. It's about 30% when it comes to proactive stuff. So we're in line. We're not far off from that. The guys are doing their work. They're also getting some downtime. They're able to decompress. However, this is what I want to point out. Call load per officer doesn't equal meeting community needs. And so I hope as you kind of think about the ideas of where our manpower needs to go and the type of things that we can provide the citizens outside of just answering their calls for service, think about some of these things. You know, that first bullet point, staffing ratios do not reflect the high number of non-criminal quality of life issues that we want to help with and we want to be part of and we can be part of. I think we need more youth engagement. Community-oriented policing programs can take care of that along with our school resource officers. Proactive visibility, getting more people in the neighborhood. I think a lot of calls that you guys are getting, because it comes down to me, is we don't ever see a deputy in our neighborhood. One of my goals and what I've pushed out here, it's not necessarily popular with Utah County in general, but I want marked vehicles. I know a lot of guys, a lot of sergeants like unmarked vehicles. We're not doing that. Our sergeants and patrol guys are going to be in marked vehicles. I want people to see that we're in their neighborhoods. And so that's from here on out what you'll get from our sergeants and below. You're going to get marked vehicles in the area, so more visibility. But with that, we can look at more manpower as well. And the other thing they do is addressing not just the symptoms, but what's the root cause of this, and our community officers can do that. And I put some quotes in there at the end. I thought this was a clever one I read. We can't arrest our way out of every problem. And so it's just like tickets. You can't write tickets out of every problem. You can't resolve it that way. You got to get more long-term solutions. So, and the other thing we do is our community officers, they are the ones, because they're not tied up in shift work. All of our other officers go on shifts. It's about every 2 months they shift. They change. They go from day shift to night shift, and it goes back and forth. We need some more people in the public that the public gets to know. Long-term, daytime guys that go out and meet with the people that are having concerns in the neighborhood. So I jammed through that real quick, but again, appreciate your time. And if you want to ask questions or if I have any more time to talk, let me know.
Yeah, Chief, thank you for that.
So I just want to follow up on one of the questions I wrote in here, the programs to help, because I agree. I don't think you can arrest your way out of some of the problems, that we need to have some prevention things. I would love to see what ideas you have that we can implement from a city perspective, utilizing our schools, utilizing any of the boards that we may have, and even just soliciting volunteer help with those kinds of things. And I love the last part. So I knew Corey Ride. He was our officer. He was always parked at the bus stop when, when my daughter would go to school. So took that pretty hard when he was killed. And I think we need that kind of engagement again, so that people know who our officers are, that they take some ownership in helping to have them be successful in their jobs, but also taking some ownership of the areas that we can be helpful. Because I think that we can't have 1,000 police officers in our neighborhood or in our city. I mean, that's just not financially feasible, and I think there's a lot of things we can do to help you guys. So, sorry,
Thank you.
that one gets me, so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gray?
I'll lead off. So I see some action items here that I would either request to put on a priority list or ask staff to bring back as an action item personally, the direction that I see us needing to go. I want to start with a little bit from clear back when I remember Councilmember Love, because of the information that she was requesting. That's when we were talking about it as the officers per, and like what Brett just asked about, if the trend is going upwards. We were at 1 officer per 2,200 clear back then, and we're still there. The problem was the goal at that time, which is what we talked about today, was about 1,700, 1,750. And every time we'd get down there, by the next day, we'd give another permit and we'd work our way back up. And I think that's the trend that we see, is we keep coming to the goal, and the second we get to the goal, we're already behind. So the first thing that I wanted to bring up is traffic calming measures. I'm starting to warm up to the tabletop idea, or those speed humps, not speed bumps. But I would prefer to start with striping and see if that helps, because to me, although it helps on one hand, it hurts on the other hand, and I know snow plows is the thing that's gonna be brought up. For me, it's more about the response time, because guess who else has to slow down every time they go over those? Our medical vehicles, our fire trucks, our police officers. So it creates another obstacle that I'm also, I would just wish we could solve that in a different way, but I'm willing to go that measure. So calming measures is something that I think we need to take action on, and if we can see something about that, that's what I like to see. The next one is they both go hand in hand. I see the reason this was asked for, and I know Rich is the one that asked for this originally, was because of the problems that we're seeing mainly on our trails and parks, et cetera, and enforcement of violations, I'm gonna call them. The problem that we have is prosecution and a justice court. So to address it and to deal with it, we either need to contract with Saratoga, start our own. I don't know what the solution is. What I would ask is that if Terrence is our wizard in this kind of stuff, then figure that out and tell us what would it cost to have our own justice court, what kind of adjustments we need to make, whether it's a chamber or whatever, and come back with that if we can do it on our own, or what would the cost be to contract with Saratoga for 1 or 2 days a week, and be able, because I think the key, and when I'm done, you can address where I'm right or wrong, but the key is we can't prosecute these simple violations, so they talk to people, but the enforcement side of it's been difficult. And then the second one's number of officers. I know that these guys are really good, and they asked for 2 officers, we granted 2 officers, and they're trying to be conservative, but we didn't hit the mark, and we're starting out with 2 officers at the 2,200 mark, and we need to get closer to maybe the goal, and I know it's a 5-year plan to kind of speed that up, but maybe we go with 2 more, especially midterm. So I pushed for this a few years ago to say, okay, let's get 2 more in January. So I don't see our finance department here, but if we can do a budget amendment, or at least plan for something for 2 more in January, and then next year try to hit that a little bit heavier to stay on track. So those are the 3 things that I wrote down. Is we need some information brought to us so we can make decisions on justice court, the calming measures, and then I would absolutely advocate today that we did not grant them enough in our current budget for where we're at today, and I'd like to increase that.
Can we just talk about that last part for a second? Because I think if I did my math right, so you talked about 1,750. If we think we're 75,000, we're talking about 42.8, so 43 officers. And we're at 38, if you get the 2? 35. So we're way behind. Trying to do it for a year doesn't get us there, because we're adding still 1,000 to 1,500 houses or living units, we'll call them, every year, and that equates to about 4 to 4.8, depending on the family unit there. And so I think we got to have a broader conversation. We're not even putting a Band-Aid on it. I mean, we're still leaking out of both ends of it every time we do that. So I hope that we can have a conversation right now about how do we get to where we need to be for a suitable level of service that is beyond just making the calls, that we can also provide the services that you've talked about, and I think everybody expects from the police department.
So I want to make a suggestion about that, if I can, Councilmember Wood. And I've thought this because I've been on the council and listened to these numbers, and that's why I ask, is the trend line up or down? Doesn't seem like, sorry, I'll speak up.
That's all right.
So because I've been on the council a couple of years, I've been watching this trend line, and it doesn't feel to me like we've made any real efforts. I don't want to say efforts, because we haven't made efforts, but we haven't made any real difference in adjusting that number down and bringing it down so the level of service goes up and our residents' expectations can be better met. And so as I've contemplated that, I look at that, I think we should just, as a natural part of our budgeting process, I honestly think that we should just look at how many residential units did we build last year? How many of them did we permit? How many of them are coming online? And that should just be a natural part of our budget so that we target that. If it's 1750 is the number and we're anticipating a new residential increase of 7,000 or 5,000 or 3,500, if it's 3,500, it's 2 officers. I just think that should just be automatically in the budget. And then let's look at that 2150 number and say, how do we knock that down a little bit so that we stay on pace to meet that 1750 and we start to tackle a reduction in that 2150 to get to the 1750 number. So I just think we have to do that naturally. And I've heard Councilmember Gray make those arguments from this bench consistently. It's like, is it enough? Is it enough? And what we hear is it's enough for today because we know there are budget constraints. But I think we've got to focus on that in a more significant manner. And it's just simple math in my mind. And if that means we have to look at some other things in the budget that we might need to adjust or remove, if we're not providing public safety in a manner that is meaningful and adequate, and I think that we are barely, but if we're seeing that move in the wrong direction, we have to do something to move it in a better curve line.
I really like that because then we're not continuing to fall behind as we're trying to catch up, if that makes sense. So I like that plan. I agree with what Councilmember Gray was talking about in terms of roads, and start with striping. That's an easy one. That's the easy fruit, right? We can try that, and let's do some traffic studies again after we've done that and see if it improves. You know, because if it's not making a difference, obviously we need to try something else. Because there's no point in doing stuff and then having it not work and then not even knowing that it's not working, right? I hate that about programs approved at the state legislature that, never seem to move the needle, but they keep getting approved. So I want to make sure that we're actually moving the needle and making a change. That's important to me if we're going to do that. And I do think that we need to get serious about our budget because it's going to be really hard to find that money. And we're going to have to figure that out.
I want to make one more suggestion. And so I should know this, and I don't, Chief Knudsen, so I'm just going to ask you, what do our SROs do during the summer?
Good question. So we farm them out a little bit, so let me give you a good example of what's happening right now. We just had a shooting that happened in the city last week. 2 of those shooters are full-time Eagle Mountain deputies. They are on administrative leave. They'll be on administrative leave for a few weeks. Those 2 of the SROs are now covering those shifts. We put them in a proactive measurement as well. We have them work in the parks. We have them do, some of the proactive things we're talking about, help with some of the other patrol to fill in the gaps. Summertime is also a vacation month, or vacation months for a lot of deputies, so they're covering when deputies are going on vacation.
So I'm certainly aware that you're keeping them busy. That's not the purpose of the question. The purpose for me is really to understand if there's some room in their schedule to be able to have some of these interactions at the park with our teenagers, to just get in there and do some teaching and training. I don't care if it is. I love the idea of the canines and the training units in there. I think you'd get kids that would sign up to come do that just to experience it. I really like that. I like the engagement. Perhaps we need to have our sheriff's department challenge any kid that wants to come run that ninja course. I'm not going to do it because they'll kick my tail. But I think you guys are probably in a condition that might be a fun challenge for them to work towards. And I see Dave Uleberry, he signed up for it too. I mean, he might participate in that. It looks like BJ's going to come say something. But I just think that if we could find a way to have greater community input and making those connections like obviously Mr. Wood has with Corey Ride, I just think that makes us healthier and stronger. And we don't see the sheriff's department and their officers as those guys that are here to keep us in line. They're the guys that are here to protect us, just as you did in Arrival this last week.
So what we've done, after school, we've had the SROs go to the Smith Park Ranch Park, because they can identify some of these kids that we're having issues with. And that's what I've assigned Sergeant Morgan to do, and assign his guys, is to go to these problem parks during the daytime, so we can identify and resolve some of these issues. The other thing, we had our first pickleball night, or pickleball day with the community. It was a success, where each one of our deputies that were on duty teamed up with a citizen here in Utah, or in Eagle Mountain, and we got to play pickleball against the others, and that was a real success. Those are some of the outreach that we're trying to get accomplished with our resources we have.
If
So
we can help support that from the city side, I would be willing to come and participate and do that. So-
Tyler was great with he helped organize and reach out to the community on that event.
Thank you.
And these are some of the things that Chief Knutson has implemented, and we've given a task our guys, our deputies, come up with these innovative ideas, what would be successful, and we're letting them roll with it. And that was one of their ideas, so.
Well, what
that's
you're
we're
doing is challenging us to think outside the box, and so I really love that.
There was one
Sir.
other thing that you
I
had.
thought you were gonna say you were gonna run the ninja course. Is that?
No, I won't run the ninja course. I'll get my butt too.
Chief, there was something else on one of your slides that you never mentioned. It was the very last thing. It was a skate league.
Oh, I kind of
And I
brushed over
thought that was a great idea. You didn't get a chance to say anything about it.
So, because I'm not sure I really understood, I had to ask about it today, but this came from one of our sergeants, Sergeant Lowe, a great sergeant, very creative, but he's familiar with these skating leagues that they have up in Salt Lake County. He thought, hey, why don't you bring them down here? We can do some skate leagues, get these kids involved somehow. He's familiar with the skate league. I didn't know what it was. And he says they do it a lot up in Salt Lake County at a lot of the parks, and it'd be an idea to come, anything to get people down here to interact with the kids and people that are in the park and get some community engagement. That was his idea.
There's actually a really great group of engaged parents that have been a huge part of us even getting that skate park, that took notice when we started having problems at Smith Ranch, and they would kind of keep an eye on it, and then they would reach out and call things in. So I like the idea of a skate league, because one of the things that they find when you have one is there's less graffiti. They're kind of self-policing in a lot of ways, which I think is a really important piece. I agree with the comment about the increasing the number of officers, because if we grow by 5,000 to 6,000 people a year, we should for sure have that additional amount of officers, but then we should be making a meaningful progress toward getting to that target number for ourselves. I also, in communicating with the different businesses in our community, Walmart's coming online soon, and they've expressed an interest in supporting a Shop with a Cop, or potentially a Shop with a Hero that involves both public safety and fire. And I know that that's like a very protected, sacred thing in the sheriff's department, but I do think it's neat that the businesses want to contribute in that way. And one of the things that I've heard as I've talked to residents is that it doesn't feel like our deputies are our own, and I'm glad that you made an emphasis of that when you first started speaking. I would really like to see pictures of like our team on our website, and a picture of you, and really just do more to show both you guys and our residents that you really are Eagle Mountain's police force. It's just the shape of your badge is a little different. So and I don't know if this is a you question or if this is a Ben or an engineering question, but we talk about striping and traffic calming measures. How long realistically will it take for us to get that accomplished? And then how long will it take to gather data about it? And can we get that put on a future agenda now, so we for sure come back and address it again?
That's not.
That is an excellent question, and I don't have a definitive answer for that. But I know we can talk internally in staff, and, we're collecting data now. We could try implementing something in the next month or two, and maybe come back in a few months and maybe look at 2 areas. I know we have speed data for 2 locations. Maybe a couple months we could try to get something back on and present those results, and then also give us time to do some more evaluation on other methods we've talked about as well, and kind of present other options.
Could we do just even a pilot program a test area, maybe in the Mountain Trails School area. That's one where it's been a huge, they're the ones who built their own traffic calming measures themselves. And maybe we could approach that one first, as soon as humanly possible. We have a baseline of what the traffic is there right now. Zach's coming up to talk about it. And then we could do another measurement after we put something in.
We are already actively, I met with some of the residents over there, with the one that made his own signs in particular. We did do a traffic study on all those roads. They came back, I would say typical what we would expect to see in a rural type road. I think every road is around 31 miles per hour is the 85th percentile, which is pretty typical what you'd see without curb and gutter, no street parking. But we have already ordered the signs to place actually crash-safe signs that he implemented. All those crosswalks, before the end of this week, we'll have those signs reinstalled. They were there several years ago. We just had an issue with they kept getting run over on purpose. Hopefully that driver has matured since then. But we'll put them in there. There has been some discussions about painting in there as well. The benefit of painting is it is cheaper. The reason I give that more support is it's the whole length, right? When we talk about speed humps, there are several issues that make those ineffective, and it's because they're isolated. They're only good for about 100, 150 feet, both before and after, right? After that, they're ineffective. So just even on that piece of road, where do you place it? The other problem is when you have parallel streets, it just shifts the problem to the next street over.
Got it.
Right? It does cause damage to vehicles. I've read reports where cities put them in and then they remove them because fire trucks broke their axles on them, things like that. That is an area that we're looking at a place that might be a good place to paint because it does visually narrow up the road. The downside is from there on, that's an annual to every 2 years requires maintenance, right?
Right.
So it's cheap up front, but it's a continued cost.
Could we ask, I don't know if this is a mayor question or not, but could we ask staff to kind of come up with a targeted list of where we're gonna implement these traffic calming measures, like within a month, and they can come back with the list and then we follow along with those?
Yeah, I think that there's probably some collaboration that,
Okay,
I think we have to be pretty confident on what we target and a yes and no.
got it.
Because you show me a road and I can find you a speeder,
Yeah.
right? And that's why we do a test and we talk about the 85th percentile.
Right.
Every road has a speeder on it. What we have to do is try to decide, is the road comfortable enough for everyone to speed? Or is there an outlier?
Okay,
Because everybody has a speeder, right? And I don't think you can find a street that has residents on it that wouldn't say that their street could use some kind of traffic calming device. And so we have to be pretty strong at being able to identify when and where we would do this. Because everyone can say, hey, my street needs it too.
This has been a really productive conversation. We are way over
Yeah.
time.
Can I take?
Yeah,
Okay, and maybe I'll just bring closure to all of
okay.
this. So I truly appreciate the Sheriff's Department and Chief Knutson, because we are getting just an astounding deal with the number of officers that we have, or deputies that we have patrolling, and the exceptional work that they do. And I think it goes to the entire department and all that they provide. And it's not just the 35 that are here, but it's the support staff that they get in Spanish Fork and the jail and the records room and the, court transports and everything else that goes into providing that service. Law enforcement, if you recall, today's my 6-month and 1 day anniversary. My first presentation was on creating an effective city starts with the foundation of public safety. And so I hope you and UFA and all of you know how important I believe that public safety is.
But with that said, this is one quiver, one arrow and a quiver of things that we need to do and take care of as far as community enforcement is concerned. You know, we've talked a lot about enforcement through good design, you know, with paint and traffic calming measures. We talked about the justice court, and we can explore that more, and we have done a little bit of digging in that area. We've talked about, you know, participating with the schools and quality of life programs and getting our youth involved in different activities so that they're busy and that they're actively engaged in a good effort rather than in the mischief that might otherwise come forward. We have to engage with their schools and with our parents and all that type of thing. But all of this, of course, is a holistic village approach to trying to take care of our public safety needs from our community. The other aspect of it is financial. And I don't want to be the Debbie Downer or wet blanket on this whole thing, but every deputy that we bring on comes with more than the cost of that deputy and their package and their vehicle. It's their equipment, it's their training, it's their insurance, it's everything involved, which is approximately about a $200,000 cost per officer. And if we were to bring it to the average that we talked about, that would add about $3 million to our general fund. And all of these costs come directly from our general fund. Our current property tax rate right now total are $2.8 million. So this is more than 100% increase to our general fund. And so I appreciate the fact that we would need to stage it over time and we would need to ease into the pool. Kimberly, our finance director, was listening to this whole conversation and sending me texts all the way through. And so our team's all the way through. And she came up with a couple of really great ideas that I thought were exceptional. Maybe we need to start an information campaign educating the public on the great response and the great efforts that our Sheriff's Department provides to us, but then also sharing with them the need and is there public support for an increased property tax or a staged increased property tax over time to help take care of or enhance our public safety needs. Second, with regard to the space needs, maybe we can work into some sort of a partnership with UFA to try to create satellite space in even all of the fire stations so that they are located all over town and they have space with UFA, and we do that in partnership. Our residents don't recognize, I don't think, the exceptional deal that they do get, not only from the Sheriff's Department, from their own property taxes. We do have the second lowest property taxes of any city in the entire county, Utah County area. And so we are very low, and they are getting a great deal from the services that we provide. And so anytime we enhance services, we have to look at it more holistically, and it recognizes the benefits on all sides, and do so in a graduated and stepped up manner. And I think we can do it as a community if we come together. I think we just scratched the surface here today, and we need to continue this conversation going forward and engage not only public safety, but engage our community services and quality of life folks, engage our engineers and our design, engage our community communications department, and every department involved in how we can best serve the residents that we are privileged to have the right to serve.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Very good. Okay, let's move on to item 1B is affordable housing standards. And Beth, can you take us through that?
Don't know if I should say good afternoon or good evening, but it's good to be here with you either way. Let's see, pull up.
move it back.
Yeah, move it back. Sorry, it has never done this to me before. So of course, it's not working today. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now we'll get going. And so today I want to talk once again about affordable housing. We've talked about this several different times, and so today what we're doing, we've talked about it, different parts of this, pieces of this puzzle, and today I want to bring them all together and then also identify the areas of importance to the council. And so I hope the materials I provided in the packet helped you review and refresh all the different things that we've discussed about. And today what I really want to do is identify areas of importance to the council to bring back. We had talked about putting together some informational materials for developers to let them know what's of importance to us. And today we won't have time to dive into all the solutions and the way we want to see that, but I want to just identify those key areas. And something else to make the council aware of is that the Utah State is working on, well, the state of Utah is working on their strategic housing plan right now, and we've heard that there's going to be a lot of changes coming forward with that. And we're about to enter into the draft and public hearing period of that. So the draft should be available in September, and then they're also opening public hearing. So I wanted to have this conversation also to get us thinking about that, so when that draft comes out, we can compare that draft to what we're doing and see if there's any areas that we want to make any public comment about. And I have heard that the state is moving more towards the new strategies. So before we had simple things like changing fees and different assistance programs, it looks like they're moving more towards programs that result in construction of product, with the Governor Cox's initiative to build 35,000 new starter homes by 2029. It looks like they're really pushing to get the product out. And so part of one of the things we've been talking about is whether or not we would want to adopt strategy BB. And this is one of the new ones. And again, it says, I think this is kind of the direction the state's going in. So I think it's worth exploring, even if we decide this isn't exactly the direction we want right now. And so I just wanted to see I know there were some reservations from the council, and so I wanted to identify those specifically. So if we were to do this, we are required for them to be for sale, owner occupied, and under the 120% AMI. They also need to have a density requirement. So if it's under 6 units per acre, you need to increase it to 6. If that zoning is already at 6 or over, you need to increase it by a half unit per acre. So those we would, if we were to adopt this strategy, those we're required to do. Additionally, there's some may options on there. And so of those may requirements for the 60% deed restricted and so on, are there any of those that are of specific concern to the council that we would want to maybe change or alter in our program?
Maybe I can just start by asking a question. How many adopted strategies do we currently have?
Well, we have 5.
Which is what we're required to
Is
have
what
to
we're required
qualify
to
for
do.
prioritization,
Yes.
right? So I'm gonna cut to the chase on this one with you, Beth, because it's really where my heart lies. I don't see a need to adopt this strategy, and I want to be clear about the reason why.
Okay.
It requires upzoning in every one of these designated zones. I'm not in favor of that. I won't be in favor of that. What I am in favor of is pursuing through development agreement, we've had this discussion, those entitlements that we can massage directly with the members of the development community and to very specifically sprinkle, as we've talked to them,
Yes.
in strategic areas of the city. So for me, this is kind of a non-starter. I don't know where everyone else is gonna fall, but that's where I'm at with it.
I'm gonna say the same thing. I think I'm in that same place. I also want to emphasize that we worked pretty hard on bringing forth the bungalow product. It's something that Brett and I introduced to Fieldstone and then talked with the real estate group about. We're passionate about providing a house as a first home buyer experience, rather than pushing people into townhouses and condos. But I think we absolutely do not want to open the door of this being an entitled use. It needs to be something that exists, for me, only in master development agreements where we can set standards of not the 5-year nonsense where basically we're just sending it right to be a rental haven, and I'm not interested in that at all for this type of product. I want that to be a deed restricted in perpetuity. I do really, really like the idea that was brought to us by Mr. Hazard about how we keep that affordable in perpetuity and tying that to the AMI. I think those are things that I could absolutely get behind as part of a master development agreement. I'm not interested in using any of the state language with the 6 units per acre.
Okay.
And when they're ready to come fight this battle, I'm ready. That's a hill I will die on all day long, because regardless of what the governor says, he hasn't got a plan to address the impact that he's pushing onto cities. So when he's ready to have that discussion, I'm ready to have that discussion. But we're not going to change our code to meet something that they haven't contemplated what the impact of that on each of the cities that they're pushing that on. And Eagle Mountain has taken a huge impact from most of those legislative decisions that have been made by the state that have benefited a few and harmed many.
Okay, and it's fine, that's one of the things I wanted to know is, do we want to adopt this? Just to clarify, it sounds like you have other concerns with it too. You can do it through a development agreement. You don't have to codify it, and it's for at least 5 years, so you could do it in perpetuity. But you would have to meet the density requirements. So just know on those. So if we don't adopt it, that's fine. We just won't get credit with this state for the units we're creating. So.
Right, we can have it in code, but we're not required to allow it. It's a tool that we're saying to developers, we're willing to use this tool in special places. So it doesn't do a over the whole city thing. Otherwise, no city would adopt it.
I think we agree, Councilmember Burnham. I just don't think that I care whether the state recognizes it or not, because I think their standards aren't reasonable. They're not making these decisions based on what's best. They're making these decisions on what yields the most money. And frankly, I don't think that's a quality of life decision for our residents. So yeah, I want to do it. I want to do it in a master development agreement where we can come in and have a discussion with the developer and say, we'll give you this, you give us this. And we can find some in the middle things, but we absolutely want to protect that. If we're going to go down the road of affordability, it should actually be affordable. And the reality is the state has yet to provide a single legislative bill that's provided an affordable housing unit. They still haven't been able to do that, and they keep imposing more and more every single year, and then tell us you got to adopt more requirements and more requirements. And what does it actually do? It entitles developers. That's all it does. It still does not help the people trying to buy the house. And so for us, I want to do something that helps them buy the house. I think we're hitting those strategies with what we're doing with our RDA money. I think we absolutely want to do something like this in a master development agreement where it makes sense. I don't think we want to negatively impact our residents more than we already have, including those who will be living in these subdivisions, and creating a situation with our traffic that's already untenable that's even worse by doing something like that.
And we very intentionally adopted a strategy that will allow for the 80% AMI at 10% that has to be required in an MF1 and an MF2. We've seen 0 applications from the development community, and I think it's in large measure because they're struggling to find a way to actually make it affordable. So they can't meet the metrics anyway. My challenge to them is to help us figure it out. Let's figure it out in those areas. Let's test it and see where it works. I agree with Councilmember Wood. I think it is something that we've had multiple discussions about this with many developers and had 2 really great presentations with a couple of those developers. I think there are some solutions that we can work on. I'm just not willing to color it in the coloring book and say, everybody come and talk to us about this and let's figure it out. Because frankly, there are some that will come and are gonna have meaningful conversations and be willing to entertain some give and some take. And there are others who are just gonna come and say, your code says I can have an upscale or an upsize of 6 units per acre in each of these project areas. I've already bought the property, so now let's have a conversation about how that's gonna go. It doesn't require entitlement, but it sends the wrong message in my mind. It says we're open to granting this in any area in the city, and I'm frankly not.
Okay, so then we won't worry about trying to make what we're doing meet the requirements for this strategy? We
I'm
have a
gonna say this,
consensus on
I'm
that?
one member of the council.
Yeah, I'm
I haven't
try-
heard from some of my other council members. I don't
asking
know where
is-
they're at with this, so maybe I'm an outlier. Maybe me and Rich are outliers, but, so it's really up to the others to express their opinion.
What are the
Okay,
views of the
let's
other
make some
council
time.
members?
Who else wants to jump in?
I get the argument that it sends a message. That's because we aren't required, and that's what I kind of liked about this, but we will get a lot of applications, and we will have to say no a lot, and there will be that expectation. The only advantage is this counts for 3 strategies, which means we wouldn't have to do we could get rid of some of the ones that we don't necessarily like. But I do understand that sense of, we don't want to say, hey, every area in the city, come propose a affordable housing, situation. We would get a lot, I think we would get a lot of applications that we'd have to say no to. That would be, is that kind of the concern that's your big concern, right? Not
yes.
doing the affordable housing necessarily,
No.
but just having a lot of applications
We've
that
done a
we're
lot
not
of work.
interested in
We've done a lot
doing.
of work to try and get to a place where we can find somebody that will work with us to produce this product. Because it's not a moneymaker for the developer either, let's be clear. There's not a lot of incentive in their business model to work to create this. So I just think we need to be very intentional about where we work to entitle this. And I think we should, I want to be clear, I think we should be doing that. But I think it should be a single-family home on a small footprint that's 2 or 3 bedrooms, a bath and a half, no carport, or carport, no garage, on a small footprint that will still allow a single family to live there, to have a dog. And if they want to put a chicken on it or a couple of chickens, let them put some chickens on it.
Oh, you're bringing chickens
It's
into
interesting.
this.
Chickens are the key, Mayor, chickens are the key. So, look, I'm not saying we don't want to find that way, and we've talked, in the conversations that I've had, and that Councilmember Wood have had with some of these developers, they're targeting a $350,000 to $375,000 unit.
Yeah.
If we can bring those to market in conjunction with them, they will sell thousands of them if we'll entitle them. So I think we have to be at least intentional in what that looks like.
Brandon, you have something?
Yeah, just 2 quick things. Strategy BB, Beth, wasn't one of these 2 people who've come, one of these 2 groups that's come to talk, didn't they help actually, weren't they actually part of producing this legislation? Didn't they help in that?
Yes, I don't know
But
how
anyway,
public that
yes.
is, but yes.
Okay, yes, but anyway, they were part of that legislation, and they contributed to this legislation that is BBB. The other thing that, again, I guess I'd reiterate is, like Councilor Burnham said, you can, you guys are the decision makers, but we do see this as a valuable tool because it does help us fulfill 3 of those strategies. So that's our position. That's kind of where we were.
I'm going to say one more thing, Mayor, and hopefully not get myself in trouble with this, okay? But from my perspective, the reality of it is that the state has already projected and helped us to at least me to understand that their intent is to create upzoning throughout all municipalities, and they have the legislative authority to do that. Let's be clear about that. So if that's their intent, I don't see a reason to roll over and bring it in through the back door. Let's compel them to bring it in the front door and take responsibility for it.
I tend to agree with that. One of the things that I'm thinking about is when we were looking at the wildlife corridor overlay zone, there was a big discussion about density and trading density and whether or not we should put that tool in our toolbox in the code. And we ultimately decided, Councilmember Curtis and I and the rest of council talked about leaving that out, but knowing full well that it was a tool that we could use as the legislative body of the city. And to me, in a lot of ways too, this is still very much a pilot program. I look forward to seeing some of these little cottages be built in neighborhoods with larger lots so that we can have that really stable mix of housing types in a neighborhood. But I don't necessarily think that I want to jump on this until after we've seen some of those built and what the ramifications are that we don't know yet. So I'm inclined to wait. I am especially mindful of the fact that it checks 3 boxes for us, but I also know that come September, this may be a moot point, depending on what the state ends up doing. So I'm inclined to not adopt additional things at this point.
Okay, so then the next thing is the council had suggested putting together materials to signal to developers the things that we want with those cottages. And is that still of interest to the council, or was that only in relation to this strategy?
I just feel like the ones that are willing to put the investment and take the cost of bringing this product to the market are already a part of the conversation. I'm not sure that it makes sense for us to do a big marketing campaign of what we're expecting, because the ones that are here having the conversations, building the program with us, are the ones that are already in the works. And I don't know that we would be inclined to allow this to every home developer. Let's figure out if this works or not before we go too widespread with sharing all the little facets of the program.
I really like that comment, Councilmember Clark, because I think that those who have had these conversations are already engaged. And I think that they've heard what our concerns are. We've started to get feedback from them as to how they need us to help solve the problem from the city side. And now we're trying to weigh how do we?
Yeah.
How much are we willing to bend on the city side to help these things become real? And so those conversations are already happening. And my suspicion is that when we get the first project off the ground, that we're gonna learn a lot through that process, and there's going to be a need to reevaluate and perhaps make changes going forward. So we don't know what we don't know, and we'll learn it as we go, and we'll see where we made some really good decisions and perhaps where we missed on some of what we were trying to accomplish. Then we get to reevaluate it and start with someone new.
Councilmember Gray, is there anything you want to add?
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I'll just say that I was prepared to pick apart some of these things, but I don't necessarily need to do that. Like, obviously, no rentals, which is in 1II. C is an absolute no for me. 2A, the 5-year clause that says 5-year deed restriction and owner occupied, that needs to be forever, which has already been covered. The density chart I was super alarmed by, because we literally wrote our code a few years ago based on getting away from 5-foot setbacks and so forth and so on. So this entire table goes right back to where we were, and that's concerning. So just to wrap it all up, I just want to say I've been working on a plan that really mirrors this very similarly, but with some more refined tools that I think actually work statewide. I've shared it with Cameron League. I've been at the Governor's Mansion, talked to the people at the Governor's Mansion. I got in front of Ivory and Clark, the Kim C. Gardner Institute. And we've been working on refining the numbers to make sure that this plan would work. And I think it works statewide. So I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see a plan. A lot of people in this room have already heard my plan. I've been working on it for quite a while, and we're getting closer. So I'll just say that it's great. I'm in favor of what I've been working on that's pretty close to this, but it's definitely got some differences.
Okay. So for now, we won't move forward with this. We'll just keep working with the developers and won't worry about putting together that material. Would you like staff to come back with a summary of what happens in September, or is that something you would like to review on your own?
I think that would be very helpful, because they literally are redoing the entire plan. I have an update from the meeting I attended and that I can share at the end of council meeting, but yeah, it's, there's some scary talk on the horizon, let's just say.
Yes, so we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll bring forward a summary and talk and see. But I just mainly wanted to make sure that it was on our radar with those things coming up. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Beth. Very good. All right, item 1C is Meritage Homes privacy screening. So, Marcus, do you have that for us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to largely turn over the floor to Mr. Rindlisbacher from Meritage Homes so that he can present their case. But essentially, they're asking for essentially 2 exceptions to our code they wanted to discuss with the city council. One of which is the timing of putting in the fencing along arterial and collector roads, and 2 is the material. So those are the issues we're here to discuss.
Mayor, can I ask a question before we have this presentation?
Sure.
So, in our packet and the packet to the citizens, this is blank. And we're being asked to take 15 minutes for something that none of us have had a chance to review. If they're asking for a code change, I'm wondering and concerned why that wasn't presented to us in advance.
So, I mean, I wrote in the background information on this, what these topics were. I'm not sure why that wasn't conveyed to you.
I'm gonna get in there and say, the only thing I see is a title.
There's
That
no
literally
Yeah,
a
so
title, I have no idea what we're even talking
I can't
about.
explain that. I did put that in Civic Plus, so,
I don't even know what we're talking about until,
I mean, again, those are the issues.
Our packets are empty, I guess that's what I'm saying. There's no attachments, there's no staff report, there's nothing in here for us. Does anybody know why we don't have that?
Councilmember, are you referring to the actual staff report that goes in the packet?
I mean, there's literally nothing but a title in here for us.
I'm just pulling it up.
There's no point of reference, there's nothing what we're discussing, there's no staff recommendations, there's no attachments to even show what the presentation is.
There's a brief
I find it
background.
difficult to come prepared for stuff like that and then just have it presented to us cold turkey.
There's a
I'm not
brief-
really a big fan of that.
Brief background that Marcus has
Yeah,
written.
again, I'm not taking a position, I consider this purely a political issue. I'm not making a recommendation on what the council should or shouldn't do. I don't think it's, I think the legal issue is just the logistics of if the council is interested, how to do it. I did put background information in there. Again, I don't know why that's not in your packet. And I'm just pull it up, it's right there.
It's in
Does any of the council members have it in their packet?
Nope, not in my packet.
I mean, I guess to be candid, we're here, it says discussion. How can we come prepared to discuss something that we don't even know what the topic is? We have a title. And so are we, it should say lecture or something. I mean, we're getting preached to or indoctrinated because I don't know what it is that, and that's fine. If that's what we're coming to hear, then we'll just sit back and hear the discussion and go to the next item because I'm not prepared to discuss anything.
Well, we don't have to make a decision. It was obviously a not intended mistake, and I think we can probably just move forward and hear this gentleman's concerns at least.
Yeah, it sounds like a technical issue, but, yeah, there's no action
And
here.
I'll probably weigh into that. I mean, I'm certainly willing to listen to what you have to say. As long as you recognize that we haven't had a chance to digest or even consider or think about what it is that you're going to present. So your feedback may be very limited, if at all. And it might be wise to create an opportunity where we can give you some candid feedback after an opportunity to consider whatever it is that you're going to present, which is still a mystery to us, right?
I guess it must.
So that we have a chance to kind of evaluate that and think about that individually and perhaps, because often when I'm asked to evaluate things like this, I'll get into the code. I'll say, what does our code say and what does it allow? What does it require? And this doesn't give us an opportunity to do that, to evaluate it in depth. I think that's the concern that is being raised. So I don't want to put you on the spot for something that perhaps we created on the staff side. But I also don't want you to feel like you came and presented this to council and you got their honest feedback, because we haven't had a chance to evaluate it deeply yet.
Is it on? Okay. I understand, thanks. I'll do my best too, to hopefully my slides, I've pulled some code and stuff in here too, so we can review that. And it is kind of a two-part presentation or ask, I guess, as Marcus said. We'll get into the second part of it. But this first part is, I guess I'll try to orient the council. This is the Harmony project that we're looking at, and Meritage Homes is in control of these plats here, plat 12, 15, and 16. Currently, there are houses being built on 12. There are also 5 permits that have been issued for plat 15. We're going to mainly focus on plat 15 and 16 today because of the collector roads that that back up to these lots, or are lots that back up to the future collector roads. That's illustrated here. So that red line is to represent a future screen wall that we'll get into the code and read that here. But does anybody have any questions so far about orientation or anything where we're at? Okay. Our plans that were submitted and approved by the city did not refer to a fence or a screen of any kind. The future sidewalk and curb were to be constructed with Walden Parkway when Walden Parkway is installed. We understand that the code requires that a durable concrete wall, or like a CMU or rock wall, be constructed during the horizontal phase of construction. So when we're putting roads and everything in, it's supposed to go in at that time. We were unaware of that, and during my discussions with Marcus and everything, this has become more clear. But it was reviewed, and we did, punch list and everything with engineering, and not trying to throw blame on anybody, but it was just missed. This was not on our approved drawing. So the permit department has issued 5 permits and then kind of stopped issuing permits. So that's one of the issues we'll talk about. But we're aware that a screen wall is to be constructed per the code. So I'm glad I brought the code so you're aware this comes right. I think Marcus even highlighted this for me, and I've put it in here. So, but I want to talk about the existing conditions of Harmony and what we're seeing out there. When we were talking about fencing and screen walls, we assumed that we would be able to do like a white vinyl fence until the code was shown to us. So we're going to look at this lot right here specifically that you can see in orange. This photo right here is the existing condition as of, I think about 10 days ago I took that photo. So we're looking west, and our fence would connect to the end of this fence. I'm not sure who put this fence in, but that's what's there now. And then, where the debris and stuff is and the weeds over to the left of the photo, that's where Walden Parkway will eventually be. And then there's another condition here. Another neighbor has put in a white vinyl fence, which eventually our fence will connect, to that fence. One of my questions is, why are these other houses built but have not installed fences? Because, we are being required right now to install the fence. So that is a question of mine. I'm not sure who put this fence up, the white vinyl. if it was the builder or if it was the homeowner. It looks to me like it was the homeowner. So it seems like maybe the builder was not required to put in a fence along the collector road on this particular project. Oh, yeah, this one here? Yeah. And then there's another condition here. I'm not sure if Wood Street, I looked at the traffic plan and everything, the latest one. I'm not sure if Wood Street is a collector or not, so forgive me, but we just took as many pictures as we could of everything out there. And this is the condition there on that house on Wood Street as well. And then there's a different condition on, I think you say it, Irahaj Parkway, Irahaj Parkway. So all this fencing is consistent, but it's different than the white vinyl that we've seen previously. This all seems to be, it seems like it's a flagship community based on these flags and signs. And it seems like Flagship has put in Trex material along Irahaj Parkway all the way down. So there were various photos in here. I didn't include all of them, but that whole strip, from what I could tell, was the same material, Trex. So back to our project here, we're looking at total install costs for us as the builder. I've gotten a couple different quotes. These are going to be the totals for vinyl, Trex, and precast concrete wall. So there's a significant difference for builders, but I also asked my fencing company to give me just an estimate of what it would cost to, fix a 6-foot section of fence, because it's my understanding that that this fence will be owned by the lot owner, by the homeowner. So, there's also, a concern for our consumers that are purchasing these homes. These are starter homes out there. They're in the 500s. That's what we sell them for. And our concern is just down the road, these homeowners will have to deal with repair of some sort. And so these are the different, hypothetical repair costs for a 6-foot section of fence, not including posts. So that was something we wanted to bring forward to have the council be aware of as people will, have this issue in the future. So this is a plan that we've put together based on what we've seen out there. The majority of what we've seen out there on collector roads is Trex fencing. So we're proposing that we install a Trex type material. And so both the blue dashed line and the red is our fence, and it would just be a continuous material. So that's one of the exceptions that we're asking for tonight. And I understand you don't have the rest of the background, haven't had a chance to think about it, but happy to answer any questions you have. That's kind of the...
Mayor, just to be clear, this is not an action item. You can't ask us to weigh in, right?
Right, it's not an action item. Certainly you can ask questions.
So you were asking for two exceptions. One is the timing for putting it in. When would you put it in?
Yeah, so we're working on getting quotes. We have the quotes available. We just have to order material and have, give our guys time to go install it. So
Okay, so as soon as possible is what you're looking at. You basically overlooked this requirement. This requirement was overlooked on our side and on yours. Now
Correct.
you know. So you're trying to fix that, and you also want to change it to Trex. That's basically what the ask is.
yeah,
right?
yeah, that's correct. We knew that the decision of the material might take time, and so we've prepared an MOU. Is just a letter agreement between us and the city that basically says the city will allow us to pull up to 15 permits for the next few months until the decision's made and the fence can be installed. And it withholds certificate of occupancy on our homes in these plats until the fence is installed. So it just would tie the fence install to C of O. But it would allow us to continue moving forward with starts. So we start about 4 homes a month, and if we can't come to a resolution to release some permits, then we'll have to stop construction. So
So I have some questions. I have a building background, I'm curious.
yeah.
In your group, who was responsible to determine what type of fencing was appropriate? And why was that not contemplated in your plan?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, there's somebody that's responsible in your business.
Yes.
Whose responsibility is to evaluate site plans, to determine what privacy fencing requirements are with the city. I mean, that's essential to the starting of any project.
Mm-hmm.
You have to figure out what your road widths are, your curb and gutter, how you lay out your rough ends, and then your screening. I mean, that's not a new thing. Other cities do the same thing. So that should have been caught at the very concept phase of this with your project.
Yeah.
Why wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't disagree that it should have been caught. Plat 16 here, the bigger plat, we went through 7 rounds of comments with the city and back and forth, and neither our engineer nor the staff at the city caught the fence, so not entirely.
The reality is, it's the first paragraph. It's not like it's hidden. It's privacy screening, it's the first paragraph, it lays it out. And we put it there very specifically so that there would be no way for people to confuse that going forward. To your point, yes, there are probably other streets in the city that have different types of fencing. They've been problematic, and we moved to a more sturdy fencing standard along where our major traffic is going to be moving through. I think you understand the reason why that is a safety issue for homeowners. It also prevents them from dilapidating quickly. I mean, if vinyl fencing is along those major corridors, they're gonna be kicked out, knocked out, et cetera. So I'm not precluding anything on our part.
Yeah.
But from your part, you guys totally missed that. That should have been something that's part of that evaluation process altogether. I will say also, I'm disappointed that we are having this discussion, a design phase discussion with our design review, that we had enough conversations that this came through without anybody's eyes on it. I am hoping that, Ben, I'm gonna just point this at you, that you can help fix this from being a recurring problem. I think we've had enough of these come before us where things that should have been caught were not caught. They're down the road, they're spending money, and it doesn't preclude you from your responsibility to this, because you need to protect your own assets by going through the code and following our code. On the other side of that, though, we need to be evaluating better. I mean, the reality is we've dealt with a couple of these now where they've come back to us and there was a cost to the people who live in the house for not having the standard that was guaranteed to them by our code. And I find that unacceptable. And I think that needs to be fixed. If it's once or twice, I'm not as pissed off as I am right now. But this is a recurring problem that has got to be addressed. We have got to be better in our evaluation so that the people who live there don't have a different standard than what we guaranteed them from our code. That has to be fixed.
Any other comments, questions?
I want to ask a question. I'm just curious, does anything that got us to this place preclude them or negate their obligation to put in the masonry wall? That's the question I want to ask.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they are entitled to build those 5 homes in Plat 15 where building permits have been issued. The code requirement is what it is. So they would still have to comply with it. I think the ask is essentially, can we do plats 15 and 16 simultaneously with the wall or whatever privacy screening is approved?
So maybe I'll just weigh in. I told you I wasn't gonna give you an opinion. I'm gonna give you an opinion, okay? I think you build the block wall. It's required by our code. I'm not looking to find some little corner in this development, because you've got a lot of this to build still. And you now understand, maybe you personally don't, but all of the builders, whether there's 3 or 4 in there, should be very much aware that this is the standard that's going to be required on these collector roads. So I can just give you my opinion. I wouldn't be willing to entertain any adjustment to that. I think you need to build the masonry wall that is required by our code. What I would be willing to do is, and you're not, I don't know that we can make an official decision on that, but I want to give you at least my thoughts on the C of Os. I probably wouldn't hold you up from getting some building permits on the next 12 or 13 lots, so long as it's understood that we're going to, assuming we're going to find ourselves requiring you to follow the code with the wall. I don't see a reason to tell you that, no, you can't continue to do anything else. You can't continue to sell those, and I would hold the C of Os. What's it say?
Our code requires it to be done before building permits.
Well, okay, see, I told you I didn't get a chance to study everything, so the code does require it to be done before building permit, so I'm gonna change my opinion. That's why it's important for us to have all of the information before we make an evaluation, so we can study that. Anyway, it sounds like the staff did the right thing once they figured out that there was an issue and stopped those issuing of building permits, and my thought process is build the wall as required by our code.
Anyone else? I'll take that as a no.
Maybe just clearly if there's opportunities for improvement, and we will take that and move forward with that from a staff level.
I promised I wouldn't say anything, but I'm going to weigh in here. I don't want to sound like I disagree with Councilmember Wood about we need to hold ourselves to a better standard and do a better job, but I don't lay this at the feet of our people. They look at multiple plans and pages and pages and pages of documents. It is a responsibility of the engineer that's drawn the plans to get it right. And regardless if we missed it or not, that doesn't change the responsibility of the engineer or whoever drew this plan to study the code and draw the code. And when they evaluate it, they're reading notes and thousands. I mean, I've evaluated plans, and there's so much going on that you read through those and say, yeah, it meets that, it meets that. And if you miss something or forget something, or it just didn't come up because you're on the next page and now you're looking at sewer and drainage, and there's so much to evaluate that it is not their job to draw the plan. Their job is to evaluate it and look for errors, and they simply missed it. But that doesn't mean that it's their fault. It means that they didn't catch it. It's the fault of the person who drew it to get it right. And it's not and we're not going to just roll over to say, just because we didn't stop you, well, you won one over on it. No, that means that when we did catch it, it needs to be corrected. So that's where I would land.
Though I don't totally disagree with you, I disagree with you. I'm assuming your plans have elevations for fencing in them. Do they not?
They do not.
Then that is 100% on you. If you haven't provided that for them to evaluate, how would they know what substrate you're planning to use? I mean, if you're gonna do development of this size, that should be something that's included in your plans. I mean, that's the reality of it. In fact, I've evaluated hundreds of plans. I cannot believe that wouldn't be included in those. I mean, that's an unfortunate mistake on your part, and it's gonna be a costly one. But yeah, I agree with the council member, right? If you're coming in and asking for us, we're gonna say follow the code.
All right, we are way past time, so thank you for being here and your presentation. With that, we do have a closed session before policy session. So,
Mayor, just like before, because we haven't had the opportunity to review the consent agenda, I know there's some questions. So before we, in the policy session.
You want to hit those?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much time we need in the closed session, so I'm okay to do it later if you're okay with that. But I'm just saying, I think we need to be able to walk through those before we.
Yeah, maybe we can hit them really quick. Want to do that? Okay.
Well, I think what I'm saying is we could do it during the policy session if you want, but we're gonna have to do them one at a time. You understand?
I think it's a good idea to review them during policy session, especially if we have a closed session item we need to get to.
It's whatever you want.
It would just come off consent then.
We'll make it work. So, no, we'll just, let's do it later, because I don't know how much time we're gonna need. So, with that, yeah, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn to a closed session for the purpose of discussion of pending or reasonably imminent litigation, the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, and/or the purchase, lease, or exchange of real property pursuant to section 52-4-205(1) of the Utah Code annotated.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Burnham, a second by Councilmember Clark. Let's go ahead and start the vote with Councilmember Clark.
Yes?
Councilmember Burnham?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Okay, it is 6:15, and so we are adjourned into closed session. We will be back as close to 7 p.m. as we possibly can. Thank you. Want to ask everyone to try to be as quiet as we can as we work through this. We're going to shuffle some things around. We're thinking that many of you are here for one particular item, and so we'll move that to the front so you don't have to sit here if you don't want to. So we'll get that taken care of. I believe that's 15A, something like that.
Transportation plan?
The transportation plan, is that, we're thinking that's why most of you are here. So we're gonna bump that right to the front and take care of that instead of keeping you here through all of the other agenda items. So before we get started, Councilmember Clark will offer a prayer, after which, I forget now. Councilmember Gray will lead us in the pledge, so.
Our dear Father in heaven, we are grateful for this opportunity to gather together as neighbors and friends, and we ask that thy Spirit would be here with us, that we might be able to discuss the things that matter to us in our community, and please help us to have a great discussion tonight about the things that we want to see for the future of our city. We ask that thou would bless us to keep us all safe, and we're grateful for our first responders and all that they do. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Okay, so let me officially bring this meeting to order at 7:16, July 1st, 2025. This is the Eagle Mountain City Policy Session. So if all will please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I apologize for the confusion as we adapt, and particularly if anyone was expecting us to address them right up front, bear with us as we just move the agenda items around just a little bit. So let's go right to that. Item 15, let me get this in front of me. So item 15A is a public hearing, and it's a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, adopting the Transportation Master Plan. And we have one of our engineers, David Salazar, here to tee it up for us. So David, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So I'm here tonight with Shane Eller from Horrocks. I got too close to it. To talk about the transportation master plans being proposed to City Council tonight. So for our approach, one of the first things we did was look at our community and look at how is Eagle Mountain laid out. And we know it has many different island communities that were developed at different times that unload onto a few main roads. Our goal today is to solve today's problems and avoid tomorrow's. And by doing that, we need to increase connectivity as our overall theme, which, as we talked about earlier today, will actually help some of the speed issues as well. If we can divert traffic and have better roads to avoid people flying through different neighborhoods. And to do that, we need to focus more on creating a grid-like infrastructure with roads in north-south direction and east-west, realign intersections at 90 degrees where it makes sense. We also need to look at connecting some of these island communities and to better improve connectivity so we're not creating choke points and unloading all the traffic onto a few major roads. And then we also need to look at improving and widening those existing roads. Now, we know connecting the islands can be difficult, and one of the first priorities is safety. Before we make connections, we're conducting traffic studies, speed studies, we're consulting with residents, and then we are reviewing existing connections as well. There are some connections here that are not in the Transportation Master Plan, TMP for short, that we've been looking at throughout this process. Things like the Ranches, Silver Lake Parkway, Woodhaven, Vernum. These are areas that have come up through our investigation and research that we need to look at as well to improve the city as a whole. And we want to remind everybody that roads are two ways. So when we're connecting these islands, it does help, community A to B and vice versa. So we want to keep that in mind as we continue. Shane Eller is going to work through the process of the update, and then we will conclude with a few more slides for myself.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. So your city is broke up into squares, as you can see over there in that map. Each square contains social economic data, which is how many households, how many people live in the households, jobs, everything that creates trips, so origin and destination trips. So as you see, your city's been broke up into all those. And we went through with David and then the planners to look through how the existing TAZs are set up, all the jobs you guys are expecting now in 10 years and up to 2050. So each road, there's 4 main classifications of road. There's arterials, there's freeways, collectors, and then there's also local roads. In the master plan, we focus on 3. We focus on mainly the freeways, the arterials, and also the collectors. The local roads are a lot harder to analyze. And so as you see here, depending on the road, arterials, if you see freeways, they have high mobility, but they have less land access. There's only certain off-ramps. And as you go down, arterials, a little more access to the lands, but a little less mobility. Those are more like, the 45, 50 mile per hour roads, which goes down to collectors. Collectors have more land access, but they're less mobile. Those are more like your 25, 30, 35 mile roads. Then you go down to your local roads, which basically all your houses, and they have a lot more access, to houses, there's driveways and other things on it. So with this update, we looked at updating the travel demand model, that social economic data from MAG. We used the most current version of it, version 9.1. And then also, like I said, we talked with the planners out here to make sure that the data was right. Because I know a couple out west, a little bit more out west, some of the numbers were wrong. So with the help of the planners at Eagle Mountain, they helped us adjust our model to benefit you guys. We also updated the project list and the cost, because this was done 4 or 5 years ago. So costs have gone up, as everybody knows. And then also, we created a priority list to make sure, you guys are getting the projects done that you need to when you need them done, instead of, doing a road that you won't need to be updated, for 10 to 15 years. And we also included the typical cross sections that you guys have updated recently. And then we also incorporated the Firefly development into this master plan so that you guys are one cohesive city. So here's the existing roadway. As you see, Pony Express is classified as a parkway, St. Louis Ranches. These also show the existing arterials, the minor arterials, and also the collectors throughout the road. So next we'll go to level of service. Level of service is how well your roads are functioning throughout the city. As you see, level A, yeah, that's great. There's hardly any cars on the road. As you go down, it gets a little bit worse, B, C, D, E, and F. Where you really want to be is the C or D range, which means your roads are functioning acceptably, but you haven't overbuilt. You don't want to overbuild your roads and then have nobody use them. That's just a waste of money for the taxpayers and for right away and for your city. But also, you don't want them E or F, you know, because that's not good for anybody. So here's how the roads are classified. So for the 2-lane arterials, they're 13,400. Those are daily trips, so in a 24-hour period. And then our collector's 1210, and as it goes down, it gets higher. You know, on a 5-lane road is, you know, 32,800 for an arterial, or 26,900. So here, right now, is the existing level of service that we see in Eagle Mountain. You see coming in on SR 73 up to Ranches, it's not functioning very well. And then also from Ranches over to, I think that's Lone Tree. That's also not functioning very well either. That's at an E. As you see, the numbers are 36,600. So it's about 5,000 daily cars over the acceptable range. And also down past the new signal down here on Pony Express, down to, I think it's about the Pole Canyon Road, it's also not functioning very well. So the areas of focus when we started this, there were 3 areas of focus, or gaps, or deficiencies. Capacity. We looked at capacity, connectivity, and safety. Capacity, you know, the Ranches Parkway, Pony Express Parkway, they're not functioning very well. But also connectivity, the Mid-Valley Road going across Talus Ridge Drive, and also North Ranches Parkway, up where the new Walmart is being built. And then as always, safety. Safety is the #1 concern, which, you know, we've added a traffic signal that will help out with safety with collisions and stuff. And then also, you know, the priority list to make sure that you guys have a timeline of when these projects should be done to better help your city function properly. So you see here, if you guys don't do anything, like decide, you know, I don't want to build anything for the next 10 years, these are the roads that are going to be failing. All of Pony Express, and I'm sure you guys realize that. Also Ranches. I don't think Ranches is a problem, right? No? Yes, it's a very big problem, and so is SR 73 all the way over to about Airport Road. So here's the 10-year projects that we figure you guys need to do to be able to keep your city functioning adequately. As you see down there, Firefly development has quite a bit, but also, you know, going through, there's a lot of traffic signals, there's a lot of widenings and a lot of new roads to help with the connectivity throughout the city. And then here's the all the projects that we see you guys will need by 2050. I think there's 170, maybe 145 different projects throughout the city that we feel could be done within the next 25, 30 years to help your city to be able to grow to what you guys are expecting it to get to. So at the end of the day, here's what we see as the new roadway functional classification. And that's with Cedar Valley Freeway being added in there, and we have no idea when they're planning on building that. And then we also added another future major arterial. So there's a 5-lane one and also a 7-lane one, which coincides with your guys' updated typical cross sections. So now I'll turn it back over to David.
So from Planning Commission last week, the TMP and IFP came before them, ended up passing 3-2 for recommendation, but there were concerns about Connection 128, Canyon Wash Drive. Some of the council members have also brought up some of the concerns as well, which we're going to address in the next couple slides. We've gone into more detail. There were also comments regarding the wildlife corridor to be included into this with some additional language that we would consult with wildlife experts, which we do anyway, but it's good to have the language in the TMP, as well as review additional diverse funding sources, which we also do, but it's not specifically spelled out in the TMP. So when we're looking at Canyon Wash Drive, some of our thoughts behind this connection were as follows. So UDOT recently added a signal there, and they're planning this for a major connection with the SR 73 future expansion, and so they're anticipating traffic to flow in there. This will also create an additional north-south roadway to SR 73, so there's not only just Airport Road. As we've learned before, Cedar Valley Highway, it's currently funded to schedule 2050, but we don't know exactly when that's going to be. It's a phase 3 unfunded project right now on the MAG website. This will also provide emergency access for Lone Tree and Overland as a place to get out. We know they've had concerns in the past, and we wanted to address that. Our thought with this would also help Cedar Pass Ranch by helping divert traffic. Instead of traffic now leaving S-73 through their neighborhood, it would divert and cut out. And then lastly, roads are two-way, and this would provide a connection for Cedar Pass Ranch to come into downtown and city center. So next we have the travel demand model, which we're going to show with two scenarios run, with Canyon Wash Drive and without. And now we have taken projections of numbers to 2050, as Shane mentioned. But this is a snapshot in today's numbers. We can't predict the future. There could be more development to the west that we don't know of yet, which could increase numbers. So comparing the two situations, this is in 2035 on both sides. This is Airport Road only as a 3-lane highway. At 2035, reaches unstable and fails with a bottleneck from the traffic from Lone Tree and Overlands. If we have Canyon Wash, we are at a LOSD, which is a more acceptable roadway. Now, if we look at 20...
Can I ask you to send us these slides so that I can actually see them? I can't see the travel numbers.
Sure. So in the red, it's 18,600. Versus over here, it's 14,900. Thought that would show it better, but I'm happy to read off all the numbers as we go, so just let me know. Now, if we prioritize Airport Road and make it a 5-lane sooner than later, that could handle the traffic, no problem. We're at a level of service C, numbers are 20,000. If we do the 2 roads, keeping Airport Road at 3-lane, and then Canyon Wash, the traffic on Airport Road goes to 14,900 with 4,300 on Canyon Wash. Now, if we look in the future at 2050, this map's a little deceiving because they're both yellow and they both look nice. But if we look at without Canyon Wash, the number is 32,600, which is only 200 trips away from becoming red, from failing. And if we look at with Canyon Wash, the number is 28,700, which is just 200 trips, interestingly enough, over a level of service C, so it's barely green. So these are the two scenarios, 2050, full build out.
David, when they did the numbers for this, this is taking into account the Mid-Valley Connector?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we also looked at the wildlife corridor, how this would impact it. There was an oversight on the plan. There currently is not shown an underpass, but in reviewing with our wildlife experts, there could be an underpass there as well, similar to what was constructed for Airport Road. And then for Lone Tree exiting, there would be an at-grade access, which would have double cattle guards and fencing. Another topic, Old Airport Road should be renamed at one point. So the way it currently aligns on the left, this is Old Airport Road from the old Transportation Master Plan. But as we mentioned, we're trying to increase connectivity throughout the city for everybody. And we want to realign the intersection on the right so it comes into a proper 90-degree intersection. Airport Road would look more like this. And then we would have a new road we've been calling the East Expressway, which would look more like this. So, side note, kind of important, but this is our approach. We're trying to improve infrastructure overall. So, yeah, in summary, Planning Commission did approve the 3-2 update for the TMP, and staff recommends approving the TMP and IFP in its entirety. And that's it for our presentation.
Would you mind going back a slide?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So walk me through why we want to go the East Expressway. Currently, we have no development over there. Likelihood is the housing is probably going to be minimal over there. We're really talking about, if we're talking about our future land use plan, we're talking about more commercial, light manufacturing type things. Why has that road become a necessary connection there? Just help me understand what you're thinking.
Sure, absolutely. And we currently show it as a minor arterial, but it could be tailored down depending on development. But part of this connectivity is this road would continue onto Cedar Fort. And so again, we're trying to increase connectivity so we're not our own city. It could widen as it comes into city center, downtown, but we're trying to increase city. I've got a better map showing that. Here we go. So you can see it connects all the way over
I'm just, in my mind, I'm thinking, same thing I kind of felt when we looked at doing Airport Road. We're still sending traffic to the same choke points. And obviously, I know that you're looking at this with the SR 73 expansion, that will be contemplated in putting traffic onto a much bigger road, which will help with that.
And just,
That one doesn't make sense to me. Like, I want to believe that you've got that through your modeling, but I don't understand that one.
and it's definitely a low priority project. That west section is not a higher priority. We just know how hard it is to realign intersections after they're already
We're
built.
just trying to create a connective grid.
Correct,
essentially, is what
correct.
we're
We'd rather fix the intersection now, before it becomes a problem, and later than trying to fix it after the fact. And then we're addressing addresses and things like that. So we'd rather fix it now. And the connection to the west, very low priority on the priority list. It's not even like in the top 40. So it's pretty low. But we do want to have the connectivity. And we can see the connection to the south being important as well as to the east. But then we have the intersection aligned with the proper naming convention.
So I'll give you some feedback on section 128. I think that's what most people are interested in here. I'm not in favor of that road for a lot of reasons. But in our previous, I don't know if you have the ability to pull up our previous transportation plan to show what that looked like before. I kind of threw that at you without having the ability to do that. So while you're looking that up, I'll kind of walk through my thinking here. So the land as it's listed, or as it sits right now, belongs to the LDS Church, kind of an upside down L. It aligns with the west boundary of Cedar Pass Ranch. We have the wash running through it. We have the wildlife corridor running through it. I think we spent a lot of time and energy in making sure we're not crossing over the wildlife corridor as much as possible, and the same thing with our washes. So I look at that and I think, well, why are we doing that? The buildable land that's going to be available there when the church decides to develop that likely is going to be more aligned with what Cedar Pass Ranch is. And I'm not saying that I'm against a connection, but not that connection with that kind of a road. I'm looking at it from my perspective. Is this the?
This is the old approved plan that it was in January 23, I believe, it was approved.
This one working? Okay. So let's see, where is, right here. So here's Lone Tree right here. This road here is what was shown before. And I've brought this up a number of times. I would like to see a version where we can make that work. Now, I know that Wayne's in the audience and he's looking at me like I'm a crazy person, but perhaps there's a route where we can maybe go underneath. But I don't see the benefit to making this kind of a connection through here, personally, because having to cross right here, sorry, super shaky, across the wildlife corridor, and then the wash is also here, which is a pretty deep wash. But I'm not saying that I can't see a scenario where this future development would be similar to this, and maybe they would have to have some connection to be able to get in and out. But I don't know that there's a benefit to connecting it down and making that a major thoroughfare for me, personally. And so, I mean, I sympathize with the people who are here from Cedar Pass Ranch and Sage Valley talking about that, but that road doesn't make a lot of sense to me, for what we have been tirelessly working to maintain the type of area that this is going to stay as. And I think that probably we need to be having a discussion about helping this to meet something that's more like this and that works with the Deer Haven area here in a proper transition that will protect one of. I love when you have something in your city that is worth holding on to. I've made the same comment about Lehigh and their desire to go through Thanksgiving Point. Once you do something like that, you forever change your city. And I think I'm on record, and I can say this because everybody knows I'm not running for anything this year, so I got nothing to gain from what I'm about to say. But the reality of it is, I don't want to impact that negatively. That, to me, is one of the reasons I moved out here. I moved out here. And I'll just ask you to, maybe don't. I appreciate that, but the reality is, I believe all 5 of us are looking to protect what Eagle Mountain is. I mean, that's the truth. What we're trying to accomplish, some of the things you're going to take into question, but we're trying to keep us different from every other city in this state. And it's not easy, by the way, because we're being encroached on all sides. But also, I think it's important for you to remember, our traffic engineers are trying to solve some of the traffic problems. And not all those decisions are going to be easy decisions. There are going to be sacrifices from everybody in this city to solve some of those problems. And I'm gonna ask you to be more helpful with us in some of those decisions, because we're all impacted by them. And I'll tell you, one of them I'm personally impacted by, and I've been pushing for this road for almost 8 years. The Mid-Valley Road literally comes up right behind my neighborhood and creates noise that does not exist for Silver Lake. That impacts me personally, and I made that decision because it's the right thing to do. And so I'm gonna ask for some leniency in how we're trying to make your life better in getting in and out. I don't think that that connection personally is one that I'm willing to make that connection, at least in the way that it's demonstrated in our current, or in our new transportation plan that will connect up like this. I think there's some work to be done there. We want to create a connection for the people of Lone Tree to be able to get out of their neighborhood. I think everybody believes that. I think that it's unfair for us to expect that the future use of that land that the church is going to want to use to be able to develop, that they shouldn't have the ability to be able to get out of their neighborhood either. And I think that that's some of those things where we're really gonna need some input from the people who live in those areas, Sage Valley and Cedar Pass Ranch, and helping us make a good decision there that's fair. If you were moving into that area, and I think we're looking to protect that type of use there, there needs to be some way for them to be able to leave. And if there's an emergency, even more so. So I just wanna make that statement with that. That's not a road I'm super warm and fuzzy about, but David, there's a couple others I wanna talk with you about on this plan. Would you give me a big map again so I can show you? I'm looking more down towards the Polk Canyon area, the Polk Canyon Road, in conjunction with, so are we calling it East Expressway? Is that what you've named it?
Where are you pointing? I'm not
So
seeing.
this road, I'm assuming that's Polk Canyon Road right there, or is it this one?
That's Polk Canyon, yeah.
This one? Okay,
Nope,
so,
up one. The
This one?
yellow. Yep, that's it.
okay, so this route here,
Correct.
I'm looking for us to be smart and be thinking not like Salt Lake County did and trying to do these belt routes way after they should have been contemplated. So as we're looking forward, because we're looking to 2050, are we going to 2060 with this one?
Potentially, yeah.
So let's plan for the right type of road there. We may have to phase into it with lower service roads, but this road isn't going to be built for a very long time and it's on our map. Why not show the belt route that we know needs to happen, just like what we're trying to accomplish with the Mid-Valley Highway here that literally connects all the way over to Mountain View Corridor and creates a loop here. That the intent here is for that to become a state road and take the burden off our citizens of the maintenance of that. I would like to see some of those things where we can impact its contemplation, so when UDOT and MAG is looking at that, that they know what our mindset is for 2050 or 2060. And maybe it's not gonna be that until that point, but why not show it? What we think it should be, because the reality is if you're looking at this map and you move it on the other side of the lake, we're talking about all the way from Highland almost down to Orem with the size of land that we're contemplating there. And they're looking to try to solve some of those problems now by, you know, getting a road that runs along the mountain. They're trying to find some ways to turn 1600 north or 800 north into an adequate plan. So why not plan that now? Why not say, this is what we think this needs to be, UDOT, so when you're looking at this, you're not looking at it as a collector road or a minor arterial. We want you to look at this as a potential highway route. So I would like us to be a little more forward-thinking in what we think that can be, that will be a benefit, because if we're looking at the type of development that exists right here with Firefly, I mean, that's not a secret. There's 8,600 homes that are being built there. And if we're at 4.8 people per household in Eagle Mountain right now, that's 30-something thousand people. There needs to be adequate ways for us to be able to move in and out besides just here. So I just wanted to put that kind of on your thinking so that when we present that to them, because we've sat with the previous version of the Mid-Valley Road as a collector, and they ignored it. Everybody ignored it. That might be the most important road that we build to get people out of here, because every other thing goes up to the choke point we all are dealing with. So I just kind of want to put that back. I want you to contemplate that and see if it makes sense for us to look at that. You know how they look at our master transportation plans, but I would like us to look at that maybe further down the road and a different type of connectivity there that could be more like a 215 kind of a mindset there.
And it is shown as a 5-lane now, but yeah, we could look at that as well. I just didn't think the numbers showed that and demanded that, but we could take a look at that. Because part of it, the model is, once that highway comes in, it negates that east expressway from expanding more, because it would take that traffic off. But the model showed that it could handle that traffic up until it's built. But we can definitely look at that again.
Okay, yeah, well, I want to make sure that we get a chance to talk before we go into the public hearing.
I'll go. I got like 4 things I've got to ask questions on, and first of all, it might help the public hearing go a little quicker. I'm not in favor of a connection, the number 128 and 19, so that'll be out there just so everyone knows where I'm at. You'd mentioned that UDOT put a light there, and that is in anticipation of expanded use, but I think the anticipation of the expanded use is because of what's gone on the north side, not because of what they anticipated coming out of Cedar Paths Ranch. So just wanted to clarify that. Also, I want to know, do you know the size of the right-of-way for Airport Road? Can you tell me the size?
It's 122 feet.
So you mentioned in your slides, and you're welcome to go there, and I wanted to point that out, especially for those who are here, that if we had 3 lanes, or if we had 5 lanes, or if, in this type of scenario, what is the, and I'm pretty sure you've got it on your slides as well, what does a 122-foot right-of-way depict?
So a full build-out of Airport Road is 5 lanes, 122 right-of-way.
Then it's absolutely at this, and that's what we should be contemplating as far as level of service. And obviously at the intersection, there can be other things added to the 5 lanes, the 122 feet, specifically with dedicated right-hand turn lanes and things like that. So the level of service is definitely, we have preserved that, and it's able to meet that. So the other question I had was the priority on Mid-Valley Road. I think you have it, and I'm all over the place here, so I got to go back to it, but your priority was like 7, I want to say, 7, yep.
Yeah, it's 7.
Just so that the staff and everyone's aware where I'm at, that to me has been at least a priority 2 or 3 or 1, and I know these guys have been working on it, and there's no question that that road will relieve pressure off all of the other roads, and our traffic modeling could change. To think that that's that far out scares me. It absolutely needs to be a higher priority, and that will help all the other roads, including City Center and everywhere around there. So the priority on that one. Then I had a final question. I'll let somebody else talk. Is in the staff report, I'm not even going to go to it because I know, but there was one member who abstained on the first motion, and the vote was 2-2. And then they made a new motion, and the person voted on the second motion. So I'm curious, what was the reason for the abstain, and why why did they vote on the second one?
Just for planning commission?
Yeah, planning commission. So I'm trying to understand.
They didn't give a reason. They just.
No conflict, nothing.
There wasn't any conflict. He just didn't give a reason why he was abstaining. And so when it was tied, then he felt, some more pressure to actually vote on it.
Do you mind if I ask a question just about the Mid-Valley Road? You made me remember something.
Go ahead.
We had a meeting with, is it Avenue? Is that the
Yep,
name?
for Mid-Valley.
From Mid-Valley Road. And when we talked about what our intent for that road was to become, he changed the modeling on that. It went from 32,000 trips up to 70,000 trips with what we talked about. Is that contemplated in this?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And to kind of respond to your Mid-Valley, we put it on there as number 7 we'd like to do it tomorrow as well, but that one is the biggest ticket item on our list. And so we were trying to list projects that we know the city could fund sooner than later and tackle those next year, the year after that. I'd love if UDOT took Mid-Valley next year and built it. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe it's going to be a 3-year, 5-year project. I just don't know yet. So we can put it to 1, but it's going to be hard to fund as a city project.
If it's lower, does that hurt our placing with MAG and with UDOT? I think that's what we're worried about is that if we aren't making it a top priority, neither will they.
Does it also impact what we're able to collect for impact fees?
As far as a priority list, no.
Yeah.
No, this is more of an internal, what we'd like to see, but I think you bring up a good point. We could sharpen the pencil, we could put that back to number one. That could help us actually, from that
I like
perspective.
to see
Yeah.
it higher on the priority list too, because UDOT used to do that, where they would prioritize roads, but the ones that were too expensive would always be the ones that got bumped down the line, and that's why it took forever for us to get some of our expansions out here, because they're expensive roads, but it doesn't mean that we need it any less.
Okay,
So-
yeah, we can make that change. Thank you.
Councilmember Gray, did you have anything else on that? Councilmember Wright, are you prepared to?
Yeah, I always got something to say when it's the right time, when it's appropriate. I mean, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. We'll get to 128 in a minute, okay? I'll keep you in suspense for a moment about my thoughts there. I just want to make sure they're contemplating a connection between Hidden Hollow Parkway and the Mid-Valley Expressway. I didn't really see that, and I was trying to find the page that that's on where it has that. I know that there's one labeled 85. I just want to make sure there is a connection shown there, because I think that's a really important connection. I think that it's off of 82 and connecting to 16, but I'm not sure if that gap gets bridged. That was my concern, is I just didn't see that in there, so I want to make sure that that gets in there. Excuse me. And then the Talus Ridge, I know that there are some who are going to come and speak to us about that, which is the connection. What's the number 46 is what that is, and that's a contemplated connection out of Scenic Mountain. What's the name of that development right up there at the front?
Mount Saratoga.
What is it?
Mount Saratoga.
Mount Saratoga over to the Eagle Mountain side, and I don't know what the probability of that really is going forward. I know that the residents in that area are highly concerned about that connection, and I've had several conversations with them about that, and I don't think that they don't see some benefit in that. I think they're concerned about the timing of that, because they don't want to see it become a thoroughfare or a cutoff road while UDOT's constructing the freeway expansion through SR 73. So I think it's important to at least contemplate that, and then they've asked for us to consider some additional connectivity through the power line corridor to some of our other existing neighborhoods, and I think we ought to take a look at that. So the timing of that, and I think the estimated cost for that's about $3.3 million. I'm going to tell you that that's going to be a much lower priority for me than some other roads that we need to talk about. Now, one of the roads that I got to tell you that I've advocated for publicly on multiple occasions, and we've even set aside a little tiny bit of money in city dollars, okay, is a connection from Lone Tree Parkway over to the airport road. And it kind of keeps getting jacked around. And in this, when I say that, what I mean is it just keeps shifting. And we're running into some obstacles in being able to do that, even as we sought a temporary access for Lone Tree Parkway. And so I just want to see that wherever that lands. And I tend to agree with Councilmember Wood that I think we need to continue to show that running through the airport, even if we have to get Elon Musk to come run a boring machine under the airport and put a connection that will allow that access to Lone Tree. But in the interim, I want to see us prioritize a connection that creates that connectivity out of Lone Tree and Oker Mountain Ranch. And I think there's an area there where there's a dead-end circle right now, and I don't know that they've sold any of that property. I think we should contemplate making a connection there so that we get those dead-end subdivisions headed to the west and connected to Airport Road. And I'm going to tell you, for me, that's really secondarily to Mid-Valley Road. That, for me, is priority number 2. I just believe we need to be focused on that. It's been a long time that those residents have suffered under the circumstances that they're here, and every time an approval has come to this body over the course of the last many years, it's been just a few more homes, just a few more homes, just a few more homes, just a few more homes. I don't think there's anybody that bought there that didn't realize that they only had, in any real life scenario, one entrance and one exit, even though there's a discussion about, does it meet the code? Well, maybe it meets the letter of the code, but it certainly doesn't meet the spirit of the code. And I think there's too many residents over there for us not to be actively pursuing setting money aside to make that connection. So I just want to say that. Now we can come back to the 128 connection. I think many of you know that I'm a Cedar Pass Ranch resident. I've lived there 21 years. And I've really wrestled with some of these discussions that has been had about whether or not there should be collector roads or arterial roads that bisect or intersect Cedar Pass Ranch. And it always comes down to this equation for me. It's really an issue of quality of life and what is it that we want to be as a city. Because we certainly could contemplate an arterial road that runs right down Ranch Road. We could run one through Cedar Pass Drive, I think is what it's called, road is what it's called. And Cedar Drive, we could do that as well, and a connection through Canyon Wash. What's the cost of that to our city and the impact to our lifestyle and our quality of life? That's what I come back to and wrestle with. And I think what it does is it pushes out those types of uses, those open spaces, those unique things that Cedar Pass brings, that North Ranch, that Meadow Ranch, that Arrival, that some of these subdivisions that are a little bit unique and a little bit different. I remember having a conversation about, should we be contemplating a freeway between North Ranch, Meadow Ranch, and Camp Williams? I don't know if some of you remember that conversation, but that was a conversation a few years ago. And in each and every instance, I'm grateful that our leaders, long before I got here, were willing to say no to that and to bite the bullet and say, what are we going to do? We're going to have to expand SR 73. We're going to have to fund Airport Road. We're going to have to find a way to connect those people from Lone Tree and from Oquirrh Mountain. Even if we've got to find that money internally and we've got to tighten our belts somewhere else, we've got to start making those things a priority. So from my perspective, I don't think that's a necessary connection because I think it just impacts the quality of life that we've come to expect. And something that I think we have held up to the light and said, this is who we are, this is how we think, this is what we want to be over 52 square miles. If we wanted to look like downtown Salt Lake, we'd be showing that in all of our literature and all of our branding and everything else, and that is not who we are as a city. So if we're going to do that and say goodbye to 5-acre lots and that rural lifestyle, it's permanent. It's a permanent goodbye if you begin to destruct or impact those uses because they're not making more, not even in Eagle Mountain.
Can I add to the 46 comment, the Talus Ridge? So that was on our previous transportation plan, and I think that estimate is a little high because Mount Saratoga has composed most of it already, so.
I forgot to advocate for my own neighborhood. So, I apologize. There are two roads. I just want to make mention of this, and David, I think you already know. So two things, 44, 45 that are at the bottom of Silver Lake, the Golden Eagle Road connection. We're showing a connection to Mid-Valley Road there. There's no scenario where I want to create a stop sign, stop light, anything of an intersection in Mid-Valley from Lake Mountain Road all the way to what is it called? Mountain View Corridor. Because if we do that, it ceases to be what it needs to be for our citizens to get out. Now, on a personal note, I hate the Golden Eagle connection. It literally goes by one of our most busy elementary schools. That intersection for Silver Lake Parkway, or excuse me, Silver Lake Elementary, on the northeast corner of that intersection, they have 1,200 students. No buses, everything's walking. If you've been on that road, there are cars and pedestrians, and it is only a matter of time before that becomes even worse. But if we make that connection that will go over to the high school, you are absolutely going to start pushing student drivers through there. And I think that's a reckless decision on our part to do so. I'm not in favor of 45 at all. 44 I can probably get behind, but it should go underneath. If they want to make that connection, it should not stop at 16 and east, go underneath, and then connect over. Those are the last of my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's turn to this side. Councilmember Burnham.
First of all, I appreciate all the data that you gave us. That's very helpful. I've been on the council for a while, and 128, this isn't the first time I've seen. It looks really good on a map, okay? It really does. And it makes sense in terms of if you're just looking at it on a map and you're looking at traffic numbers and all that, it makes sense. Until you get to what Councilmember Wright was talking about, and that is, do we want what happened to Lehigh to happen to us? Do we want to lose, sorry, Councilmember Wood. Do we want to lose that sense of who we are? And I don't. I don't want to lose some of these big lot areas. And so that's a huge concern for me. So although it makes a lot of sense on the map, it doesn't make a lot of sense for Eagle Mountain. So I think that we're going to have to look at widening Airport Road sooner rather than later, because your projections clearly show that we're not going to function without that road unless we do. So that's kind of where I'm looking right now.
Councilmember Clark.
I find myself aligning quite a bit with Councilmember Wright. The area that's up by Scenic Mountain and Mount Saratoga, that's part of a bigger ecosystem of connectivity that we are just barely really digging into. And I don't feel inclined to make that connection until we've alleviated the problems at Mount Airy and Vernham. And Southmore and Heatherwood on the Green, like, I feel like we've just kind of pushed the problem down the road, literally and figuratively, and would like to address those problems. I also agree with the importance of getting 44 and 45 correct. I also live in that area, but I'm not saying this because I live in that area. I'm just very aware of all the kids that have to walk. We have 3 elementary schools like in a 1-mile radius, and that means there's a lot of little people crossing, and there's a lot of really dumb people who drive too fast and don't realize, or just slow down and are reverent enough to make sure that they're not putting kids in danger. So we need to be really careful with what we do there. Also, the Mid-Valley Connector is super important. We need to get going with that regardless of what MAG's ready to do or not. That is going to be a huge pressure relief valve for us as a city, getting people both out of Eagle Mountain but also into Eagle Mountain. The people who live in the ranches near where I live want to get down to city center to get to things that we need to, and a 5.5-minute commute is needed there. And lastly, with number 128, I have no desire whatsoever to connect that through Canyon Wash. One of the very first things that I did when I was on council 7 years ago was advocate for not connecting the stub road there, and I wouldn't change that for anything. There's different kinds of roads in Cedar Pass Ranch. They were built to county road standards, and even if we didn't all love Cedar Pass Ranch and what we're protecting, even if that wasn't the factor, we would be looking at having to replace those roads sooner rather than later at a great expense, and that expense would be borne by every taxpayer. And I just don't think it's a good fiscal decision beyond the fact that I want to help protect the thing that makes Eagle Mountain special. It just doesn't make sense financially for us to put that burden on 11 homes and change the nature of that area. I do think that at some point, if the LDS Church that owns that land to the west of Cedar Pass Ranch decides to do like Cedar Pass Ranch Light or something like that, where it like bridges the gap from Cedar Pass to Sage Valley, some connectivity makes sense there, because you're connecting one kind of neighborhood with a similar kind of neighborhood and getting people from point A to point B, not making it a thoroughfare. So those are all my thoughts on those roads. I also think that we have to work with earnest to get that connection made from Ranches Parkway, Scenic Run, up into Saratoga and the Wildflower Development so that it can connect to Mountain View Corridor. As the expansion of SR 73 becomes more and more imminent, we really want to have that connection made so that people can use that road before SR 73 is being expanded. It will be a literal nightmare to drive on SR 73 if we don't have an additional route in there. So I would put that connection, Mid-Valley, and Lone Tree, top 3. And we need to make sure that the Lone Tree one doesn't remain just a temporary dirt road. It needs to be made into a true egress for that neighborhood because there are too many homes through there to not have a different exit. So those are my thoughts.
Mayor, can I throw one more quick comment at
Please,
David?
yeah.
David, I do want to express my gratitude to you for the good work that you've done up on that northern connection. I mean, you sat down and you visited with Councilmember Wood and I, you listened to the landowners, and your engineering team went to work to design something that's going to work. And I know we haven't entitled that yet, but just the preliminary concepts, I think, are going to make a huge difference. So I appreciate Councilmember Clark pointing to that and just recognizing the benefit that additional connection on the north end of town from Ranches to Mountain View are going to really make. So thank you for your good work on that. Thank you for everything else you've done on this
Mayor,
project.
Councilmember Burnham brought up a good little side conversation here with the ranking. No, it's fine. I think that I want to include the residents in it. Where it says ranking 1, project 80 and 126, that's the widening of Ranches Parkway and the high T connection there. That really should remain right up there as well because that's been failing for a while and it's very dangerous to turn out and in there. And we have more commercial development that's coming in there, which will just exacerbate the problem. So we have the very difficult task of prioritizing and making 10 things fit in ranking number 1. But if anybody can figure it out, it's us. So thank you.
One more comment, Mayor, sorry. I've been pretty involved in the roads here. Would you mind going up to that northeast corner, David?
Like zooming in?
Yeah, if you can zoom in.
I can't do it there, but if you hang tight, I have it back up.
That's probably good enough. I can show what I'm gonna say from here. Yep. So this road, super happy with all the work that you've done on that, connecting up to Wild Blossom through Wildflower there. One of the roads that's missing that was proposed by the major landowner up there, I'd like us to revisit that as part of our plan, which basically went, oh my gosh, sorry, super shaky. From here, basically bisecting that at a northeast corner. Now, I believe that the 134-48 is going to be significant as a first step, but as the mine comes down to the level that Mr. Hadfield has said that it is going to, they're interested in doing a significant road that would go through there up to the Mountain View corridor. It's a 45, basically, from that 137 intersection there. I'd like us to show that. There's a willing landowner there that would like to do that, and that would have a significant impact for ingress and egress. When we showed that to UDOT, they were very much in favor of that type of a road going through there. I believe that their engineering plans that they have shown from the upper owners of that land up there have that. If we could reach out to them and maybe show that on there. I think it's very well contemplated and actually would be very beneficial because there's going to come a point where this is going to be very cumbersome going through townhouses. The amount of traffic that we're trying to put through there. This will actually become a relief area there. So I just wanted to kind of put that back.
Yeah, that'd be really helpful. If you have information you could send my way, I'd be happy to track down whatever we have, because I don't know, I've not seen plans up there. I'd love to look that up.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a much bigger road, so yes, I'll send it over to you. Thanks.
Anything else before we go to public
Yeah,
hearing?
you know what, I just wanted to jump back in here because I went first and I kind of stayed focused to the presentation and then everybody else expanded into this. I thought we were going to try to get the public hearing. So I do want to advocate that, look, 2 months ago I brought that connection 46 and I agree it's all right. I agree that that can wait till after the freeway. I also agree that the ranches and SR 73 area is a high priority, but a lot of that can get addressed as we work with UDOT on the freeway and some of that. So I didn't want to be the only one that didn't advocate for the rest of the area when I focused my comments where it was at. But those are obviously high priorities, and to keep it simple, I concur with a lot of what's been said about some of those other roads.
Okay, so we do have a public hearing. Before we go to the public hearing, I just want to thank everyone for helping to keep order and decorum. It's a little awkward. I'm sure everyone here would love to give passionate speech about things that are close to their heart to a roaring applause, but then we totally lose control of the meeting, and if it's allowed for one, it has to be allowed for all, and so I appreciate you helping to keep order there. So we are going to open up for public hearing. I'm sure that probably the majority of you here would like to speak. There are forms in the back. If you haven't already, let our city recorder know that you would like to speak to this item. Please fill out a form and bring it up. And when you do come up, please state your name clearly for the record. And I think, do we want their address as well, or do we need that? Just name? Is that good enough? Okay. And please limit we're going to limit your time to 3 minutes, okay? So try to get to the point. I'm sure a lot of us are like-minded, and so it's not advantageous just to repeat what the last person said. I mean, if you want to get up and say ditto or something, we want to be as efficient as we can. We want to allow everybody time to express their point of view and as many points of view as there are out there. So if any of you want to appoint a spokesperson for your thinking, that's fine too. You can speak in behalf of others. But yeah, help us move along through this, and so everyone can be heard. So, yes.
I was just going to point out, maybe it's helpful, this is a public hearing specific to this item. If it's for a
Yes.
different item, there's time later.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so if you're here to speak on a different item or even something that's not even on the agenda, we're going to allow time for that later. But this time is just for this item 15A. So if you want to speak to the master transportation plan. So with that, we will open up public hearing at 10 minutes after, well, just 11 minutes after 8. And Gina, who's first?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, a couple of these, I'm not sure if it's for transportation, so if you're not, just let me know. This is Doug Freeman, Inverness Road Extension. Is that for this part? Okay.
Want the green light there, yeah.
More time. I'm Doug Freeman. I've been a Eagle Mountain resident for 6 years. I live on Vernum Road. I want to speak to item 46, the extension. I'll mention some concerns and some possible solutions that, because it concerns Vernum Road also, that's where a lot of concerns are, is nothing's been done to, anyways.
Can we ask you to lean in really close to the microphone so everybody can hear you?
Okay. All right. Our concerns are the ability, and this is from several of our neighborhood people. Some of our concerns are the ability or the willingness of the city to address issues, speeding, traffic issues on Vernum, and where concerns are tied, how bad is that going to get on Inverness if they try to go through Tallis Road and go that way. Nothing's been done on Vernum. We're worried about what's going to happen there. Biggest question is safety. Again, back to Vernum, we've had close calls. We've had property damage from speeding. It's been mentioned in a previous meeting. And also, there's a playground right on the corner where that road is to go through. There'll be kids, the neighborhood's full of kids. We're gonna have kids at a playground 25 feet from where the road's gonna be at. Concerns about home values because people bought a home, $500,000, $600,000 home, street they could park on. Now it's not gonna happen. They're worried and concerned about home values falling. The other part, the biggest question, or one of the bigger questions, is police and sheriff pressure. There's been none. Even the only time they come out is when we call. If there's, we call 911, there's been an accident. That's the only time they come out. We speak to the deputies. Well, yes, there's a problem. Nothing happens after that. Some of the solutions we've thought of, this isn't all criticizing everything. Again, the opposite of that is a higher police, sheriff presence, a regular and random presence just to help control some of that. Some traffic control systems, lights, speed bumps. We've been told speed bumps can't work because of plowing.
30 seconds remaining.
Been there 6 years, seen a plow truck one time. Speed bumps would help. Some of the more and better city planning, we're going through this right now, but some of this probably could have been done years ago to avoid what we're going through right now. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, it might be helpful to help the residents know that we had a really good discussion with our chief today about traffic calming measures and addressing some of the concerns that have been brought up in that area and throughout the city. So we're listening, we're working on it, okay?
Yeah, there was about an hour and a half discussion that took place that was quite thorough. So, yeah, we're looking forward to a lot of good things there. Gina.
Jen Hackett.
I'm Jen Hackett. I live in the Lone Tree neighborhood. We've kind of addressed that tonight a little bit, but I just want to take a couple minutes and say that I'm actually not in support of connecting, and I live in Lone Tree, over to the Canyon Wash area. I agree that it doesn't preserve what we want, and again, I don't live there. When you look at the map, it comes out where there's some equestrian trails. There's no, if I'm looking at the right spot, there's no sidewalks there. So I think it's a safety issue for that community. That being said, we badly need a true egress out of Lone Tree. A lot of our neighbors actually thought, as we've been saying, we have an emergency road. They thought it went to Airport Road until recently because nobody's gone out and driven it, where it really just goes along that hill, right, and winds right back to Pony Express. So that's not a true egress. I mean, I don't know the amount of feet between our main entrance and that road, but it's a choke point, right? We can all agree with that. So I just want to say, I think that needs to be pushed up, and I appreciate hearing what council members have to say about that tonight. It's been promised and it's been told that we're going to have that for a really long time. Last summer we had that fire, and getting out of there, well, you couldn't. A lot of people just chose to stay and hope that that fire didn't come down the mountain. That being said, I also want to address, since I'm up here, twice in this last week, our main entrance to Lone Tree has been closed off completely. We've reached out. I'm sure there's been multiple emails that have been sent. We've had no notice whatsoever. So I would like to ask, from what I understand, City Council does not have the authority to direct staff, right, to notify us, but the mayor does. And he knows about this, and you have not directed staff to send out notifications in advance. We should. If we know that we're going to close a road, we need to send it. We have the ability to send a text, send an email to residents, and let them know that that road is going to be closed, and we haven't been doing that. If it's closed for an emergency reason, which may or may not have been true last week, we still have the ability to send out that text, let people know that it's closed, and also a timeline on when it's going to be opened. Today, when they closed it, we have that second entrance up at the top. There was actually a tractor stuck halfway, blocking that. So we had a very, very narrow way, and it also blocked our line of sight to get out of there or to turn left coming out of there. So I would recommend, not just for our neighborhood, but for others as well, if we know there's going to be a closure, that we make sure that we notify residents so they can plan appropriately for their commute to get out on time if they have any reason that they're going to have to be out that day. I myself just chose to stay in today to not deal with that. So thank you for hearing us. I appreciate that, but we really need to move Lone Tree up on a priority list. I think that there's a way you can look at it. My husband was looking at the map. Instead of just going straight out, to come out and go south a little bit and then head west. And I think that that's viable to make a real road going out there. So I would just recommend those two things. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jen. I think I need to respond to that and make something, I don't know, yeah, would you respond to that?
Sure. We did have a contractor issue out there where the contractor was doing shutdowns without providing proper notice according to the contract that they had with the city. They were supposed to provide us 48 hours notice, and they were just shutting down without notifying the city staff. And so that has been put a stop to. It is shut down today, and it will be shut down tomorrow. We're getting communications out on that. It will be open through the 4th of July holiday. We want to make sure that it was open so there'd be good access for fire response and whatnot over the 4th of July holiday. It is anticipated that it'll be closed on Monday and Tuesday as well, and then opened back up. We will communicate that out. We apologize for the fact that it wasn't communicated. We weren't communicated to as well, and we will hold them accountable for that. So we do apologize. We were directed by the mayor to get that communication out and to resolve this issue with the contractor. And we did have all of our elected leaders contacted by residents, and we heard you loud and clear, and we just want you to know we were listening. That aspect I wanted to address, and then there was one other thing, but I think that's good for now.
Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it at, the mayor's blood pressure went up exceedingly when that notice did not go out. Staff clearly knows about it, but it was a contractor issue.
It was, and it's important to note, it's not all the fault of the contractor. This contractor is working under an expedited schedule to be able to put a water line that connects Unity Pass to City Center, because we've had some well issues this year, and having that connectivity will ensure that we have good water flows and water connectivity. And so there's been a lot of pressure on them to get that water connection made. And so it was a timing issue, but that they were not following the notification process in that. So we do apologize, but there is reason why it was moving forward as quickly as it was, because we are trying to get water flowing back and forth a little bit more easily.
Mayor, can I just make a quick comment?
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we're hearing what the residents are saying. I understand the 48 hours, but I think that there's probably a better way for us to do the notifications of road closures. We know the contracts are already out there. I think we need to do a better job of being in front of this weeks in advance, maybe even months. And I think that if we know it's going to close during this period of time, we should at least have that established with our contractors, and then let's get it out to the residents so that we're not dealing with up to the last minute, or we're trying to tell them after it's already been done. I just think we can do better on that, and I'd like to see that. Maybe let's get out in front of it and show, here are the road closures that we know are going to happen over the next 3 or 4 weeks. Get that information out to the residents, and I don't want to just rely on social media. I think that it's easy to send it out in the utility bill so everybody's aware of it, so.
Quick question also, I was gonna wait and do this later because I know we're in a public hearing, but it's relevant to the same. I saw a notice for tomorrow that Pony Express North is gonna be closed from Lone Tree to Hidden Hollow. So my question is, if I lived in that area, has the alternate routes been posted so they can plan how to get to work and so forth, whatever they're doing? And I couldn't even find the alternate routes and things like that. So this is posted, it just came earlier today, 2 o'clock, that tomorrow we're closing northbound Pony. Is that the case?
And I'm gonna...
I can jump in on that one. They're not closing all northbound lanes. They're closing one of the lanes northbound and one of the lanes southbound, and they're shifting the lanes. So they'll both be on one side, but there will be traffic going both directions.
Thank you for that clarification. All it says is Pony Express closed northbound, so I didn't know that there was still a lane open. Thank you.
Okay, Gina.
Yes, Mayor. Susan Miranda?
Susan Morandi, 3152 East Cedar Pass Road. I wanted to speak on the Project 128 in opposition to that. I think that the Horrocks plan contains a few errors, and it's not addressing the unique issues that are present on Canyon Wash Drive. The initial claim suggests that only about 10 homes would be changed by the new collector road with adequate setbacks. However, the proposed road alignment requires significant property acquisition due to the plat maps, which mandate the 50-foot setbacks in our neighborhood. Many homes throughout Cedar Pass Ranches, not just those immediately next to the proposed road, were built with this minimum setback, and nearly all the homes on Canyon Wash Drive face the proposed road, meaning no home can comply with the setback requirements, so the city would have to purchase those properties that are valued between $1 and $2 million, and then those million-dollar homes would have to be demolished. This is a significant impact on the proposed cost of the project, and not to mention the irreversible damage to our community. I believe Melissa addressed that our roads are not designed to nowadays standards. They were built back in the 90s. And what I heard from the presentation was that we're going from less than 100 cars a day on these roads to 14,000 cars anticipated on that collector road. That's a significant amount of traffic. And it will bleed into the rest of our neighborhood, which, you know, our neighborhood is so unique in that we have the livestock. There's a lot of livestock. There's no sidewalks. There's no street lights. And these houses that face the street, they're going to be pulling out of these properties right onto a collector road in that kind of increased traffic. You can say they're going to do 35. We all do 35, right? We all do 35 miles an hour on your road. No, they don't. And it's going to increase. And it's going to cause a lot of injury, and it's a safety concern. We don't want to see those kind of wrecks in our neighborhood, and there's no reason for them. I think the city should explore the alternative routes that have been discussed tonight, and give Lone Tree their exit. They need it. Thank you.
Next, Mayor, I have Delynn Anderson.
Welcome.
I'm Delynn Anderson. Thanks. Glad to be here. Appreciate the council members and all their input. I can consolidate my comments because of a lot of what you shared, so I appreciate that. 1994 and 95 was a special time when developers decided that Cedar Pass Ranch was worth gamble, and there was nothing out here at that time. The statement, "If you'll build it, they will come," was true for my wife and I. We came. We are one of the originals back in 1995 to come and try to realize our dream here. I want to speak to the uniqueness of Cedar Pass Ranch. In this time, we've had buffalo, longhorn steers, cows, elk, camels, llamas, sheep, goats, and of course, horses. We currently have 105 plus sheep, goats, and cattle. We also currently have 331 horses. How do I know this? Well, thanks to my lovely daughter, Shanice. She knows almost all these animals. Shanice and countless other kids raised here in Cedar Pass Ranch have had the opportunity to grow up exposed to ranch, farm, and homestead responsibilities and lifestyle. This has only been made possible by what Cedar Pass Ranch offers to all of us. Many of our children and parents have been very involved in 4-H and especially FFA at the Cedar Valley High School. Our children have been the core of these programs. We also have hosted our own annual Cedar Pass Ranch Rodeo since 2000, inviting many from outside of our neighborhood to participate. We also have a world champion jouster that calls it home. In fact, the very first Pony Express Days parades used to be made up of many of our neighbors riding out with our horses to support the city. Cedar Pass Ranch roads and trails are frequently used by our young 4-H group. We have always been an active horse community using our trails and roads for horse riding year-round with our children because it affords us safety and freedom to move around. This safety has been compromised many times. We have had a car horn spook a horse with a young girl riding that threw her off and injured her severely. We've unfortunately experienced a death here. Randy Raymond and his fiance were riding on a Sunday morning, and loud noises spooked her horse, and she and both Randy were thrown off their horses, and she was killed with the impact of the ground. These dangerous moments are becoming more common as our roads take on heavier traffic. We're aware that the city is looking at alternative routes. This we certainly recognize and appreciate. Lone Tree has as much right as we do for access to get out of our subdivisions. I appreciate all the input you've given on those, and I support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cameron Jensen.
Cameron Jensen and Cedar Pass Ranch. I just wanted to talk about safety impacts. We just talked about a fatality, and something I wanted to explain is in 3 years, I've had 3 people fly through my yard. One of them included 5 children under the age of 12 in a rollover accident, and I'm arguably in one of the most private areas of this neighborhood. And when people see these massive roads, they just full send. Even though I have a massive yellow sign saying a turn's coming, it's far too late at that point. Another incident was a young man that was driving his truck and nearly split his truck in half. And the other one was a motorcyclist that went right over my fence and got really injured. With over 300 horses, it doesn't take even more traffic for these accidents to happen. It's a simple honk that disabled someone permanently for their life because the honk spooked the horse. And with over 300 horses, any more traffic, even with the little traffic we have now, is causing serious injuries. So building the collector road would lead to more of that, and that's all I had to say. Thanks.
This has 3 names. Jeff Meyer will introduce Ray and Mitzi Muse.
Jeff Meyer, Cedar Pass Ranch. So just introducing Ray, who's from American Fork, and Mitzi Muse, who's from Brandon Park and City Center. They've got a multimedia presentation about wildlife that would be impacted that live in this area.
Can you do it in three minutes? Yep. Okay.
That's not showing the actual presentation. Thank you. Okay, now I can't see it.
Now you can't see it?
Well, I have to look over there now. Okay. All right, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so we're both wildlife photographers. Again, I'm from American Fork and Mitzi's from Brandon Park. And I just wanted to show some photos that we've taken of the wildlife in Cedar Pass Ranch that would be impacted again by the collector road. There we go. All right, these are some photos that Mitzi has taken in the area. These are some that I took. The one on the left I actually took just last week in Cedar Pass Ranch. Some more. You can just see there's like a wide variety of wildlife in this area. These are some more that I've taken. And these I included because, again, I was out there photographing some owls just last week, and my boyfriend was commenting on just how beautiful it is, like how peaceful and quiet it is, and how unique it is to have that wide open space and to be able to see so many animals. I've also gone there to do astrophotography specifically because there's not a lot of lights, and it's kind of hard to find that. Mitzi wrote this comment, to impede on Cedar Pass Ranch not only affects wildlife when it has already been drastically affected by all the developments, it also affects the residents in the area immensely by affecting the value of their property and lives. The people and wildlife need to be considered significantly. And I wrote one as well. Cedar Pass Ranch is a really unique place where you're able to see a wide variety of wildlife. Areas like this are becoming more rare, but the interest in them just keeps growing. For example, the Utah Wildlife Photographers Facebook group has tripled since 2022 in size. In Eagle Mountain, I've also seen nature and wildlife related pages and groups with the same kind of growth. So as more land gets developed, places like this are becoming harder and harder to find, and I think much more important to protect. And the last thing I wanted to include is just, I think that protecting that space really aligns with the city's branding and what, you push as, or, really what you're supporting.
30
and
seconds
people,
remaining.
the residents here, like what they care about, what you found they care about. I think that really aligns with it. So obviously I'm against building out road if there's alternatives. I mean, the traffic sucks coming here. I get that too. But if there's a balance or a way where we can protect that space, I think it would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Durfee.
Let me make sure I've got this right. Can you hear me okay? Lori Durfee. I am a resident in Cedar Pass Ranch. And some of the photos that we were just able to see, and thank you for sharing so much, were actually taken from my yard. I think it is a very unique community that we have, and part of what actually drew my husband and I here 11 years ago. We lived in West Valley. We wanted an opportunity to change the kind of lifestyle that we have, and we found our home. And I found my little slice of heaven. It's a beautiful place, and on a map, I understand that the road makes sense. So many things make sense on paper. So many things make sense in a PowerPoint presentation. When you're in the space is when you really truly understand why it's not the solution for our community. And I would invite anyone who would like to understand that better to reach out to me. I'm happy to share my contact information, and I would love to take you on a tour of my yard and my neighborhood and help you understand why on the ground it doesn't make as much sense as it does on a map. The community that we have is absolutely aligned with the reason that we came to Eagle Mountain. And even as I look at our website today and what we tell all of the rest of our state and the rest of our beautiful nation, what it is that we're about here in Eagle Mountain, I think this is truly a key opportunity as we're planning for the future to take a look at who do we really want to be. Do we want to be Salt Lake City? Do we want to be West Valley, where I left? Or do we want to preserve this beautiful lifestyle where we claim, and here's our chance to show that we mean it, that we want to live in harmony with our community, that our animals, our wildlife, our natural plants, and this beautiful room of people who all want the same lifestyle want to really protect that historical nature of what has made this city great. And I hope everybody will take that into consideration, and I really appreciate all of your time this evening. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have Jeff Myers.
again, Jeff Myers, Cedar Pass Ranch. I'm deeply concerned about the collector road and am absolutely against it. We already get so much traffic flowing through our neighborhood. I'm not even close to that road, and I get so much traffic coming through that my mailbox has been taken out 3 years in a row. And I've been passed like I am standing still by people zipping through the neighborhood. As I understand it, early Eagle Mountain City charters committed to respecting and honoring HOAs. None of us really love HOAs, but we like ours for what it does. And our HOA prohibits streetlights and sidewalks for a purpose to preserve that rural aesthetics. I'm assuming this new road would necessitate streetlights and sidewalks. It's been mentioned the horse trail. Each property has an easement dedicated to horse trails, and the local 4-H charter and many of our neighbors actively use the horse trails throughout this equestrian neighborhood. The new road would cut right through that. It cuts those trails in half, segments them. And these are historic trails that have been there. And this would increase traffic, it would increase crossings, it would be more dangerous. Has the cost of potential injuries and fatalities been accounted for? And as I understand it, Canyon Wash Road and the adjacent homes already face significant water flow issues, where with heavy rain and runoff, water's running across the road and throughout the homes, and we have septic systems throughout the neighborhood. And a larger, wider road would exacerbate these issues. So has the cost of a water flow survey, mitigation efforts, septic system changes and/or repairs been accounted for? We understand and strongly agree that Lone Tree needs an egress and needs a route, but cutting through Cedar Pass Ranch is not it. I urge the City Council to protect these historic trails and honor long-standing established neighborhoods and HOA guidelines, ensure resident safety, and preserve our unique rural identity. Please reject this plan and consider other options. Thank you.
Marion Birmingham.
Hi, I'm Marion Birmingham, a resident of Cedar Pass Ranch. I'm here really to talk about historic Cedar Pass Ranch. And I do so in opposition to a collector road coming through our neighborhood. And I was really relieved to hear the comments made about preserving what Cedar Pass Ranch means to Eagle Mountain. Cedar Pass Ranch actually was predates Eagle Mountain City by some time. And it was formed under the county as 5-acre ranch, desert ranchettes, and where the owners could enjoy a rural lifestyle. But I also want to make sure to remind people, or let people who haven't lived here long understand, that for many years, the marketing done by Eagle Mountain City contained photos taken in Cedar Pass Ranch. So it was a photo from Cedar Pass Ranch that was on the city website, and the general plan and so forth. So it was promoted as what Eagle Mountain City was nurturing in values for the residents here. I feel like Eagle Mountain City has a kind of a sister situation in Salt Lake City. So Cedar Pass Ranch is to Eagle Mountain City what the Avenues area of Salt Lake City is to Salt Lake, in that it's a historic place. For many years, the Avenues were being turned into commercial development, and they've since come to regret that, and now they're trying to do things to reverse that, to preserve and protect it. So there was a lot of regret there. So when I say Cedar Pass Ranch is historic, many people may not understand. Our city is very new. And so our history is also new. So what I'd like to do is ask people to think about 25, 50, or maybe even 100 years into the future, and what happens to our history. if we allow it to be bisected by collector roads, segmented by the sort of thing that we're contemplating with that connector. One of the things I would like to tell here that I feel is really important, it's been said that the past is not the property of historians. It's a public possession. It belongs to anyone who is aware of it. And now I think you're all aware. It grows by being shared. It sustains the whole society, which always needs the identity that only the past can give. We cannot let our new city be stripped of its history by degree until there is little to nothing left to inspire future generations and give us all a sense of our roots and knowing that this is our home and where we all belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bettina Cameron, on behalf of the
Yeah, if there's anyone out in the foyer that would like to come in, some seats have opened up. So if you'd like to come in and sit down, you're welcome to. So, yeah. The front pew.
Bettina Cameron speaking on behalf of the Eagle Mountain Nature Wildlife Alliance. I'm very pleased to hear the comments that came beforehand, and I was surprised that just said no comments don't need to be made because we're rejecting 128. However, hopefully you received our written comments beforehand. The engineering department said that they were going to put it in your packet even though it didn't make the public ones. We hope that you do consider adding those into your motion. Those are the comments that the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council consider. In addition, in 2023, the City Council voted to remove any unnecessary roads into that wildlife corridor. Project 63 is Lone Tree expansion of that 2023 was redesigned to avoid that migration corridor that we have. That's even before it was even being considered for Canyon Wash. That's how serious the City Council and staff took the wildlife corridor. It can be argued that the current branding is really resulted from that wildlife corridor, realizing that economic development and wildlife can actually merge together and help each other, right? We hope that you consider, it sounds like you are, to make sure that no roads intersect the wildlife corridor. Those words were actually written into that 2023 TMP, stating that, hey, no more roads are to intercept. And especially if in the future, for on the record, if you find that it's absolutely necessary to intercept the wildlife corridor, we highly recommend that you do not include an intersection where both the east and west corridor match, where all the wildlife eventually will be merging, and there's always in this little pinch point of this crossing that all this wildlife is going to be doing. Make sure to incorporate, the wildlife crossings that are on the map. That's part of the TMP, because right now there's no funding allocated to those wildlife crossings. There's no line items or anything
30 seconds remaining.
Attached to each detailed project. Even though we don't know all those numbers, we recommend that you do add that to the actual list. I don't know where your zoom is, but is this like a laser pointer? No, it's a mouse. Well, yeah, thanks.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Can I go 5 minutes for speaking for a group?
Quickly, Bettina,
Yes,
quickly.
okay. All right. From my understanding, Mr. Patterson, who currently owns the airport, does not know whether he wants to keep his vested rights. I think that the city really, correct me if I'm wrong, it hasn't been determined. Right now, the Inlet Port Authority approved the Fairfield Air Park as part of the Inlet Port Authority Pony Express expansion. I think, before we try to determine what the Lone Tree expansion should look like, is to determine whether Mr. Patterson would like to utilize his vested rights, or relocate them, or to develop that land. And if that is the case, if we went back to the 2023 TMP, where it shows that Lone Tree expansion, it would make more sense to have that kind of merge and go cross straight instead of, right now, it currently does like this whole, like a beltway. Instead of doing these direct, hard intersections, kind of have it merge into the 73 and just keep it into the airport road expansion. Does that make sense?
So like a frontage road, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it kind of would be, because right now it's more like in the 2023 TMP, that Lone Tree expansion, it does like this whole U. So it like a sidewalk.
Tell you what, Bettina, could we follow up after and then we can dive into those
But there's
details?
other ways, I think, to really address and make it more efficient for all residents instead of doing what it
30
currently
seconds
looks like.
remaining.
Okay.
Thank you
All right.
very much, and we hopefully remember to include our written comments in your motion. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Kaylee White?
Hi, I'm Kaylee White. You guys all know me. In looking at this, I know that this was already on the transportation map, but some of the things that I've seen that make me a little concerned is ranking this number 9 where it was ranked 46. Where it was ranked 46, that would be in 2035. I've expressed to all of you my concern is the timing on this. So I'm not sure why it's being pushed up so quickly. When I've talked to a lot of you, we've talked about what reason for that, right? Why is it such a high priority? What is it accomplishing? Is it just a check mark for a east to west connection? What is the reason for pushing that up so quickly? Especially where we haven't finished traffic studies, we haven't done safety concerns, we haven't looked at any of those things yet. I don't think that it is the time to push that up until those things are completed. It's also listed as a major collector road. That concerns me. Having seen our neighborhood, I don't think that that's correct. If you look at how it's zoned as a commercial residential. There is no commercial there. I think that a lot of these things were put into place when the master agreement for our community was there, but this park was supposed to be moved. But no one followed up on that. It was never moved. It is not a commercial area. It should not be a major collector road. So my thing right now is like, it needs to be looked at completely, if not removed, until these things can be addressed. I just don't think that there's any use in pushing this forward. You guys all know our concerns with this road. You know we have expressed that. While I know that this is already in this transportation plan, I just urge you to not approve it with this ranked where it's ranked right now. Because we want to see all of these cross your T's, dot your I's, all these things done. Like we've said, we're not against it completely if it's done in the right way. Like we said, Burnham was not, Burnham. And we've had issues with that. We don't want to run into that again. And it just really makes me concerned that this is listed as a major collector. I just think that a lot of things have changed since this was placed on this transportation plan. And I think a lot of things need to be looked at. And you guys kind of agree with that. While I know it's on here, I would kind of argue, let's take it off. I know you probably won't, but let's at least take it off the priority list. Let's at least do all these things first before we're pushing through things that don't make sense
30
for
seconds
safety.
remaining.
And we have a lot of people here that aren't gonna speak, just so you know, like there are people that are behind this as well. Thank you.
Can we ask, pardon me, Mayor, can we just ask David to clarify, is that number 46 shown as a local road or as a collector? Looks like it's a local to me.
It is shown as a local road.
Okay, I
The
think that's an
existing right-of-way is
important
53
clarification.
feet. So the intent was to maintain that 53 feet.
Okay. So Kaylee, I hope that you understand what that means. So
Your time is up.
It
Thank
means
you.
it's a local neighborhood road is what's being contemplated. They're not a collector, not anything else, a local.
I just looked it up. And that's exactly what I was going to clarify, is because I'm sitting here trying to match that up. I thought it was local, but it is green, which shows collector. So
it's not green on the map in
It's-
36. It's the dark kind of gray. And that, I think, is a
What's-
future local collector. Or, excuse me, a future local road.
This one, it's green. See the green?
That's not it coming out of there.
That's why I was
Jared.
trying to
It's right
find
here.
it.
So if you go
That's why I
to
was trying to
at
find
least
it.
page 36 out of the 206 pages in the document, that's what I wanted to clarify is what is that color? It's designated as a local road, right? Okay.
That's correct. We showed the green Mount Saratoga, that Saratoga Springs is doing as a minor collector.
I just want to make sure that I understand that correctly. Okay.
Well, and we reduced that because we want to match the right-of-way that's existing and what's coming up from Talus Ridge when it passes the roundabout.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood that clearly, so thank you.
Yep.
All right, Gina?
The last one I have is Warren Clyde, and he wanted to speak if, still, okay.
Warren Clyde, Cedar Pass Ranch. I was kind of looking at it a little differently. I know Airport Road has now been straightened to a line with Highway 73, or they're in the process. And I assume that they're putting a light in there so they can service the school going in. Airport Road is also surrounded on the west side by undeveloped ground. When you are developing the ground, I know we have to get agreements with the landowner, and the landowner usually deeds a certain amount to the roadways. So Airport Road can be a very, wide road if you really want it that way. I would also like to say that if you do connect to Canyon Wash Drive, that becomes the shortest route from, down by where the old airport road hits and comes in that way. And yes, you might plan for a certain amount of traffic, based on the width of that road, but if it becomes the shortest route, it becomes the biggest route of opportunity for anybody traveling through. Other things about Cedar Pass Ranch have already been covered. And then I'd also say on the wildlife corridors, you do need to make sure that we get the overpasses and things in place, because I'm concerned with the new Mountain View, even because there's a lot of places they could have put wildlife, and draws along there, and they didn't do it. They just filled them in. And I think that's just going to shift the carnage for the deer up to the new Mountain View corridor. But that's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any written public comments other than ones for other public hearings or the regular public comment, except for this. Okay. Wyatt Graham?
So just looking at this, so my background is manufacturing engineering, so I do this kind of as a base with like smaller company, realignment of the company, how product flows through, and this is very similar. One thing that really does concern me, especially because I drive and commute all the way up pretty much by the Salt Lake Airport. Some of the big things that I see is these east and west roads. So this, I think number 16, which is right here, this road running east and west to Redwood is, I think all y'all mentioned it, was very important to make sure we get going, because there have been a few times, especially during rush hours, you got the Maverick right here and you get a wreck just in this area, and the only other corridor that leads is down here. And so when everyone's rerouting through here, which makes it terrible bottleneck, choke point, however you want to put it, you put everyone else that's taking 73 down here to try to get to work. And so that 16 is probably more important than what's been realized, at least in this plan. So I would just like to put forth that, hey, let's get people moving east to west, and then it alleviates even when accidents do happen, because we all know people are stupid on the roads. I think that's been well established for multiple reasons. And I would say, like, let's make sure we get that underway, let's going, and I know probably Saratoga Springs, the guys that are living right there on the backside, because I'm looking at this, and if I'm not mistaken, this follows the mountains kind of around right here, because a geographical or topographical map would probably be a little bit more helpful, because you see all the homes and everything as well, instead of just roads and lines, because then you kind of see families are impacted here as well. Probably along with that, not fan of the 128 that would go right here. Yes, Lone Tree does need a way out. Looks right here could be a potential. No. No? Thank you. Thank you for clarifying my ignorance. Okay, sounds good. Thank you for clarifying my ignorance.
One at a time.
But
30 seconds
nope, that
remaining.
would be all I got for you guys.
All right, thank you.
Ben Wood.
Hit the button on the base.
That one, okay. I'm Ben Wood. I'm with the Cynic Mountain community, number 46 that's being moved up to number 9. My point of comment is we recently had a light put in at Mount Saratoga. We've got a light right now at Mount Airy. There's not ease of access onto or off of that road very much. It's gonna be a freeway here in the next few years. If you're putting a local connector on our community, right now, if the line's too long at Mount Airy, people are flipping a UE onto Vernum and then cruising up to the ranches. What's gonna happen when we've got highway construction with Corby Ride, we have a local connector road that's one of the few east-west connections between Mount Saratoga and our community, and it's going by a park. I've seen close calls. I've seen illegal U-turns all the time. There's no enforcement at that intersection. There's been no traffic studies. We're really concerned because we're there, we're local, but we're the redheaded stepchild that's off in the northeast corner of Eagle Mountain. We just are looking for continued feedback and plans for the future so that we can work together. We just see lots of risks. We see that you're planning. Just wanting to make my voice heard and echo what was said by Kaylee and Doug. Thank you for listening to us. But we're just concerned because we see what people do in an illegal fashion now, and we're worried about what's going to happen when that gets more congested, more busy, and when there's road construction issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Courtney Johnson.
Oh, no. Okay. Hi, you guys. Sorry. I appreciate your time tonight. I will try to be brief. I'm Courtney Johnson. I also live in the Scenic Mountain community, and I actually live on Inverness Lane that is this potential number 46 connection road. I want to echo what one of the homeowners from Cedar Pass said about how on paper this looks like a really great option. But if you want to see what it really looks like, please come to our community. I feel like we had David come and visit our community and kind of showed him some of our concerns in person. I feel like that really helps create this picture of what we're trying to avoid in our community. We have one road, like Doug spoke about, that is a real safety hazard for our kids and for our community, and we're hoping to avoid that continuing to happen. As a homeowner, I'm also on the board of directors for our homeowners association, but specifically as a homeowner on that road, I'm concerned about my ability to have guests at my home and be able to park on the street. I'm concerned about the potential of taking away some of my land or some of my property on the parking strip that would necessitate or facilitate this road expansion if we had to connect. We've heard about potential for a traffic light, which, yes, might slow people down, but it also exacerbates some of our concerns that if we're anticipating so much traffic that we need a light, that's not the kind of traffic that we want coming through our community. So again, I want to be respectful of your time. We just ask you to come and look at it in person. If this is a decision that has to move forward, I obviously, living on that road, don't want it, period, at all. But I understand that we have to make compromises. If this is something that has to move forward, please come and see our community at 5 p.m. when all the kids are at the park together playing, going back and forth on their scooters. See what this would change and see what our community is all about. because it is something that we want to preserve, like they were saying about their other beautiful community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't have any more comment forms, Mayor.
Is there anyone else that hasn't spoken that would like to at this time? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, this is just for this public hearing. He has a
Okay,
different-
yeah. All right, very good. Okay, with that, we will close this public hearing at 3 minutes after 9 o'clock and come back to council. Yeah.
No, I
Well,
was just gonna say,
do we have more questions for David?
no, I was just gonna make a comment.
No?
I was just going to clarify a couple of things, if that's all right. On the Mount Airy, we are talking with UDOT to do a traffic study on that intersection. Just let the public know, we've been aware of that concern, and we are working with them. They are doing a study to widen Mount Airy and to help alleviate those concerns. The other thing is the wildlife comments. We do want to review those. We just got those today, this afternoon. We have not read the entire thing thoroughly. We do think it's good information, but we'd like to get a chance to review them before we get them approved.
Okay, is there further discussion, or if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure before we go into the motion, it sounds like we're all intent on removing 128. And then as far as prioritization, I had listed number 16, Mid Valley Road, number 63, New Road, Lone Tree Parkway, Old Airport to Seabiscuit, number 80, New High T Signal Ranches and Campus, number 105, which I can't find on the list anywhere, but it's a number on one of the maps, and that's the one that coincides with number 80 right there. And then numbers 134, 48, 137, and 49, which is the new road north-south, SR 73, Spring Run connection to Wildflower. And then the last one that I think we need to figure out before anybody makes a motion is putting number 46 on hold for a future consideration after addressing Mount Airy, Burnham, Burnwick, Atherton, St. Andrews, and the issues in that area. Does that represent pretty much everything that we have all
So
said?
on that exact note, I have a comment, but on that note, my intent is to table this because I think there's way too many changes to try to make a motion to capture that. So my intent is to give instruction to do exactly what you just said, address those areas, remove the roads that we've talked about removing, have it come back, and that's not, you hear our intent, I'm not asking the public all to come back, but I don't want to try to get that into a motion. I want to see it again. It'll be noticed again as long as you agree. But my intent would be I want to see what it is that we're asking before we make a motion. That's just me. And then my comment, because then I'll be done, is I really appreciate everybody showing up. I want to thank the public who spoke, and definitely we're listening. I think this is what it's all about, really. And I love the fact that you guys all come out, hang out with us. Don't leave after this. We'll probably be here till midnight. So you're welcome to stay, to open invitation.
Can I,
So
Councilmember Gray, oh, sorry.
I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate you guys being involved in the process.
I am torn on whether or not we table it or whether or not we very clearly address the changes that we want to have happen, because this is a part of our impact fee analysis. And I know that once we bring impact fees forward for consideration, there's like the 6-month wind-up period where somebody can come in and contest it. And during that 6 months, we're not collecting the revenue and the impact fees for these roads that we need to have built. And 2 weeks probably wouldn't be the end of the world. But I want to make sure that we're not putting this off too far, because time is of the essence when it comes to making sure that we get the funding needed to make sure these are taken care of. So, do you think we could have this back in 2 weeks, staff?
Yep, if we can get just clear direction on what the council recommends, and if they're all in agreement, we'll make it happen.
Okay. Did someone from staff get the list that I listed off?
I can't, and the only other thing that I'm not sure that you mentioned that I wanted to be clear on, that the prioritization list, so that table that I commented on, the moving Mid-Valley Road up, and of course, the Road 46 is already number 9, but it's a lower priority, I think, to all of us. So reorganizing those priorities, the 80 and 105 high T intersection, those, and that general area with the Walmart opening, a higher priority. So there are other adjustments. I can't remember, you were listing those, and I don't remember if you specifically said the table. So I think there's just every single page on here's got adjustments, and I don't feel like we could dictate that. But as long as David's clear, I don't know why we couldn't.
I'm good with it as long as it's not more than 2 weeks. Are we all clear on putting 46 on hold until we've addressed the Mount Airy, Burnham, Burnwick, Atherton, St. Andrews connectivity and intersection issues there?
I think that we would do that anyway, wouldn't we? I mean,
agree.
we've talked about doing the traffic studies and all of that, so for me, I mean, that seems like we wouldn't just build a road, we would do all of that.
I understand. I think that after talking to residents in that area, they're concerned that once it goes on the plan, once it goes on the plan, the concern is there's no requirement to notify them if that road starts to move forward. And I think they want some acknowledgement of the concerns that they've brought, and that whether that's part of a table or pulling it off the list.
It's always been on there. It's always been on the plan. The difference is
I know.
funding, so it's not, we're
I
not
know.
funding it. So,
I
but I
know.
mean, I'm not gonna remove it off the list.
That's my concern about the number 1 ranking. I mean, we have funding for that road. I mean, that was part of, that's been voted on, it's been approved, and for us to move it, when that is the road that's failing in Eagle Mountain right now, I don't want to lose that ranking for that road. I know there's a lot of
But
things that
Donna-
are really important, but that's failing right now.
But to your point, it's already funded, and the point of moving Mid-Valley up is to get it on a prioritization for funding. This one's it's ready to go, right?
Maybe we just
Right,
need to
but-
have, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry. That's not how I read prioritization lists. Prioritization lists I read as, what is the city going to build first? What is the city going to build second? And I get prioritization for going after funding, definitely Mid-Valley Road's right there, right? But in terms of what are we going to build first,
Are you suggesting that it be ranked as number 2 then Mid-Valley? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure if it should be ranked number 2 or if sorry. I'm not sure if it should be ranked number 2 or if the new road to North Ranches Parkway should be ranked number 2 and then Mid-Valley 3. I'm kind of 6s on that, but both of them are really high on my priority list.
Well, and that 134, that's literally just the reconstruction of that intersection to start to just adjusting that arc, if you will, right?
Correct, that realignment, yep, and then probably
Oh,
continue a
yeah,
little bit.
I was thinking a different road, forget it. Okay, yeah, Mid-Valley is high on my list, for sure. I just don't want us, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that the one that's ranked number 1 needs to happen. That's my only concern. As long as we're all on that page, I don't care where it's ranked on the priority list, as long as we know it needs to happen right away.
One thing that I think might be useful then is the ones that are funded, that are already taken care of and are moving forward, have them on a different list. The other ones can fight it out because they're still working for funding and prioritization. But if 80 and 126 is funded through MAG right now, then it shouldn't even be a part of that list. It's already taken care of.
But we're actively collecting impact fees for those, so they need to be listed as part of our priority.
I'm not sure 80 and 126 are MAG funded. I'm pretty sure
Oh.
they're city funded.
So what, Councilmember Burnham, what were you talking about then when you said it was funded?
I thought it was, but we certainly voted on it and said we were going to do it. We went through the whole design plan and how we were going to do it, and, yeah.
Okay,
So-
well, either way, I think the intent of the body is to table this with instructions to staff to come back with the prioritization adjusted based off the things that we've said, removing 128 and putting an asterisk by 46 that allows us to be able to take care of the other issues before anything happens moving forward with that. Is that? Asterisks.
And I would say the entire plan with those few changes is gonna be adjusted, which is, again, it's multiple pages, I can't remember, 40-some
Yes.
pages. That's why I wanna see it all cohesive.
And I'm good with that. So,
That also allows our engineer to look at the comments from the Wildlife Alliance so that you can get a chance to really study those.
David, do you feel like that you have an idea of what we have a consensus on? There's been a lot of individual things, but do you feel like that, I'm assuming you've been taking some notes on what's been talked about?
No, I've just been listening today. I think the only thing listening and getting ready for responses just in case,
Okay,
so.
so I don't
very
want to make
active
any of those
listening.
assumptions, that's why I'm saying this, so perhaps we need to be able to communicate with you. Everybody's made their comments about 128. The question is 19 part of that as well? I would say that I don't want that road there either. The previous alignment of the road coming out of Lone Tree, I think we still want to show that until further notice. I'm going to ask my other council members to join me on 45 in removing that one until we figure out the situation with the elementary school there.
could we put an asterisk by number 45 like
I
we're
just
doing
want
with
it gone.
46?
I don't see a solution where you have 1,200 kids in that area and we're pushing from Pioneer, what is it called? Porter's Crossing, sorry. I guess I should put my glasses on. Porter's Crossing, there we go, on Eagle, Golden Eagle, trying to push them through to the high school. We're asking for problems. They'll go right by Brookhaven, and then right into Silver Lake there. So I think we got to find a different solution to that one. So I'd like it to be removed until we do. That's my opinion. I talked about the changing of the contemplation of the, what are we calling it? The East Corridor?
East Expressway.
East Expressway down to the Pole Canyon Road and show that in a loop that is a highway or a major arterial level so that we can build towards that, but at least we're showing what our intent for that is to be.
So currently, it is shown as a major arterial all the way down to Eagle Mountain Boulevard.
For the continuation all the way south down to Pole Canyon.
Okay, all the way down south?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so that loop is a continuous loop back over.
Okay.
Can I, Councilmember Wood,
As
can I
soon
ask
as,
you?
yep, as soon as I'm done,
Oh,
give me
sorry.
just a sec. And then, the widening of, Airport Road, I don't know that we've shown that, but I think that there's an appetite for that since we're removing that other road to make that either a 6 or even larger, road. Maybe that's something that you can double check with, and then I want to make sure that from 134, that we are contemplating that road, and I'll send that over to you from, the landowner there, so that we're showing that northeast, connector there. And I just want to make a comment about 46. To the residents that live there, should that happen, we're going to mitigate all the problems that exist with that. Traffic calming things, no question. Where the park is located can be relocated to a safer area where land that we own. Those are all things that we're going to have a discussion with the group that lives there. Yes, the road's not going to be built first. So just be aware of that. When that comes to that point, we're going to be talking about that because we certainly don't want the same things to happen there that we're trying to mitigate in these other places either. So I want you to hear me say that. We're going to make sure it's a safe ingress and egress if it happens. So that's the comments that I have about that. I just want to make sure you hear what I'm saying there, and then if anybody disagrees with those, speak now or forever.
I'll support that,
Oh.
Councilman.
Councilmember Wood, my one question about 45 is potentially we may want to seek a Safe Routes to School grant to potentially get like a pedestrian bridge there or something else. And if we remove it entirely from our project list, it makes it hard for us to go after funds to address those concerns. And I'm just wondering, is there a way to mitigate your concerns, which I share, but also still keep it on the list to be able to seek a better alternative to what's there?
I'm gonna say no for me, because you have the road coming down from Woodhaven as well. That road is unencumbered all the way to that roundabout, and they're hitting speeds of 50 miles an hour down that road. So for me, it's just not worth it to me. Like, what we gain from that and the likelihood of a kid getting hit is, it's gonna happen. It's not an if, it's a when. And I think we need, the dice were cast. They put schools there that we should have never put on that road that was intended to be a major road connector over to Saratoga Springs. And I think that it would be irresponsible of us to make that connection there. I'm willing to talk about 44. I don't want it to connect to Mid-Valley Road. That needs to be a continuous road. And I think we just need to have that conversation, an underpass or something like that to accommodate what Saratoga Springs is trying to accomplish. Let's have that conversation. But 16 needs to be unencumbered by stops. If we do that and we put stops in there, then we've defeated the purpose of that road. So.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table item 15A, resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah adopting transportation master plan.
Motion by Councilmember Gray, do we have a second?
Do you want to put anything in there about insurance?
Yeah, I think we should remove 128 and 19.
We've given instruction. It's tabled. He's going to bring it back.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Wood. And I would ask for clarification, but I think we've already been clarifying. So let's go to a vote. Let's start with Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you all for coming for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, we are out of order of our agenda at this point. We. Okay. Oh, okay, go ahead, get it out. Get it out.
I think you get the feeling of what our intent is. Obviously, it will come back and we can make changes at that point in time, but if we do, you can hold us accountable on those things you're concerned about, okay? Thank you.
Okay, I'm tempted to do something that's really out of the ordinary here. Sir, did you say 16B is what you're waiting for? Okay. Bear with me. We're going to try to help you out. And I know we've got some young people waiting, but they're young, right? So can you hang on a little bit longer? Are you good? Okay. All right. So, yes, there is. There is. So we're gonna be all crazy tonight. So we're all over the place. So let's tell you what. Let me see if I can get away with this. If I don't get myself in trouble, let's go to 16B, and then we'll come back to the front of the line and start over, I think. So let's go to 16B. Is David Stroud still here? Is he out there? Did we lose him? Is he out there?
He's on his way.
Okay, if he's on his way, I'll go ahead and set this up. So 16B is.
Mayor? Sorry.
What? Yes.
We have several public comments that were scheduled for the very beginning public comment portion as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I intend to come back to that. I'm trying to accommodate the best I can. I'm probably going to screw it up, but we'll do what we can.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before we start, I need to express a conflict. Our city attorney says that it's a conflict that won't require me to leave the room and that I could vote on it. However, I currently store my boat on my neighbor's property. I do not pay him. We do weed control for him as he's a single guy and he doesn't need that side part of his driveway, but this would impact me depending on how the vote went. So I'm expressing the conflict.
Okay, I believe that works. Okay, David, thank you for being here. So 16B, is a public hearing, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Chapter 1010, parking.
Yes, this is a, Mayor and Council, this is a item that was originated through code enforcement. They were getting calls of multiple RVs being stored on certain properties. They went to investigate, and so we worked on a code amendment. We'll bring it up here in a, this is not coming up. So what this does, we've looked at it, we've added a few things, at least what we define as a, apologies. I'll drag it over, there we go. How we define what would be an RV, that sort of thing. Let me get a better picture here on that, get rid of some of that. There we go. So we'd add truck camper, obviously another form of an RV. I just saw that wasn't on there, thought it may be wise to add that. Boat, OHV, similar self-propelled vehicle used for recreation. And so we've added some code here. We've made reference to state code in section 41. And so basically the meat of it though would be number 4, recreational vehicle not titled or registered to the owner or resident of a residential or agricultural zoned lot or parcel where the RV is parked. That would be the last. The others just some numbering changes there on those pages. Went to Planning Commission. Planning Commission has given you a recommendation. Great, let's do it, but let's allow up to 2 on a piece of property that are not either the owner of the property or the resident. You could have somebody renting some property as well. And so there's basically 2 versions that we'll present to you. One would be just eliminating anything unless it's the resident or owner, or Planning Commission recommendation would be up to 2 that are not the resident or the owner.
David, what's the issue that code enforcement is running into?
What was the issue that?
What's the issue that code enforcement is?
I think had some neighbors complain about somebody storing multiple RVs on a piece of property. It again originated from them. They investigated. Brandon may have some additional information, but that's where
I was
it
just
started.
thinking on the bulk of our lots in the city, this is not a problem.
Yeah.
I would guess, because there's just not enough space to do that.
Yeah.
So this is probably something that we're seeing on larger lots. Is that what we're battling?
Well, I'm aware of at least 2 properties that have substantial RVs or boats being stored in residences. There's one just kind of I guess it'd be south and west of the Holiday over here. There's one there, and there's another one that I'm failing to remember where that one's at. But there's 2 properties that have multiple, I mean, probably a couple dozen or RVs or boats.
Briefly, didn't explain a lot of it, but okay, does this now become a home occupation? If somebody's paying somebody to store a vehicle, an RV, but our home occupation says you can't have external evidence of a home occupation, things like playgrounds or school, that's okay. But then, so if we're gonna allow this, do we need to then go back and modify the home occupation ordinance?
It's important to note that this complaint came to the council in a public forum, and that's where this direction originally came from.
Yeah, you've had a resident here a couple times. If you saw them, you probably remember them. They've been quite vocal this year about their concerns about this use, so.
I understand some of the concerns. I can sort of, I'm really struggling because I feel like people should be able to use their property in the way that they want to use their property. It's really difficult for me to tell someone, because if that person owned 10 RVs, they could park them on their property and no one could say anything. But because they don't own them, that's where the issue's coming in, right? Yeah, go ahead.
So what I want to say, I think the issue is, and this is because I specifically am doing this for a business in Riverton, the issue is collecting rent makes it a commercial or industrial use, meaning, for instance, and I'm not afraid to say a name, Isaac Patterson owns a storage unit called Eagle Mountain Storage that has specific slots for RV and boat parking, and he charges, and he can't do that except in an industrial area. So when we allow that kind of use in a residential area, that's where it's, now look, you can park your neighbor's stuff, but when you start charging for it and making it a business, it's now not zoned correctly. And I think that's where the crossover is, to your question.
Brandon?
Yeah, exactly. There is an issue with that. I mean, we've got the two that I mentioned. These are just residences that they're not complying with our home occupation. They're not complying with zoning requirements, nor are they complying with the home occupation requirements in Title 17.
So why aren't we pursuing some remedy through that code that already exists? I guess that's the question that I'm sitting here wrestling with. If that's an issue and we already know that they're non-compliant with an existing code, why aren't we fining them? Or issuing an issue, or issuing?
It's one thing to say, yeah, you know, we feel pretty comfortable in saying with that many RVs, they don't own them all.
But you have
that
no
they're operating
evidence
it
of that.
commercially. But, you know, you have to prove that, you know, and if you're saying, oh, it doesn't comply with the home occupation permit, then you really have to show that money is changing hands, which is just not feasible. So if you just say you can't store them unless it's titled in your name, that becomes a much easier case to enforce. So that's the reason.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, if my son had a trailer and he wanted to store it on my property and I had room for it, I'd wanna be able to do that. And what we're considering doing is saying no to that. And I'm just, you know, yeah, up to 2, you say, well, I've got 4 kids, okay? And I've got room to store 4 kids' stuff. And I don't store anything, I just want to disclose that. I haven't got anything on my property yet that isn't mine. But I can see where there would be a need for this and where someone that owns that property would want to exercise that right. And just because we can regulate it doesn't necessarily make it the right choice in my mind. Yeah, ask a question.
I know what kind of guy you are, but are you charging your kids? Because again, I mentioned that the difference is money changing hands.
You're not, but if we pass an ordinance that says it's in somebody else's name, and I have 3 kids that want to store a boat or a trailer on my property and I can accommodate that, suddenly I'm non-compliant.
Yeah, because there's no way we can track money changing hands. So.
Yeah, and seeing as it came originally through public comment, then via code enforcement, this is our first step of, is this a way to resolve the concern, or if there's a different direction you want to have us take it?
Well, so I want to just make this comment. There's a burden of proof too. Are we saying that we're going to go knock on the door and say produce titles? How are we going to establish who they belong to, who they're registered to?
Yeah, I mean, it could be the way. Historically, years ago, I worked with the police department doing calls, they'd run plates. They'd say, okay, who's this registered to?
I mean, so is the intent to turn our sheriffs into code enforcement officers?
Yeah, I don't think we want to go that
To me,
route.
I look at this and I'm just like, I agree with Brett. Let's deal with the offenders rather than writing a code for the entire city that would, frankly, hurt a lot of other people that aren't abusing this. And I don't know. I don't like legislating code for a small number of people abusing. So for me, I'm not in favor of this. I look at this and I go, I agree with what Donna said. We want people to use their land. And I think we're on there too much already in how we're telling them to live and use their land. And it gets even more prescriptive once you start doing quasi-bodies like HOAs that are even more restrictive. So for me personally, I'm not in favor of doing this.
I was thinking my RV is actually registered in the name of one of my businesses. So if I had 2 of those on my property that I literally own, but my business owns them and I don't own them personally, now what am I gonna do? I just think it's a really muddy mess.
Yeah, let's see if we can crank through this. We do have a public hearing on this, so let's open up public hearing at 9:32. Gina, do we have anyone that would like to speak to this item?
Trinity Carter.
You don't, we're not gonna make you, but you have the chance.
We're nice. Come tell us.
It's okay.
Come tell us what you want us to hear. I promise nobody will bark. Come on up and tell us
Come
what
on.
you think. No one will get after you.
We've got candy.
Sure.
Come on, you're halfway there. Just hit the button and turn on the, there you go.
We want to hear what you think.
I'm sweating.
It's okay.
But I'm gonna come stand by you. So
Thank you.
I don't want to push the button.
It's already on.
I am one of, oh, he's gone. Cool. Hi. I am one of the west of the gas station landowners that store RVs, camper stuff on my property. Like you said, I want to be able to do what I want to do on my own property that I pay for and I pay taxes for and I own the home and all the things. It is beneficial. I have 4 kids. It is beneficial for our family financially to be able to have that passive income. It's like embarrassingly helpful financially to be able to have that. And with all of the houses going in so close together, they're in HOAs, or they are so close together you can high-five each other when you're making dinner, but they don't have enough room to store their family toys. And so it helps them to be able to have it close to home to where it's easy access, whatever. Just send me a text, say, hey, I left my kid's favorite stuffed animal in our camper, can I come get it? Or we're going in and out of town and you're right here. I don't have to worry about it being down in Saratoga or out in Tooele or something. And so it helps them, it's close, it is little dollars, and it helps me and my family out because I have acres, I don't have water rights, I don't have a well, I'm using my land that I've paid for in a way that helps me and my family. And so we do it, it's organized. I probably could weed whack right now, so don't look at it right now. But I try to, they're organized. I have a spreadsheet where it is month to month organized of who is in what stall, what section of it. And it's beneficial for me and my family. It helps them and their family. And it's comfort and it's helpful. That's my 2 cents, I guess, as the landowner.
That works great. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Can I have a piece of candy now?
Yes. Here.
Go for it.
That's the reward.
Whatever works. Yeah. Okay, Gina, who else do we have?
Ashton Steed.
I'm short, so hopefully. I live pretty much in the middle of 3 to 4 landowners that are sharing their space with other people. I love it. I think it looks great. They all 4 of them take great care of their properties. Actually, before they started storing trailers, the weeds take over. It's a lot of land to take care of for a family that has 6 kids running around. They take care of it really well. The trailers keep the weeds down. It's great. There's no issues. I don't store my property on the land. I'm just a bystander to this. As a landowner in the community, I think it's a great thing for the community. I would rather somebody in my community be able to share their land with somebody in the community to be able to store their property on somebody else's land. It's more accessible. there's community camaraderie. There's really no issues. Again, people should be able to use their land how they see fit. Whether or not there's minimal dollars or not trading hands, I honestly don't see a huge problem with that either. It's not a huge commercial business that is happening. It is minimal. You're not losing huge amounts of tax revenue. There is no huge burden on the street as trailers are coming in and out. On a side note, I own my property in my name. My husband does not own our property. This would affect us personally in the fact that he would not be able to store his property on our property because of the way it's titled. Again, it's not an issue. I would be willing to personally guarantee that anybody in the neighborhood in question that has been targeted would be willing to talk to anybody and mitigate any kind of issue that they see arising, and would do everything in their power to make it work for everybody, including, I would be willing to bet, the very, very, very few people who are making the complaints about this. So that's my 2 cents as a person who lives right next door to many, many of them. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't forget your candy if you want. Who's next?
Tony Castillo.
Yeah, so Tony Castillo. So my wife and I own a roofing company. Well, actually, my wife owns it. I just work for her. So I'll be politically correct there. Here's the problem. City code, in terms of, parking and all that, it's
No, it's not you.
it's
Sorry.
kind of a pain in the arse as it is, trying to abide by it. So, obviously, like trailers, we can't park them for no more than 24 hours on the street. They got to move. And when we were given an opportunity to store and park our business trailers to help a family out, the Carters, it helped us out a lot. And the fact that we can come and go, drop it off, and we know where everything is. Matter of fact, I know she's got cameras because I'll go there. I'm like, and she's like, "Hey, are you?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's me. Oh, can you please send me a text? That you're grabbing a trailer." So the fact that they're very hyper vigilant as it is, but again, when it comes to property, even if you say, "Hey, we can't store it," well, crap, I can store two trailers behind my gate, but they're not titled in our names. They're titled in the company's name. So now changing or doing what you guys want to do screws a lot of us business owners over that do park our own personal property that's titled in a company, all for the sake of making a few people that are complaining happy. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave it alone. And that's what I'm challenging you guys, just leave it be. And as the city grows, great, look at it down the road, or say, keep the can down the road, let someone else deal with it. But right now, it's benefiting everybody. I don't mind, paying X amount, but at the same time, I get where the city, everybody's coming from, but it's got to be fair. And personally, I agree with Rich and Brett that the city shouldn't be telling people what to do with their property. We bought it for a reason. If I want to go in and fence off my entire property completely with a gate and store, all 20 trailers that I own, I should be able to. I don't own 20 trailers, but it feels like it. But that's it, guys. Do what's right, do what's fair. I'd say leave it be. It's not hurting anybody. The Carters, it's weed free. They do keep it down. I get it. If anything, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Why aren't you guys going? And I don't mean to segue.
30 seconds remaining.
Why are you not focusing on property owners that allow their property to be overgrown with weeds and collect trash? Focus on that instead of something that benefits everybody else. That's all I gotta say. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm already sweet enough, so I'm gonna pass on the candy.
Levi Seed.
You'll have to forgive my appearance. I'm come from work, and forgive the Crocs, because I
Your
take
time is up. Thank
my
you.
work boots off as soon as I can. So, I also live in that same neighborhood. You might have recognized the Steed name, but, we're good friends with these people and several other neighbors in the neighborhood that do the same thing. I will say that the little income that these people get on the side from doing this is life-changing, not only for them to pay their mortgage, but for their kids' sports and things like that. That stuff's expensive, we all know this. So that's kind of gives them the opportunity to give their kids a better experience, you know, going through school, going through high school, all this stuff. So that's about all I have to say. I have no problem with it. I've lived there for several years now, and honestly love to see the neighborhood getting creative in these tough times of trying to make ends meet. And, you know, some people sell freeze-dried things on the side, some people store an RV or a boat. So it's just getting creative of what you can do, and everybody can't do the same thing. So I'd be gracious with our neighbors, and that would be I'd be very thankful for that. So thanks.
Cool, thank you.
I don't have a name for this person other than TNT Carter. They submitted a long email, so I'll make sure that, yeah. And then, oh, okay.
That was us trying to figure out how to make.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
okay.
sorry. I have lots of.
All right.
Thank you. Chris Hatch.
I'm Chris Hatch. So there's a little bit about me. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm on a fixed income. Inflation sucks. And we've invested money in our property to store trailers so that we can make extra money. So I don't know if I'm one of your offenders. So I think instead of making me a villain, I don't know how many of y'all served over there. I served in Afghanistan for a total of 4 years. Little what that looks like. I worked 84 hours a week, often with 40 to 50 pounds on my back, 12 hours a day in 120-degree heat. I worked hard for what I have, and the money that I've invested to improve my property so that I can store people's trailers responsibly and have it look good, I'll probably lose my house. Don't make me a villain. If there's an issue with code, make something so that we can work together, not, oh, I don't think this looks pretty enough. So, because that's what it said on the thing. It didn't say anything about code, it was aesthetics. And yes, there's going to be complaints about people with aesthetics, but, and your number's way low on how many people have lots that they store trailers and stuff on. There's hundreds, most likely thousands of trailers and stuff that's getting stored on people's properties, and there is nothing in Eagle Mountain. The storage facilities that are here, they cannot handle all of the thousands of homes that are getting built and approved to get built that can park like one car or two cars. And Tony mentioned businesses. I've also had somebody that I know who stores stuff. They've been harassed by having semi-trailers, and basically they were told that, well, you can't have that parked on your property, and that's you and the semi-truck driver. Well, you're taking away their livelihoods. You're making so they can't live out here in Eagle Mountain. I liked what you said. The two of you were talking about you moved out here because you liked how it was and you didn't want it to be like West Valley and Salt Lake City and that kind of stuff. So let us have our property and let us use it for what's going to help our families. Most of us in a situation like me, we have businesses, and we're going to be paying our
30 seconds
taxes.
remaining.
So you're still going to be getting your dollar. City Center is still going to, or Eagle Mountain's still going to be getting their couple dollars from us. So don't make us a villain.
Thank you.
That's all I had for this item, Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public hearing at 9:47 and come back to council. If there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we deny an ordinance of Eagle Mountain amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Chapter 10.10, parking.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Burnham, a second by Councilmember Clark. Does anyone need clarification on the motion? Okay, let's go to a vote. Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
No.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Could I have a minute?
Yeah, just a really quick minute, a New York minute, if you will.
Sure. I want to express that I actually personally don't have a problem with this. I don't care, but I wanted an opportunity to speak for the underdog, for the complainants, because I do think it affects them. I don't care, but I wanted an opportunity to say, look, it does affect property values, it affects traffic, it affects a lot of other things in an area that aren't contemplated in a residential area. It's no different than saying that I want to house, and I'm going to use the word house, dogs overnight. I want to have a dog hotel in a residential area. I'm using that word strategically because neighbors don't like that because of the increased traffic and the other thing. And I want to do other uses similar to that impact the neighbors. So, look, I wanted to vote for that. I was okay with that, but I wanted to have that discussion with those who are impacted and are, so that's why I voted that way. On the flip side, I don't even care.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor,
Councilmember
I'm
Wright.
gonna say that Councilmember Wood and I were sitting here having just a little dialogue about this. And I honestly think that if we're gonna have an issue with this, that we should either consider entitling this through a conditional use permit, or perhaps we just need to take a look at the home-based business licensing and just put our arms around some controls that would help to regulate it. I'll leave it there and give that to staff to kind of think about.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, let's take care of our youth, we'll recognize them, and then we're gonna go to public comment, okay? So
We're almost starting.
we're almost starting, so.
Director, these are our students that weren't able to be here last month, as for our Teen Cert intern graduates. I'll call their names first, and we'll bring them all up at one time. We'll just take a picture and be done. But I'm sure they're grateful for getting a first taste of freedom of speech and on the eve of the birthday of the country. And so we want to recognize Embry Davis. You can come on up after I say your name. Landon Hatch, Schaefer Liu, and Robbie Lundgren, who is in Bear Lake with her family. I just want to recognize Emery and Robbie. They're our first interns from Westlake High School this year, which we opened up to last semester, and there couldn't have been two better gals to come from represent Westlake. This last semester was great. I had all females, and so we joined forces with our first semester kids, and we did our disaster simulation before school was out. And so we just wanted to recognize them. And Kenyon from Cedar Valley High School is here as a representative. Just give him a quick couple of seconds, and then we'll get a picture, and we'll be out. Yep.
I'll go quick. Representing Cedar Valley High School, I just want to give a thank you to the city and Mr. Ulibarri. These students work with an intern situation where they become first responders for the city. I'm over safety at the school. That's what keeps me up at night. And knowing that I have students that have been trained and have an ability to help in an emergency situation is just such a big relief for me. And this is going to help these kids through their whole life. Again, big thank you to Mr. Ulibarri and the city for partnering with us to make this happen. So thank you. Yeah, and can I get a picture for the Instagram?
Yeah,
I gotta have that.
No, I think this is a really cool thing, giving our youth the opportunity to take classes that will last them throughout their life, to be able to work with great people at the high school and the great staff we have here at the city. So, all right. Wish we could spend more time on that, but
Would it be okay if we set a time limit? We're at 10 o'clock already. And I think once we start getting into late hours, our decision-making gets worse.
I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead, yeah.
Is the rest of the council okay with that? I'm willing to make
I
a
just,
motion.
look, because of who's here and the items we still have to cover, as long as we cover the things that people have come through
Yeah.
for, and so if we can prioritize them, I'm fine with that, and then cut off, but I want to make sure we get through.
How much time do you think you need?
I don't know. I haven't
We don't know.
considered it.
Should we do public hearing, or not public hearing, but public comment next?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Let's do that first, then I'll.
Okay, let's go right to public comment then at 9:54. And this time is set aside to talk about anything that's not on the agenda, right? That's not already a public hearing. Talk about whatever you want. We don't care. You'll have 3 minutes. Gina, who do we have?
Zach Hewish.
Zach Hewish. Imagine that.
There was a study done by Israeli judges, and as they got closer to lunchtime, they started not approving parole. These were parole judges, so I just want to make sure I'm not talking to a tired or hungry council before I launch in. I just wanted to first thank the council. Many of you have been out to Sage Valley. The mayor was out there Sunday night until 10:30. With New Airport Road going in, there's been a lot of, I think, just frustration with communication and the road opening, and we are so close to having everything ready to go. Section 1635 for one access roads, there needs to be less than 30 homes. We have, I think, around 120 in Sage Valley, where the code requires that there be a functioning fire exit. And what I want to propose as a consideration for the council is that we think seriously about considering removing the choke point that's going to happen down at the southwest end of our neighborhood that's going to be close to that new intersection. That will easily back up. Everybody in our neighborhood, they have horse trailers, boats, semis, everybody pulls something in our neighborhood, and it's already a little kind of a narrow road, and as we pull in there, I could just see that being a bottleneck for people trying to get in and out of on New Airport Road. So what I'd like to consider, and I know this is going to involve UDOT and probably a little bit of finagling and work with UDOT, is an exit only out of Sage Valley onto SR 73. There's currently a fire lane that was built, I think in 2009. That gate blew over a couple years ago. It's no longer functional. There's a motor, but the gate's not connected to any rails. It really doesn't work. And so what I'd like to propose is maybe removing that gate, making it an exit only. With there being a stoplight west of Sage Valley, that's going to slow traffic, which will create opportunities for people to just make a right-hand turn onto SR 73. I brought this up with the mayor, but I wanted to bring it before the city council. I think it's a low-cost solution. We don't have to build a big giant road out to Cedar Pass or out to Lone Tree. We can just help our neighbors get safely out without creating a choke point. That's number one. I still have, I think, a minute or two left. Number two is along the new airport road. It's kind of like a gully, but you could easily see somebody on a slippery road making a sharp turn and ending up in Susie. She's in hot pink over here. I went out to her property the other day, and there were just cars driving 60 miles an hour past her house. We were standing out there, and there was like zero concern that we were standing on the road.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, I'm gonna hurry. Consider putting some boulders or some kind of barricade along that property line just to protect those homes along that part of our neighborhood. And then finally, in the last 30 seconds, I'd like to consider just some give and take. We've got SR 73 that's super loud. New Airport Road's gonna have a ton of traffic. I'd like for the city council to maybe consider making the airport easement a city park. There's currently a trail through there in a
Your
gully.
time is up. Thank you.
Something to consider, making that more of a permanent wildlife corridor, not developing that down the road. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Zach. Yeah, so just to catch everybody up on, so I have talked to David Salazar about that exit, that alternate exit. We think it's doable, so we're gonna pursue that.
So just for clarity, we're talking about Peppergrass Drive
Yeah,
to
it's
the
that
north.
one just lonely little,
And we're talking about a ride out only?
well, we'll see.
I know that's what's requested, but UDOT's usually not a fan of those because it can create more accidents. Traffic's trying to go into that. And to make it a ride out only, you need some kind of barricade or something. And so if someone's veering into that, now they're going to run into a concrete curb or something. So usually for those kind of accidents, they want a ride in, ride out, like at Burnham. That's typically what they want.
But my question is, in the future plan, and it doesn't go quite this far, but with the freeway, there's a frontage road there, right?
Correct. And the frontage,
So-
it would make very good sense for the frontage for
So-
a ride in, ride out there as
So I
well.
think if we at least preserve it and consider that, because that, with the expansion, would be a frontage road onto a on-ramp, absolutely it would work.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. It's about 2,000 feet from the new airport road connection. I think it would work really well as a ride in, ride out, now and in the future.
Is that something that we have to get granted from UDOT to be able to do that?
We do.
It's in the right of way?
We do. We're meeting with them in a week, and we're bringing that up with them in our next meeting.
Could we open up that gate area now so that there is the egress between now and when we get things finalized? Because it's already,
Yes, but it's
An
still,
approved
it's still a
egress.
UDOT road. I don't know if they would allow us to do that. They may have some issues with that. Just
didn't we have to get permission to put it up there the first time?
I think it was designed as an emergency exit. If you're using it for regular traffic, that's something very different.
I guess I'm concerned about having the gate there because it's not serving as emergency or regular right now, and that's a problem. So
You're right.
can we just open the gate or, like, can we do something while we're waiting to meet with UDOT?
Typically on an emergency, those are breakaway gates that the fire department's fire truck can knock into.
It's like Dukes of Hazzard.
That gate exists as a requirement from UDOT when that went in.
Are they
Wait.
supposed to fix it?
Yeah.
Is it their gate?
Well, I think anyone here would be happy to see the gate gone, but I just think the answer to your question is we would have to have approval from UDOT before we open the gate. We have other areas like this, right, where this is a scenario where we needed that access to meet city code, to have the second access, but UDOT only wants it for emergency access, which requires a gate, so that it's not used every day.
Who's responsible for the maintenance of the gate? Is that something we can get out there and get it taken care of? Because I have a problem with it being an emergency exit when, I mean, I guess the breakaway part, but I don't want people to actually do Dukes of Hazzard stuff, so let's get something figured out.
And then with that ride and ride out with UDOT, we'd want them to look at doing acceleration, deceleration lanes too, because otherwise you're just dumping onto a highway. So that's part of the ask as well.
Back to the gate. Are we gonna get that fixed so that it's safe, or we just Dukes of Hazzard? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So it's not just Dukes of Hazzard, they're designed for a fire truck to hit and whatnot. And so we would, whatever we do to that gate, we have to get permission from UDOT to do.
It's not connected to anything. It's not a functional gate. It's not on rails.
I know, but those type of gates typically are a breakaway. I'm not sure about this one, I don't know anything.
I haven't seen it personally, so I don't know what it actually looks like. Zach would
It's a
know.
slider gate with rails. It blew over a couple years ago. The city put it back up. It's not functional or connected to anything.
So it's just an impediment right now, Mr. Hughes?
I would say the short answer is one, we investigate the possibilities with UDOT to just open it. Number two, if that's not feasible, we can look at what we need to do to make it functional.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we have plenty to follow through on that one. So, Gina, who else do we have?
Bruno Hunziken? Hunziker.
He's here?
He was.
Dang it.
Did we lose Bruno?
He
Okay,
might have left, yeah.
okay. Who's next?
Michael Cusano?
Michael? No? You left? Okay.
He wanted follow-up on the water box and city water main leaks and damages.
Steve, do you?
All I know is, he's come before, speaking of the Plum Creek neighborhood and the water issues there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, yeah, it is getting late. I knew all this and now it's just now registering. Okay.
Steve Cherry. He wanted to talk about why the water bill is increasing over the last several months, and that Eagle Mountain residents pay significantly more than for water than in other cities. We can reach out and get him have Terrence talk to him or follow up with him. I have Ashton Steed again.
I knew you'd come back for that candy.
Oh. Okay. I was listening all night while everybody brought up the traffic issues, the speeding issues, while I was waiting for my turn to talk about the parking issue. One thing, and I get this is a dead horse that we're beating again. One issue or one solution to your problem that I don't think has been discussed is the possibility of using speed cameras, radar cameras. People call them different things, essentially cameras that take photos of people that are speeding, send citations to those people, so that, one, you're taking the burden off of the police force, that they don't have to, they have better things to enforce, essentially. I did very quick research on this in like 20 minutes while I was listening to the chief, while he was presenting. I found 9 studies that the mean speed reduction after they put cameras in was at least a 10% reduction in speed. And 2 of those cases were actually 25% reduction in the speeding. I also found another study out of Philadelphia on Roosevelt Boulevard, one of the most dangerous roads in the US. They installed 8 speed cameras in 2020 and then an additional 2 in 2022. And the research concluded that the cameras prevented a major increase in the crashes compared to similar roads that saw a 1-point time increase in crash rates. They also are estimating roughly about 15 to 20 crashes per month were prevented by fatal crashes were prevented by these cameras that went in. Also, speeding infractions dropped by more than 90% after the cameras were installed, but 90%. So you've now taken 90% of the deputies or this sheriff's load away from them, right? Utah specifically has some restrictions on the use of photo radar, although they do allow them in use in school zones and in areas that the speed limit is less than 20 miles an hour. There's a couple other hoops that you have to jump through for that as well.
30 seconds remaining.
Although there is a House bill currently going through the state legislature to kind of loosen those restrictions on those cameras. I would love to see you guys put some effort into working with the state to make it so that we can use these cameras, take the burden off the sheriff, make some of our roads safer. Obviously, that's an issue that you hear
Your time is up.
a lot.
Thank
So
you.
if you could maybe pursue that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The last comment I have is Jody Hooley, if she's
Yeah, I don't think Jill's
she had questions about fireworks, wondering why they're being allowed on both sides of Lake Mountain Road. And just concerns about windy weather, hot embers in the sky can carry those into the fields. We will have somebody follow up with her.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay. Is there anyone else that would Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment at this time?
So I'm right on the corner of Sage Valley. Okay, right on the corner. This has impacted me so out of control. The speed that people go is crazy, and you've seen it when you've been out there. Okay, but now you're having issues about the exit only lane. Okay, meeting on that corner, but we'll be fighting to get out of my driveway. It's gonna be me in the mornings, now that we don't have the school bus. So these kids are now gonna have to walk across the main highway to the junior high, which is, you guys talk about your subdivisions and you wanting to keep traffic away from your, your schools and things you have around you. We're dealing with it now. None of this wasn't taken into consideration when the new airport road was put in. But it affects me because I can barely get out of my driveway. I've been fighting construction people nonstop. I've been fighting every fast-moving car trying to get out of my driveway. Now you're telling us that we are having maybe an in and an out is not gonna work. That will put more strain on me every morning to get out of my driveway. So we opened up this road to residents only, local residents only. This is not the case whatsoever. Now we're just fighting it on two roads to try to get out. So we try to get out on the new road and we fight to beat traffic that way, and I try to get out of my driveway and still try to beat traffic coming in. This is not what Sage Valley was originally put as. We were wanting to be on our own, kind of like leave us alone type of a situation. Now you've made it a headache. But as the junior high opens and everybody's gonna try to get out at the exact same time, with this being our only exit, it's caused major strain on our whole entire subdivision. On all levels. Not just people going to work, but school, and now fighting overland people trying to come up and us racing to get out just to try to get onto the main road. That's gonna be a serious issue. The other issue is you're opening this road with no safety measures anywhere. There's culverts everywhere people can go down. There's no, the sidewalks open to the road of people going. You say 35 miles an hour, but I have on my camera up that I'm going 60 to 75 miles an hour, nonstop. So I think you're asking for an accident with having both roads open, but even just the amount of traffic that you've brought onto that road has been more than I think any of you even understand. Which I know that Melissa's been out there and she was shocked. Just in the 30, 40 minutes that she was out there, the amount of traffic that came through and how fast they came. So I'm asking you, please try to push the exit only. That's a big thing for us. But also minimize that road until the traffic light is put in. That's a big thing for us, as well as for the junior high kids. But for us to try to fight to get out on either direction, it just doesn't work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I quick say something? Sure. Just so you know, we've been working with Julie King about some sort of bus something there, and they're aware of the kids' issues and crossing, and they're trying to tack it on so there's either a shuttle to get them across the busy road, or the bus routes, as they're finishing up their route, make a stop on your guys' side of the road to get the kids over via bus as opposed to walking and crossing there. And I don't know what the final determination is. Obviously, they have a big organization that they have to convince to do things too, but know that they're mindful of your kids in your area and they're trying to find solutions for it. So they're not as powerful as Julie King. Yeah, I understand. And I'm not willing to give up hope and fighting for something because we want the kids to be safe from that side of the highway too. So let's keep working together on it.
And I'm confident that we can get that other connection too. So we'll find out in a week when we talk to UDOT exactly what we're up against. So, but I think it seems doable. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Bettina.
Bettina Cameron, Eagle Mountain resident.
First, I want to say I think this is an opportunity to thank each one of you because you all look like you're about to fall asleep. And I think you need to know that a lot of the residents, we do appreciate you listening and addressing a lot of concerns. So I just wanted to take that moment to say I appreciate you all and staff. And just listening and just like I'm alarmed to think that junior high kids crossing Highway 73. I don't know about reaching out to Riverton or South Jordan where they have that pedestrian crossing over Bangor, seeing how that was funded or something, because that's just scary. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else?
Clint Miller, I'm in Sage Valley. I know my wife wants to mention that our new intersection that doesn't have lights yet and is not a closed road by any measure of the traffic we see on it is not a school zone, yet the next one down is. So we're concerned with that. And is it going to be a school zone with any kind of warning lights or traffic lights to get people across? She should be up here talking. But
You're not saying all the right stuff?
apparently not. The other one does have a sidewalk up to the road, but nothing on the other side. Ours, the sidewalk goes all the way across and down to the school. So we're curious why that was designed that way, and then we're not a school zone. I guess my other question, and just for clarification, that gate has not been a gate for a long time. So if it doesn't get removed, it's a fence. And to finish up, I guess, I think some enforcement of the speeds of the closed road, we go walking down there, we go driving down there, or out that way. We stopped by on the way to this meeting today and sat there for maybe 3 minutes and saw 4 cars skirt the cones and back and forth. And it's been that way ever since that road was paved. It has never been a closed road. So if we had a sheriff sitting there giving tickets, at least it would slow them down, if not stop them for a day or two once word got out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know Chief Knutson is aware of that. We don't know what kind of commitments he can make, but they'll be doing what they can for sure. Is there any staff that can speak to the school crossing at this point? Do we know anything there?
So there is going to be a signal crossing there, just like a standard crossing where the kids push the button, it changes the light, they go across safely with the red lights and everything else. So it's just going to be a standard school crossing there.
We won't be able to hear you if you. Well, okay, let's.
Yell at you. The concern for it is kids are not going to walk to the light. They're going to go right up our road and cross the road because it's a straight shot from our current road to the junior high.
This is not going to be on the record.
Yeah, it's.
That's our concern.
So to put that on the record, she just said that her concern was that they're not going to go to the light, they're going to cross at their original road because it's a straight shot.
Hi, everybody. So this intersection was coordinated with UDOT, and I'm not presenting for some reason.
It's got a lot of water in it.
Right? All right, there we go. How about that? All right. Thanks. So this intersection was designed with the Safe Routes of Utah standards, where we have the ladder crosswalks, the 24-inch stop bars, the school signage on either side. There's a school stop before it as well. And I'm trying to do this on the wrong screen, bear with me. And if you look at the sidewalks, you know, the intent is the sidewalk follows the new road as it approaches the intersection. So the intent was for kids to naturally follow that to the crosswalk, and then it follows the new airport road up along, continues up north, the airport road, turns down Harmony. We did this to limit connections, so there's fewer crossings, so they're not crossing multiple times. This other side. And then this is Harmony Way. As we continue down, and then Bell Street. Now, with Bell Street's gonna be fenced off. So the end of the old airport road right now, where the connection is, that's gonna be ripped out at the end, there's gonna be a fence there. Same with Bell Street. Traffic will not be able to get through. So it'll be a dead end on the south. From the north, it's only gonna be accessed right here. There's gonna be a gate or a fence, some kind of system. We don't know what yet. The city likes to mix it up. This will be a utility access road only for the city to get there's gonna be a booster station down there. But no, it will not be kid-friendly. There's no walks down there or anything like that.
All right, thank you, David. I think that helps. Okay, who else? Yes.
I need to have the green, there we go. I'm Dallin Jones, I live in the Sage Valley neighborhood as well. Just a couple quick things. We've talked about possibly making that one area exit only and removing the gate. Before you do that, go check that road, that's a mess, the road's a mess. So it's gonna need to be fixed up before you do anything like that anyway. The other thing is, just to reiterate the school safety thing, my wife's talked to the district and tried to get a hold of everybody that she can about it. And they say that there's no way to get a bus because we're too close. We're within the 2 miles. And like she was saying, kids are cross. We can put a fence there that's not kid-friendly, but there's a whole bunch of access points across that road that people could go through and get across that. And I mean, you're talking about junior high school students. They're gonna cut every corner they possibly can. And I live in the far back corner of that neighborhood, so my kids, to get to that sidewalk, they have to walk, I don't know, it's half a mile down to Airport Road, and then all the way up to go all the way around. I'd like to think that they would do that, but I doubt they will. They'll try and get it through as quick as they can. So something to be aware of there. And then talking about the cameras thing that the other lady had mentioned, I lived in a place where they did have those cameras, and it introduced all kinds of issues with people getting ticketed when they weren't the ones driving and things. So just something to be aware of as you're contemplating that. There's a lot of other issues about people getting ticketed for things that they didn't do. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes.
Hi, I'm Emily Buss, and I'm in the Overland Development, and I'm wondering what the plan is when school starts and kids are not following the rules and crossing Fiona into the new phase to get to Desert Sky, because kids, as soon as that opening into the second phase opened up, kids have been ignoring the safe route because it's a much shorter distance for half of the neighborhood to get to Desert Sky. And the Airport Road isn't even open all the way, and people are flying through there. And my kids take the long way, but I've almost hit several kids that are using the not approved way. Is there going to be a crosswalk or something, a crossing guard, anything at all?
Mayor, Zach Hilton knows this because I've talked to him about it already. Maybe he could come up and answer that question.
Zach, do you have anything for us?
Okay, that was all. Thank you.
He's like, you hear
No,
my
I
niece from
didn't.
back there?
This is one of the locations we are currently looking at. That was actually one of the projects that was on the CBDG list of projects, was to actually fund that as a school crossing at Fiona and Airport Road. So it's in the works.
Are we gonna make that before the school year starts?
I can't promise that, but that's the goal. That would be the goal. Right now, that's not the safe route, right? But what she's referring to is the safe walking route adds it almost doubles the distance for people that are connecting from Fiona, right? Because right now, we do currently, you know, when that school opened, we built the trail down Airport Road to connect it to Pony Express, which includes other people from that subdivision that are further to the east, that does have a crossing guard at the traffic signal at this time. So there is a safe walking route there. It's just, this is one of the things that we're looking to improve it, to shorten the distance, right? Because kids do want to take the shortest route. So there is a safe walking route. This would just be to improve it, to try to provide a shorter distance.
Great, thank you, Zach.
Mayor, is there anything that we can do as a city to reach out to the district? Because there are bus routes in Orem that are not warranted for distance. They're using the money that they take from our kids to put down there to get kids across busy streets down there. And there was, when we opened Frontier, the school district or the admin, whoever it was, advocated to have a bus for all the kids there because of the distance it was from any of the other homes. And I mean, if there's any area that we could flex, it feels like it should be with the middle school and the kids trying to cross SR 73. Is there anything we can do?
Well, this sounds like the very reason why we decided to break off and form our own school district, because of what you're saying. But is there anything we can do? We can give it a shot. You want to speak to that?
As the liaison to the school district, I've been working on this, and that Orem had what's called unfunded bus routes, and they eliminated those, which is why, as we're working on this, and I've answered this question with the residents over there, we are trying to implement, as you mentioned, a shuttle or unfunded bus routes from Lone Tree over to the school. All that means is all bus routes are funded through state funds. They're allocated specifically, and so when you call the district, of course, they give you the answer of exactly what their rules are that say you have to be 2 miles, et cetera, et cetera. But then at a district level, if they choose to allocate funds of their own general fund, they can do that. It's just called an unfunded bus route. So they will still allocate buses to those areas if they get enough pressure. During the split discussion, that's gonna be very difficult. That's why shuttles have been brought up and other things, because the district board said we're no longer doing that in Orem, and so Orem will absolutely push back, I'm afraid. I've been working with them for that exact reason. I've been working on that, but I'm not sure what else we can do. I mean, they're calling, I'm calling, we're doing that. I don't know how we could call Orem, the legislators in Orem, or the school board anyway, and see if they'd help us out, but other than paying for it, I think that would be the next option, is finding funding outside of the school district to allocate to either a shuttle or a bus route. So I think that's something to consider or figuring out.
Let's see, we've lost some of our staff, but I don't, CBDG maybe, there might be something there. So, okay. All right, how are we doing? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up. Yeah, go ahead and push the button. Try to get that green light going. There you,
we
there
got
you
it? Okay, cool, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for taking the time out of your light night to think about this and consider it out of your summer and stuff, because those are my brothers that will be walking on that road every single day to and from, and taking the time to consider if these were your siblings, if these were your kids, putting their lives first, and making sure that they are safe and can make it. So thank you guys.
Could you tell us your name?
Mercedes Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, with that, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at 10:27. And I think we ought to forego the usual council time here. Let's go directly to our consent agenda. I am gonna just roll through this. Tell me if there's something we need to stop and talk about. So on our consent agenda, Item 10A is Juniper Springs Phase A Plat 3 into warranty. 10B, Juniper Springs Phase A Plat 4 into warranty. 11A is a change order. CO number 1 with VCBO for commercial and multifamily design standards update.
I'd like to ask a question about this one.
Yes.
Is there somebody that is in charge of this one?
I can speak
Okay,
to that
so
one.
as I read through that, it appears to me that we're paying for a change order for something that already exists in our code. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, we're just trying to, we are trying, when we were going through and looking at the different zones and talking with VCBO, we felt like it would be good to address those. I'm trying to remember all the zones. I don't have this open in front of me, but it felt like it'd be good to address some of those other commercial zones as we're going through the design standards. Those weren't going, the ones that we mentioned in your staff report were not going to be addressed. It wasn't included in the scope, the original scope, so we felt like, well, to make it more cohesive aesthetic look for the city, it'd be good to address the design standards for those zones as well, so.
So I'm trying to weigh this. It's $8,000 for us to pay somebody to come do something that you're literally talking to the people who wrote that code. What is it that we want to change? I guess let me ask that question.
The design standards, that was on your priority list. That's why it was being changed. That's actually where it came from.
Architectural designs?
Mm-hmm. It was a priority list, and so that's the genesis of that, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions on that one? All right, moving on then, item 12A, Master Site Plan Pinnacles B3. Minutes, 13A is minutes from June 17th, regular city council meeting. Any changes needed there? Okay, moving on, we have a resolution of, let's see, that is part of the consent, yeah. A resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah approving the agreement for maintenance support of the Hidden Hollow Veterans Memorial Park. Any questions on that one?
While he's looking, I'll ask you a couple questions, Mayor, if I may. What I wanted to know is what are the connecting trails and how does it interconnect? I'm not certain, how does this connect with the existing trail network? I can see the plan, I know kind of where it's located. There are trails that connect both, at the north and the south? And then the other question that I have is what about water rights? I mean, if we're gonna take care of this, are we dedicating water rights to this as a city?
Can anybody speak to the water portion?
I think they have enough water banked with the city. The Pinnacles B3. I think we looked into that. They have sufficient water banked with the city.
Okay, and so that's coming through the Pinnacles agreement? Is that where that's coming from? I don't know, that's what I'm wondering.
Okay, I'm sorry, I might be getting confused.
I'm
Are we
getting
talking about
confused.
14A?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. It's getting late.
Yeah.
I've been here for 15 hours, so
Yeah.
you'll have to excuse me.
Hidden Hollow Veterans.
Sorry, Hidden Hollow Veterans, they're not being asked to dedicate water rights.
So is this just, we're treating this as a park space? Is that right?
This is our park that they want to improve.
Oh, got it, okay, so we're going to supply the water to it, that's
Yeah,
what
we
I was
already
asking.
own the land. This is our
Okay.
park that they want to improve.
That's what I wanted to know.
It's late.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Mayors, council members, and staff, thank you guys very much. Dustin Wegner, president of the Eagle Mountain Wildlife and Alliance. So this is to address the question. I don't think that we're not planning on putting any of the trails going into phase one that we're requesting here. And if you guys recall, back in February, this is the plan that Bettina Cameron went through the proposal very thoroughly. We walked the site with Todd and Zach multiple times, and I think that we've come to a resolution that encompasses Councilwoman Clark's suggestions as of last time. We've actually moved the park 90 feet to the north to accommodate for more parking. And to answer the question for water, yes, that would be the responsibility of the city. So what we're asking for tonight is approval from the city to break ground and get going on this park.
It's been on, it's taken a while, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired as well.
Yeah, totally get you. Okay, any other questions on that?
Okay, so I know some of my questions, and I hope I don't forget some. I'm not paying attention to my notes right now, but there was a few things. Number one, item 6, for instance, says the maintenance. The EMNWA will conduct at least 3 annual maintenance events to facilitate weeding and general upkeep and planter boxes, so forth. These sentences, and I just picked that one, as well as the entire contract or agreement as a whole, has no expiration date, no terms, no, at least I couldn't find, what are the terms of this agreement, for how long will they maintain it? I mean, I hope the Eagle Mountain Wildlife Group is here for eternity, but as we know, when things turn hands or turn over, that all of a sudden something doesn't happen, and then what? So that's kind of where my question is.
So we're gonna be maintaining the park. It's our park. These are just events that they intend to host.
And there's
pursuant to this agreement.
forever?
I mean,
The
as long as they're in
agreement has
existence.
no expiration date, is my point? and
Yeah, as long as
neither-
they're in existence, they're agreeing to do that. Now, if for whatever reason that needs to change, then they can always propose an amendment, but that's what's contemplated.
Okay, then on that note, I didn't see any kind of, what I'm gonna call cancellation clause, or, yes, any kind of, what if we decide the partnership's no longer working in either case, and we could,
It's number 19.
hang on.
So you're talking about a termination clause in the agreement?
Yes, termination, any way to, with a 30-day notice, if it's not working, that's what I'm talking about.
Right, so I mean, again, once they install the improvements, it's really about, you know, hey, we're gonna organize volunteer efforts with, you know, coordinate with the city to do stuff. So, I mean, and that being their obligation, it didn't seem necessary to include a termination clause. We can certainly add that. Obviously, you could, you know, you can always terminate for a material breach of an agreement. That's just, you know, standard contract law.
Okay, the other question that I had raised, and I know there's power and utilities in this area, but with the flagpole, I couldn't see because of, it's probably my own computer, but the lighting on the flagpole.
Taken care of by solar, unless the city was willing to run power down to the area of the footprint.
So that is on, I just couldn't see it, that's my question, it is on there?
It is on the landscape design, yes.
So maybe I'll follow up with that. What happens if the solar doesn't turn the light on? Is somebody gonna be going over and taking the flag down?
I believe that the Legion 111 was going to take care of that for us, Bettina.
Yeah, the Scouts and the American Legion, they're gonna be responsible for the flag, but we did agree if they're unable to, and then the Lions will, you know, help arrange for that.
Right. Thank you.
Can I interrupt? Councilmember Wright, to address your concerns about the trails, that was deliberately designed not to have the trail connect directly into the military educational / resting area, So it can be a park for people to enjoy, and there's gonna be eventually bike racks and stuff like that off what we call phase 2 for people to get off the bike to come and relax and enjoy. So safety, sorry.
So is the entrance from the south side?
Correct.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councilmember Gray, are you still?
I don't think he feels like we addressed his questions.
I'm just gonna say this. I think the agreement's really loose without any dates, any way to execute or hold anything. So in my opinion, it's loose, but I'm okay with the recitals, I'll say it that way. I'm okay with the stuff that's offered. I just think it's super loose, and I brought that up and nobody else seems to care. So I like the agreement. I just don't know why we don't have any expectations or measures or marks on any of these things. I mentioned the maintenance, I mean, forever, I hope. But there's absolutely zero expectation. It's just a hope.
Well, the majority of the maintenance will be done by the city because it's a city park, correct?
Fair
And
enough,
these-
then why is it even in here? Why do we have maintenance even as an agreement? Because they're not doing it, the city's doing it. That's my point. It's in there for a reason.
Okay, what I'm just trying to clarify, based off of some of your questions, is that it appears as though this organization wants to demonstrate that they have skin in the game and they're willing to plan volunteer activities and kind of lead out with that and take the lead on those, and that's what they're bringing to the table, not necessarily a commitment to take on future maintenance down the road. They do talk about the flagpole as maintenance that they'll do, but the other maintenance items appear to be on the city. So are we concerned about the city doing our maintenance side of things, or I want to make sure I understand your concern.
My concern comes from a knowledge of how contracts work, as Marcus knows, and he's okay with it, that every contract has specific performance measures. They have start dates, end dates, expectations, and this has none of the above. So it's more of a understanding than an agreement. And I think that's why I'm looking at it as an agreement with recitals and scopes that have no measures of any kind of a contract. It's more of a LOI type of a understanding.
So do you think like an MOU would be a better name for this document? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I'm asking the question if that seems more appropriate, and if our attorney thinks that this is the best way to handle this.
I guess I would disagree that, I mean, not all contracts have termination dates. So I think that's not correct statement. As to performance measures, I think it's pretty clear that they're gonna, allocate funds, just looking at paragraph 9, just out of this example, it's just right in front of me. They're gonna allocate funds to the Meta Community Fund grant to provide a 24-inch by 36-inch interpretive sign for the Monarch Butterfly Way Station, contingent upon approval of city staff. I think that's pretty straightforward. Now, if you want us to put in like, this will be done by date X, we can do that, we can be that specific. But that, I think that's pretty measurable.
Yeah, we didn't go out and hire them. I mean, they came to us wanting to do this, and so I think, based upon that passion and that desire, in some ways, the expectation is more on their side than ours.
Councilmember Gray, can I ask you a quick question? Is part of your questions about this because in other agreements that we've entered into with other nonprofits, it's a little bit different and the bar was in a different place for those nonprofits versus this one, and you want to make sure that we're just consistent when we enter into agreements? Or is it just the lacking of this specific agreement?
Well, I mean, the attention might be brought because of experience with other agreements, yes, but it's not really a comparison to try to,
Got it.
It's more, for instance, quid pro quo, anytime we do a lease or any kind of access provided, whatever you want to call it, to a city-owned property, In some cases, it's $1. In some cases, it's a rental agreement, meaning for a pavilion for a certain amount of time that they pay a fee. I understand they're bringing us something, but to me, this document doesn't have anything that to me would have consideration, trigger dates. It's just, I don't have a problem with anything that they're trying to accomplish. I don't understand the way we're accomplishing it. And so it's probably never, ever going to matter. Like, for instance, the insurance. They're going to maintain insurance. It says through phase 1, but they're still going to have activities or not have activities, or, then it's just considered a park and our insurance covers it, because it seems like this gives certain permissions that aren't normal permissions to just a regular park, that then we don't really know what governs it because the document's kind of loose, is my opinion. I don't have, that's enough. I really don't.
Take a stab at it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying. I think one of the things I'm looking at it is what's the honest to make them perform? So we're allowing them to utilize our land. So
Yeah, I mean, so this is,
they've agreed to do those things. What's the deadline for them to complete those things? What if they abandon that? I understand why this is good for them, because it helps them to get the funding that they've been seeking out. But what is the timeline for it to be completed? That they go through the process of installing all the things that they said that they're going to do. I don't know that I've seen anything definitive that says it's got to be in by this amount of time. So we could have a half-done park. I don't want to see that. So to Jared's point, I think perhaps there could be some things in there that set some timelines for these things to be
I
accomplished.
mean, we can add deadlines to it, that's fine with me. As far as, addressing Jared's point, I mean, this agreement clearly has consideration. The consideration is just simply exchanging a promise for a promise. Often in contracts, it's, you promise, like I'm gonna hire a contractor to build a deck on my house. The promise that he's promising me he's gonna build a deck, and I'm promising him I'm gonna pay him. So a lot of times money changes hands, but it doesn't have to be that. So in this situation, they're saying, we're gonna build you a veterans memorial, and we're saying, great, we're gonna maintain it and allow you to do that. We're exchanging a promise for a promise. So the idea that this lacks consideration, that's not correct.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. My argument is more or less, we're allowing them to use a piece of our property.
I'm fine with that. I agree that, if we wanna put in some deadlines for some of this stuff to occur, I think they're anxious to get started.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm fine with whatever deadlines you choose and whatever deadlines they think are reasonable for accomplishing these different items in the agreement. That's fine by me.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. Like, we have trust issues, in our city. We've had a lot of promises and a lot of things not completed for a lot of reasons. To Jared's point, the Wildlife Alliance could become defunct in a week if something catastrophic happens. So for me, I'm looking to protect this piece of land that the city has. If you get started halfway through and your contractor pulls out, things of that nature, we need to be able to have some assurances that what we're expecting to happen is going to be completed, and there needs to be some time frames. So I'm in favor of everything that you're proposing. I think it's going to be wonderful. I just want to make sure that there's a time frame for this to get done, so the expectations of the citizens whose money we're using to allow this to happen, that the park gets completed. So that's what I'm
Okay,
looking for.
when are you going to be finished?
So just to add that the grant that we have already solidified with Home Depot expires at the end of this year. So.
Okay, so by the end of the year?
Yeah.
There may be a couple amenities that we would like to continue working on, because we're going to be putting in, for sure, the sidewalks. We're looking into doing that, those murals and stuff, but some of the larger items of like those shade structures, the larger ones, that we anticipate, within a couple of months and stuff. Jared, Commissioner Gray, I think this is really different from like the rodeo grounds for us, because we are bringing an amenity. We are not looking to continue to use this park, maybe in,
Can I hold you right there for 1 second?
yeah.
Because I want you to understand this clearly. I absolutely appreciate everything that any volunteer is going to bring to us and help us with and improve our community. That's how I work. That's how I started. I think before you say rodeo, I want to say, what about the people that work tirelessly to keep our bike parks and try endlessly to improve city property and continue to at least express to me that they get pushed away and said they're not allowed to come improve city property and they're just trying to do something nice too. So I want to make sure you understand, it's not rodeo, it's not bike park, it's not wildlife allowance. It's we're entering into a specific agreement that I don't feel like the terms are very tight. I love what you guys are doing, love what you're doing. I just don't understand the terms of what we're doing.
We are in front of you for that exact reason. I'm gonna really use the bike park. There is no agreement written with them, and that's why that's, you know, kind of loose. We want to make sure that we maintain good partnership with the city and that we're committing on paper, because we don't want to tarnish our name, especially now that this wildlife corridor literally has gone not just national, but into international, especially with the transportation that you guys thankfully said no more roads. So this is why we want to make sure that we are good partners by having some type of LOA/MOU, and holding us reliable, you know, making sure that we are being reliable. Is we don't plan on going anywhere, but who knows, maybe
So
5,
I
10
think
years,
that
you know.
I honestly think that I've expressed my concerns and we're getting to be on the same page, and I'm going to say I'm okay with that. I just wanted to make sure that we kind of had an understanding of what this really was.
Sure.
And I think I'm okay with where we're headed. We've talked about the end of the year and some of the grants, so I think that satisfies us. I just don't know that this lasts forever or what's next. So with that said, I'm going to tell you that I'm satisfied.
Okay, then with that, I'm gonna take advantage of that, and I'm gonna call for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Burnham, a second by Councilmember Clark. Any clarification needed? All right, let's go to a vote. Councilmember Wright, let's start with you.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
No.
Okay, consent agenda passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't let you guys down.
All right. I didn't hear a deadline. It was kind of feeling like 11 o'clock, but we have a few minutes, so I'm gonna.
What's the most important thing? I mean, where are we
Yeah,
at?
who do we have left? Is there anybody here waiting for a particular agenda item?
Yes,
Yep.
the property one.
We have a couple public hearings still don't.
Okay, well, so we're just gonna take them in order? Okay, with that, let's go to 15B. It is a public hearing, a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the disposal of 0.156 acres of designated significant real property, Utah County parcel number 49:601:0080 pursuant to EMC 3.30.060 and 3.30.070 and establishing terms of the disposal. Gina, is this yours?
It is. And Todd is here to
Oh,
help
and
me.
Todd, to back you up.
He's Vanna White tonight. No, just kidding. No, Todd's really familiar with the open space corridors and items, so I wanted his help on that. But this is an application that was submitted by Samara Moody, and she'll be given some time as well to dispose of property behind her home. And do you have, Todd, the county map? Can you pull up that?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here. Hold on a second. So this is the parcel right here that we're
Yeah.
talking about?
So there's current encroachment on the city's parcel that was originally designed to be a park and part of a trail corridor. So there's encroachment from 3 different properties that touch that lot. And Todd's been meeting with a lot of people about getting rid of some of the excess property that the city owns that we don't need for trail corridors. And there's not a lot of maintenance going on back there right now because we don't frankly have the money to put into it. And Todd?
Okay, I sent this map to you all a little bit earlier. We've had a lot of discussion. I've had a lot of discussion with you with some of these really big open spaces, and what are we gonna do with them? If we wanna keep growing Russian thistle, we're doing a good job. But if we wanna do something a little different, I just have had a lot of discussion on what were these big, broad, wide corridors initially used for. So again, we've talked about reducing these to a more manageable size. And so big picture stuff, I think this would be a good starting point to say, hey, what do we want these to look like? How do we want them to function? These parcels, all right here, are city-owned parcels. Everything that's highlighted are city-owned parcels. This area over here is the Patterson development that's going on right now. There will be a house, a building lot right there. It's already...
That hasn't been recorded that way yet, Todd. It could be.
It hasn't, but it has. It's interesting because if you look at, if you zoom in on this data here, which we get from the county parcel data, it shows right there, but it doesn't show.
It's not recorded. They could replat that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the county parcel data, it's not, but it's interesting to look at the data set that we have here on Nearmap. Anyways, this is still private in a development agreement, and they're going here. So again, this is the parcel that we're talking about right here, disposing this whole parcel here, which comes down and includes this blue portion here, which is the only thing that, so big picture, again, y'all have to make a decision on this tonight, right? But big picture, this is kind of what we'd like this to look like. We still have connection all the way through. If you go back to look at this at Walden Park, this connecting corridor here will line up with the sidewalk coming out of Walden Park. We'll go all the way through, and eventually you make a couple of turns and you'll end up clear over in the power line corridor, which at some point we hope to have a regional trail that goes through the power line corridor. So this is a start, and this is what I said to Brad and Zach. We've got to start somewhere, and we have a willing participant to go get dirty with us and try to figure this out. So
the council has three options that we were presenting. This one here is probably the newest and third, but the first option is outlined in your staff report, is you can just dispose of that parcel that was requested by Samara Moody, and she's willing to purchase it, but we can also just have it go to the three property owners that are encroaching right now. So that's option one.
Right.
And option two was to just go on the back side of all those houses to along that north road. And then Todd's option is to tighten up that whole corridor. Both of those second options would involve an amended final plat that would need to be recorded. And
in my understanding, Finn, feel free to jump in too. If we're gonna do any of these, it's gonna require a plat amendment, right? So my thinking, just because old Granddaddy Black used to say this, if you're gonna do something, do it right the first time so you don't have to do it again. So that's why I'm kind of pitching this as kind of a big picture thing here. If we're gonna do a plat amendment, let's do it one time. And Finn's nodding her head in case you can't see her.
Do we have the original plan of what this was supposed to be? I mean, we built a trail through it, right? Or there's a trail through it. There's obviously something was planned in here between the houses.
It doesn't say anything on there, but I've heard rumors that there were supposed to be these winding, go ahead, sorry.
It was just back in the early
earlier development, all of the areas down here had that open space. It was buffers, and it was all deeded to the city without any plans or funds to improve it. So the intent was that every subdivision, you can see it, the Landing, Mountain View, Pioneer, all of them, Eagle Park, Eagle Point, and they were deeded to the city with the intentions of being trailways and paseos and so forth, but there was no funding for it. The developer wasn't required. None of the developers were required to do it. And you know, when they were initially presented, they had, and we can probably dig up maybe some of those earlier drawings, but when they came through and actually did the developments, they only improved very small portions. And the city actually went in, Councilmember Burden would know that the city went in and actually did improvements to Mountain View, because they just had, not even their entryways were improved. Eagle Park was the same. Any of the, like the trails surrounding Eagle Park, there was no trails were even put in. So we've had master plans, we have a master plan that we did probably 2010, I think it was, and we've just never had the funding to go in and actually improve them. But interestingly enough, back in 2000 and I think it was 2009, Pioneer Edition came in and the HOA actually paid for the disposal of multiple parcels within Pioneer Edition. And we did go through and dispose of those. Some of them were problematic, but the HOA actually paid. And back at that time, the council was interested in disposing of those, and it was pennies on the dollar. I mean, we literally, I think the most we ever charged was 13 cents per square foot. I know that we calculated this based upon what we've done recently with purchases of $90,000 an acre, which comes out to about $2. So it's a lot more. And so that's another thing to consider, is if you want to do it, we need to make it affordable for these residents to do it, because platting is going to be expensive as well. And you know, again, that's a policy decision for the council, but if we want to get rid of them, and we still have ample space to put corridors in those areas, which, you know, we could raise funds to do that, but we need to make it affordable for people to purchase it, is staff's opinion.
Thank you.
I don't know if the applicant can have a few moments too, if you have any questions.
Do we have questions for the applicant?
For me, it's pretty cut and dry what it is. I'm just pondering.
Again, if I may, just, if we're gonna do this, like Finn said, which we've talked about as a staff, we've talked about in our little committee, this is as good as any place to start, and let's just get going. I'm anxious, in case you don't know, and that's my personality. Let's get going on this.
And she's not going to come up here, so I'm going to point out one thing. In terms of encroachment, when she purchased the property, there was a shed encroaching on city property. And so she assumed that that was her property, and she fenced the shed in. So it wasn't kind of the intentional encroachments that we've had from other people.
Now, this one's mild.
It's a little different.
Which I'm okay with, but now that brings up some other questions that I would ask the applicant. And it's easy. I want to know, how long have you owned the property?
Yeah, come on up.
Because you're not obviously the original or first owner.
No.
Go ahead and please tell us your name.
Oh, yes, my name is Samara Moody. And I just wanted to say thank you guys for staying late. It is pretty late. And I'm free to answer any questions that you
So
have.
how long have you owned the property?
10 years.
10 years. When was the house built? Early 2000s?
I believe it was 05, 06. I don't know the exact date.
Does anybody have any objections to selling it to them? And that's what we're asking.
I did want to just point out the water issues that were brought up in the staff report, and then also a follow-up email that went out yesterday on how that could be addressed with some xeriscaping.
Yeah, there is a public hearing that we need to take care of, so, no more questions for the applicant?
I have questions, but I don't always want to go first because I want to hear what everybody else thinks. So that's what I'm just ready to let some things out there.
Because, yeah, I mean, I'd like to go ahead and get the questions out of the way if we can.
Let's do the public hearing first.
You want to knock that out? Okay, let's do the public hearing.
Thank
Give
you.
us a minute, we'll bring you back. Okay, we'll open up public hearing at 3 minutes after 11. Who would like to speak on this? Okay.
Sorry. This just is a lot. I'm Kaylee White. We have this in our neighborhood too. I've worked with Todd before because we've needed the goats or whatever to come eat it down because there's not the money to take care of it. But I know a lot of people in our neighborhood would be interested in buying the land, you know, that they're already using. People are doing gardens, they're doing things like that to use the land because it's not being taken care of. But I do think, yeah, you're opening up a precedent, right? And I think, but you do need to fund things, so it might be a good way. That's my comment.
Thank you. Gina, are you aware of anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Okay.
Can I also, that's right.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Zach, oh, okay, sorry. Careful.
More of a question, what's the law after someone has a fence established after, is it after 7 years?
Doesn't
that the
matter
boundaries
which
change?
city.
There's no such thing as adverse possession against the governmental entity.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public hearing at 11:05. Come back to council.
So Todd, I have a question. You have this, like, it comes to a T. Is there a reason, like, is that going to continue to connect to something? That
You're talking the
narrower-
piece that goes south?
I don't know what direction that is.
Yeah.
It's late.
Towards the bottom of the screen?
No, I know that.
Oh.
No, it's the smaller section of the top.
Right
That you
here?
have continuing, yes, that
So,
rectangle.
yes, it will. This will continue to the park. There will be a road that goes through here, but also curb and gutter and a sidewalk from there all the way through this development. And again, through here, you'll be able to connect and get onto the power line corridor. So that will continue in some shape or form all the way through.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Yep. Who else has questions?
Do you want, like, our thoughts on it, or?
Yeah, fire away.
Well, I'm glad we're finally doing this. We've had so many times where residents have come in and said, I'd really like to do a community garden, or, you know, lots of ideas for these big chunks of land, and we're frankly not taking care of them or doing any kind of maintenance to most of these places. So I would like to see this land be put into hands of people who want to take care of it and want to add and beautify the area. I also don't feel super pressed to charge like exorbitant prices for it, especially if they're gonna take on the maintenance and we can get a whole block of people to take on the land together. I like the idea of putting more land in the hands of private owners as opposed to the city having just chunks and chunks and chunks of land that we are ultimately responsible for, but aren't doing much with. So I'm in favor of this, and I know we're opening a huge can of worms, but sometimes it's a good thing to open a huge can of worms because it means that we get a better outcome when it's all said and done, so.
Yeah, hopefully we're fishing for something good out of it.
Well, and we've kind of opened it already. I mean, we've sold lots of land in Eagle Park. We've done, like she was saying, the other parks, so yeah. We've been doing it, some with better success than others.
Well, and the thing about this particular, like this type of land, is it's attached to a different lot. It's not like we're selling this land for additional houses. We're just making it so maybe potentially a resident could be more self-sufficient. They could have more trees or chickens, and you guys know how I feel about chickens. So like, I think it's a positive step in the right direction.
Exact opposite. I think there's no way that I want to dispose of public property. The reason I asked about how long you've been there is because you have a title claim. If that was on the other property and your title policy included that, then the title company can pay you to have that moved and rectify the situation. So I think you need to work with your title company and follow the lot line just like we require everywhere else. I absolutely think that when we made these developments back in the late 90s and early 2000s, the requirements, the same way we got the golf course and everything else in Eagle Mountain, had to do with 30% open space. Whether it's native, whether it's whatever, the citizens of our city deserve open space. That's what they ask for. And as soon as it becomes private, we're just covering every square inch with ownership, and it's no good. If these just remain trails and open space, my vision for this area is Frisbee golf. I think this connects through all of those subdivisions, and they're wide paths that we're not able to do that with anywhere else. And so I've been talking with different people about Frisbee golf, and I know we've all had those conversations. The other reason why I'm concerned with this one specifically is because Patterson's own literally like a notch out of that, and it's going to make that path that you're talking about very narrow compared to the rest of it and lose that connectivity to the entire rest of the trail system. So I agree with you, Todd, that I'm super anxious to get every one of these people that are violating the encroachments on city property to rectify them. That doesn't mean the easy thing and just let them do it, because if that's the case, I'm going to start squatting. And I think that's absolutely ridiculous that we're allowing that in places in our city. There's just because it's not being used, I'm going to start squatting and say that I want the property. But you're not using it, so why can't I have it? I don't think this is the way that we operate. So I don't think that we should sell it. I think we need to get everyone who's encroaching on city property to fix the situation, and I'm anxious for that.
Any other thoughts, comments? Todd, do you have any more thoughts on it?
Again, I'm not really conflicted. I kind of have in my mind what I think that we ought to do, and again, not really having a good understanding and how to, that's my biggest thing, right? If these vast amounts of open space, I don't disagree. I think they're cool. I think they're great, but we really need to have direction from y'all with what are we going to do with them? I mean, we're not going to go in there from a water standpoint and plant Kentucky Blue and mow grass just to mow it. I like the fact that we have some of these big open spaces. I think the ones that we have up in the hills are way cool. The ones we have in the wash are way cool, but I scratch my head with what are we going to do with these big corridors if we keep them? I think it's most of the other places that I look at, not going to go back, tapping my password. A lot of the corridors that we have are 35 to 40 feet. Those to me are manageable. 150 feet, I don't know what we're going to do. We have a Frisbee park already. I don't know that we've ever, that we've ever looked at the amount of use that we have at a Frisbee park. I don't think these are great places to have little mini dirt bike tracks, which that's what they're being used for now. And again, we've set the precedents, Jared, as you said, for so long that we have people that think that this is eminent domain and it doesn't apply. And then they get Judas. We were just doing some work in Rock Creek and Tickville the other day when we were watching a guy throw a whole bunch of dog fecal matter over his fence onto the city open space. So that's what they're used for. That or the grass clippings, or that's where all the construction debris goes. Now, I don't have a problem cleaning it up, but I'd like to know what we're gonna be doing with them after we get them cleaned up.
I'm gonna tell you, I identified other parcels this week. I've gone back multiple times to the Lone Tree area, and a lot of them were here tonight. But the Lone Tree Park, right, when you pull into the subdivision up there on the right, we own a lot of land up there on the hill. Been working with some designs, maybe zip lines and mountain bike stuff and all kinds of stuff that I've been working on for that area and seeing what's gonna make sense. I've worked with Scott Hazard, who owns the ground next to it, to see how we're gonna access it. And it turns out that he's already got a plat almost ready, and we can access it through some of the roadways. What I'm gonna tell you is that the properties on the southwest-ish area of that park, they're encroaching there. There's parking, in fact, I think I saw one of the guys has stacked a bunch of rocks. Do you remember where we went? And now they're for sale. He's got all those rocks for sale. Interesting little story, but it's not just here. It's
not.
all over.
There's over 120
And look,
of them.
we're not gonna be able to enforce them all every day, but as we see them, as we identify them, I think we need to say that we're going to maintain the rules.
Huh?
That's where I'm gonna land. So, I think that we can be patient and help people and be very encouraging and saying, hey, let's give you some time, but we gotta fix this, and, you know, you can have this summer and maybe some more time and work with your title companies, but we gotta get that line fixed within a reasonable amount of an expectation. And what I was gonna point out, like you said, we're not gonna plant grass, but in Las Vegas and St. George and these desert areas, they have giant swaths like this with really pretty rocks and desert scape and paths and kind of rock garden-ish type ideas that absolutely work, and they're beautiful and they're open and they're accessible to the general public, and that's exactly what this is.
And I understand what you're saying, but we had on our budget 4 employees to help with maintaining our open space, and we chose not to hire any of them. So if we're not gonna put any money to maintaining some of these open spaces, I would rather spend the money that we do have maintaining open spaces like the one you were talking about by Lone Tree, that are big and open and more people can enjoy them, instead of a big wide trail like one of the suggestions in Eagle Park was, oh, we could put a basketball court there. Who wants a basketball court in your backyard so you can hear that thump, thump, thump all night long? You know, it's a difficult place to put things. And I agree that that would be really cool, what you're talking about, but that takes a lot of money, none of which we have. And we're not maintaining it. People are using them as dumping grounds, literally. Appliances, things like that. We're not just talking yard waste, literal dumping grounds in the city center. They're eyesores. And I don't know what to do about it other than to let people actually take care of them and sell them. If we had a plan and had the money in place, I would totally agree with you.
And I'm just gonna throw this out there as gravel. You may not believe this, but I know how much gravel costs. And I'm gonna tell you, if it's not, I could, at least this swath, you know, from the one street to the next one, and it goes through all of these subdivisions, I get it. But I could probably cover that with gravel in $4,000 or $5,000 total. Now, that doesn't include labor, that wouldn't include any of the weed control, and, you know, but I mean, once it's down, it's very, very low maintenance. So I think the initial investments, the expense, and I agree with you that we haven't done anything, but I don't think that means we wouldn't do anything. And I don't think that we are gonna put it in this year's budget or maybe even next year. But I think as we chip away with it a little bit at a time, that I think this is an area that we could preserve for future. We need to make a plan, and I think that's something that we could do.
But we got rid of the trail on our plan in the ranches because it went in people's backyards. So what's the difference? Why was it okay to say we're gonna sell them that land, but not this?
So just one other thing, I want to interject here real quick, just 60,000 foot level stuff. We did find a paper out there, and I'm sorry because I'm not good at memorizing who wrote papers, but they did a lot of research on what are the homes behind the open space comfort level of people walking behind their homes. I also asked the UFA, what do we really need if we're going to use these to get an engine back behind there to fight a fire? And that's kind of where that 35, 40 feet deal is coming from, which I think is kind of the maximum that we ought to be shooting for behind here. Still allows emergency vehicle access, and then that comfort level was, 15 to 20 feet. As long as people are 15, 20 feet away from my home, I'm a little more comfortable than 8 or 10 feet. So that's why the width of that corridor, which again, kind of interesting and measuring and looking at a lot of others, that's about what they are.
Todd, have you been able to ascertain, I mean, this is one small example. There's clear examples where people are encroaching on city property because they went all the way up to a trail or something like that. But in big swaths of land like this where we're not maintaining it, it's difficult to protect from fire, there's lots of issues with it. Have you been able to ascertain how many acres we're looking at?
I have, Melissa, but I can't give that to you off the top of my head, but we've mapped every one of these. So not only, we know the exact square footage of take with a fence, and we know the exact square footage of take without the fence. And just this week, I sat down with an individual who has a garden space back here, which again, that's not fenced off. I'm fine with that, but we're going to enter into an encroachment agreement with them that says, hey, you can use it for ABCD purposes, and as long as you maintain ABCD purposes, we'll give you this option to grow a garden. So we have a lot of those that we just need to, we've talked about what are acceptable and unacceptable uses, and basically when they start fencing it off and putting sheds on it and all of their camping equipment and everything else, that's unacceptable. But we're okay with planting some trees, we're okay with putting a garden, those kind of things. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, I know exactly what those are. I can't tell you right here and now without looking it up.
I think one thing that.
But it's hundreds of acres of take.
I'm sure. And it would be good to know the taking numbers, but it'd be good to know also how many acres of open space unimproved that we as a city are responsible for making sure that there's.
Over 1,000.
Yeah, fire mitigation.
Yep.
The weeds, like all of that stuff. And I think the thing that I'm struggling with is that we are having a really hard time keeping up with the park space that we have as a city. As I was driving around and looking at some of the traffic connections in the ranches by the power corridor, there's a lot of spaces that aren't up to the standard that we've had previously as a city. And I look at that, and I look at the fact that the disc golf group of people have been waiting for over a year just for signage at the disc golf park. And there's just a lot of things that I feel like we're struggling keeping on top of. And with additional land like this, some of it makes total sense to me to let it go and potentially bring in some revenue that would allow us to be able to keep on top of the things that we already have that are improved. So I hear the desire to hold people to not just encroaching on city land, but when someone comes in and asks to buy the land, that's different than somebody who's squatting. So I just don't think they're the same thing.
I don't really want to jump in the middle of this mess, but the reality is they already are squatting. I mean, they've taken over 37 feet of our property here. So, I mean, the reality of it is I don't really care if we if we hold on to it, because I think it's a lot, area we're not maintaining. And I agree with Jared. Surgically, I think there's some parcels that we have in the city that are not maintainable. They're odd sizes, odd shapes that we could raise some revenue from selling to be able to take care of some other things. So I don't know that I want to broad brush stroke that. Also, I don't think that I want to sell it for pennies on the dollar either. I think that if we're going to do that, it should have a benefit to the city beyond we're just getting rid of it. So I don't know what that balance is.
Man, I thought you would decide that tonight. That's what everybody wants to know, right? Yeah, how much is it? I'm interested. How
Well, I
much
think
is
that
it?
we need to probably have an appraisal done.
Yeah, well, the appraisers are coming back way more than $2 a square foot, like teens.
Could we also have a comparison of what it costs us or what it should be costing us if we actually were taking care of our obligations in certain places? Because that's a factor in the decision as well. Because not only would we be divesting ourselves of land that we're not taking care of, but we'd also be offloading that expense and the liability of fire there and just different things. So I think maybe some more analysis before we go completely across the board in the city.
Hopefully by this time next year, we'll be able to tell you that as we get all, these are open spaces will be considered assets, right? And as we get those assets into OpenGov and to assign management practices to them, then yeah, we'll absolutely be able to tell you exactly what it cost us to do that.
One thing I just want to add in here, and I'm sorry I'm using this plat because I don't know how I feel about it yet, but as an example, it's 10 years ago that the owner bought this at a much reduced price.
Yeah.
We're going to sell this, let's say we sell it at a reduced cost, and they turn around and sell the property next year. They're going to realize a massive gain on that 0.04 acres.
Yeah.
And so, to me, I'm looking at it going, why? Why are we going to give that benefit? The going rate for this is this. If you sell your house, you'll get every bit of that. Because that's now expanded your property. You have a much larger piece of property that's going to be more beneficial and more attractive to a buyer. So, I mean, I'm changing hats back and forth between what things are valued at and whether we should do it or not, but I don't think we just give them away. They're going to get the benefit of it when they sell, and some of these properties absolutely will sell after we've sold them to them. Within a year or 2 years, they will sell.
Finn, could you put that in deed restrictions, just like we do when we're deeded it, that they can't
I don't
sell
want to
it
prevent
for-
them from doing
There's
that.
nothing-
I'm fine with that. They just need to pay the value of the land, because when they sell the house, they will get the value of that.
Well, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, Rich. I don't think that we should fleece the people and charge them more than what it's worth. But it's, all the land that we have is our taxpayers' land. So if there's any sale of it, it should be to make the taxpayer whole or to bring some benefit to them. So like, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just think that we are not all on the same page about whether or not chunks of land like this should be considered to be sold. Then the other question, which you've done a great job of pointing out, is what should we be asking for it and getting to basically make the taxpayers whole?
Sounds like we're not going to find a happy road out of this.
Well, yeah, and again,
This is just the start.
Yeah.
it's
This
getting
is
late
just the
and I'm getting
beginning, right,
tired, so
Todd?
I just lost my train of thought.
So I'm looking at the time, it's 11:30, Mayor. If somebody has a desire to move forward with this, I think let's make a motion, because we've kind of gone and covered every part of this. I don't think we're making a decision for the entire city with this decision. We have a specific plat that's before us, and we either need to decide that we're gonna sell it to them or decide not to. But I'd like to move forward. It's 11:30, we got some other things to do too, if that's possible.
I have two other points that I want to make, and if it's a matter of that we're not ready to go one way or the other, then I say we just table it and come back, because I don't want to just jump into a decision if we're not ready.
I agree with that. I'd rather us table it and come back when we have fresh eyes to look at it again and maybe get some more answers from Todd about stuff, if that's what we need to do. I'm not inclined to deny it right now.
I do have some data right now, what Pattersons are selling their lot for. I can share appraisal data that I got for, again, not specifically right here, but similar parcels in the city. I can share that with you if that will. And then there's some historical data, like Finn brought up, some parcels that were disposed of and the HOA paid for those fees in 2012, 13, somewhere in there. So we can provide that data as well.
Mayor, would you accept a
Okay,
motion?
yes, please.
I move that we table item 15B, resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the disposal of 0.156 acres of designated significant real property, Utah County parcel number 49:601:0080 pursuant to EMMC 3.30.060 and 3.30.070 and establishing terms of the disposal.
Before somebody,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say before you second, do you wanna ask your questions?
I did, but I have to stay later, but I
Okay.
do
Okay,
have
so
some
we-
questions,
So we have a motion by Councilmember Clark, it's a second by Councilmember Gray.
I'll withdraw my second.
Oh, you're withdrawing the second. Is there a second? Did you second?
I did not, no, I said you did. Did you wanna ask your question?
Well, don't we ask questions after the motion's made? Yeah, that's the discussion.
The questions after a second should pertain to the motion only.
Let's go to bed.
Okay, I'll second the motion because I can ask my question when it comes back.
Okay, that'll work. Okay, motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Gray. Let's go to a vote. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How important is this franchise agreement with Zayo? Do we need to
Is
crank
there
that?
any representative from Zayo here?
I was actually gonna ask for us to table it because there were a lot of questions that I asked.
So,
I'm fine to table it if they're not here.
okay, nobody from Zayo? Okay, is there anything else that's just,
Can we open the public hearing on the bypass road
You
land
want-
disposal and then just table it?
okay. So, yeah, 15C. So a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah approving the disposal of up to 20.35 acres of public real property known as the bypass road. Yeah, well, yeah, we can, is there anybody that's going to want to speak about to the bypass road?
I had one public comment, but I don't know if they're still here.
We're gonna open it. and leave it
Okay.
open.
Brianna
Yeah.
Salazar.
Okay, so, yeah, I'll go and open up that public hearing at 11:30, we'll just leave that open. And then
Mayor,
call
will you entertain a
for-
motion?
Yes,
I move that the city council table item 15C, leaving the public hearing open.
Can we table it to July 15th specifically?
So moved.
I'll second that. Then I have a question. When you leave the public hearing open, what are the what's the noticing requirement?
The point of that is so we don't have to renotice it.
So then the reason why I asked that question is I feel like there might have been people here earlier that would have commented on that maybe had to go to work. So the whole purpose to leave it open is to at least let them know that we're working on this.
Yeah,
So
if
without
they
a-
wanted to comment on it, but they left early because it's just late, then they would obviously have the opportunity to review the video and notice that it's been continued to July 15th.
Right, and so where I
and
was
they can
going with
come
that
on
is
date.
I would prefer ask without a big expense to the mailer and whatnot, is that we do some kind of, maybe a social media or some kind of, hey, this got continued. That way they know that they have an opportunity to come back. I'm just saying I want a little bit of that public,
Chris will take care of that. You don't want, it'll be on the next agenda, it will be posted with that packet, but I wouldn't necessarily go out of your normal policies or procedures for one and not do that consistently for others.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Gray. So let's go to a vote. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham,
Yes.
Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Wright,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Okay. So what we have left on here is item 16A and 17A. So, yeah, 16A is a public hearing. 17 is not a public hearing, but we can.
Do you want to open up 16 to the public hearing? We'll do that, so we don't have to renotice.
What say ye? Yeah, same. Okay, 16A, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Chapter 17.80, sign regulations and sign permits. So we will open up public hearing at 7:33. We'll leave that open, and I'll come back to council for a motion.
Move to table 16A and leave the public hearing open, Mayor.
Second?
Okay, motion by
Can we
Councilmember.
get a specific date on that?
You know what? To the next meeting.
Does that work? Okay. Motion by Councilmember Wright, we'll go with second by Councilmember Wood. And, okay, go to a vote. Councilmember Burnham,
Yes.
Councilmember Wright,
Yeah.
Wood, Councilmember Wood,
Yes.
Councilmember Wright,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So item 17A, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving franchise agreement with Zayo Group LLC. I will call for motion.
Move to table and move to the next meeting.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Burnham. Do we have a
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wood. Let's go to a vote. Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Okay, that
Yes.
motion passes.
Mayor, can we ensure that a representative of Zayo will be here so we can have a discussion with them?
I'll reach out to them and ask them to
Thank
invite
you.
them to attend.
Mayor, will you entertain a motion?
I will.
Motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Clark. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is 11:35. We are
I
adjourned.
oppose.
You guys
You
missed the
oppose.
opportunity to say
Okay.
aye, all of us.